39552, Lyonesse, Volume 3, Madouc, by Jack Vance. Copyright 1989 by Jack Vance. All rights reserved. Read by Suzanne Toren.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. Princess Madouc is now 9, and King Casmir of Lyonesse wants to find her a husband. But Madouc only wishes to search for her true mother, having recently learned that Suldrun is not her mother, and that indeed King Casmir is not her grandfather. Meanwhile, King Casmir learns of the prophecy that Prince Dhrun, the son of King Aillas, is to become head of all the Elder Isles. Sequel to Lyonesse Volume 2, The Green Pearl, RC 39261. Some Violence, 1989. From the book jacket. And there at the end of the dais sat Princess Madouc, bored, aloof, half sulking, and clearly longing to be elsewhere. Dhrun studied her a moment or two, wondering how much she knew in regard to the facts of her birth. Probably nothing, he surmised. Who would inform her? Certainly not Casmir. So there sat Madouc, oblivious to the fairy blood which ran in her veins, and which so noticeably set her apart from all the others on the dais. Indeed, thought Dhrun, she was a fascinating little creature, and by no means ill-favoured. Dhrun bowed and moved aside, and found himself facing Madouc. Her expression as she looked at him was blank. Dhrun spoke reproachfully. "You do not remember me?" "I do, but I can't remember when or where. Tell me." "We met at Domrace. I am Dhrun." Madouc's face came alive with excitement. "Of course! You were younger." "And so were you, noticeably younger." Madouc turned a quick glance toward Queen Solace. Leaning back in her throne, she was speaking over her shoulder to Father Umfred. Madouc said, "We met even before, long ago, in the forest of Tantravallis. At that time we were the same age. What do you think of that?" Dhrun stared, dumbfounded. About the author. Jack Vance has been awarded the Hugo, Nebula, Edgar, and Howard for his master craftsmanship. Mr. Vance lives in Northern California with his wife, Norma, and their son, John. Lyonesse, Madouc. Chapter 1. 1. South of Cornwall, north of Iberia, across the Cantabrian Gulf from Aquitaine, were the Elder Isles, ranging in size from Gwig's Fang, a jag of black rock, most often awash under Atlantic breakers, to Hybras, the Ibrasil of early Irish chroniclers, an island as large as Ireland itself. On Hybras were 3 notable cities, Avalon, Lyonesse town, and ancient Ys, along with many walled towns, old grey villages, castles of many turrets, and manor houses in pleasant gardens. Footnote. In primeval times a land bridge briefly connected the Elder Isles to old Europe. According to myth, the first nomad hunters to arrive on Hybras, when they crossed the Tich and looked down along the Atlantic foreshore, discovered the city Ys already in existence. End of footnote. The landscapes of Hybras were varied. The Tich, a mountain range of high peaks and upland moors, paralleled the length of the Atlantic foreshore. Elsewhere the landscape was more gentle, with vistas over sunny downs, wooded knolls, meadows, and rivers. A wild woods shrouded the entire centre of Hybras. This was the forest of Tantravallis, itself a source of 1,000 fables, where few folk ventured for fear of enchantment. The few who did so, woodcutters and the like, walked with cautious steps, stopping often to listen. The breathless silence, broken perhaps by a far, sweet bird call, was not reassuring in itself, and soon they would stop to listen again. In the depths of the forest, colors became richer and more intense. Shadows were tinged with indigo or maroon, and who knows what might be watching from across the glade, or perched at the top of yonder stump. The Elder Isles had known the coming and going of many peoples. Pharismians, blue-eyed Evadnioi, Pelasgians, with their Menad priestesses, Danaans, Lydians, Phoenicians, Etruscans, Greeks, Celts from Gaul, Ska from Norway by way of Ireland, Romans, Celts from Ireland, and a few Sea-Goths. The wash of so many peoples had left behind a complex detritus, ruined strongholds, graves and tombs, steles carved with cryptic glyphs, songs, dances, turns of speech, fragments of dialect, place names, ceremonies of purport now forgotten, but with lingering flavor. There were dozens of cults and religions, diverse except that in every case a caste of priests interceded between laity and divinity. At Ys, steps cut into the stone led down into the ocean to the temple of Atlante. Each month, in the dark of the moon, priests descended the steps by midnight, to emerge at dawn wearing garlands of sea flowers. On Dacinet, certain tribes were guided in their rites by cracks in sacred stones, which none but the priests could read. On Scola, the adjacent island, worshippers of the god Nyrene poured flasks of their own blood into each of 4 sacred rivers. The truly devout sometimes bled themselves pale. On Troysinet, the rituals of life and death were conducted in temples dedicated to the earth goddess Gia. Celts had wandered everywhere across the Elder Isles, leaving behind not only place names, but druid sacrifices in sacred groves, and the march of the trees during Beltane. Etruscan priests consecrated their androgynous divinity, Votumna, with ceremonies repulsive and often horrid, while the Danaans introduced the more wholesome Aryan pantheon. With the Romans came Mithraism, Christianity, Parsh, the worship of Zoroaster, and a dozen other similar sects. In due course, Irish monks founded a Christian monastery on Wanish Isle, off the coast of Dohot, near Avalon, which ultimately suffered the same fate as Lindisfarne, far to the north, off the coast of Britain. Footnote. Somewhat later, King Thrun of Lyonesse allowed a Christian bishopric at Bulmerskeme, on the east coast of Lyonesse, insisting only that no wealth be exported to Rome. Perhaps for this reason the Church received little support from abroad, and the bishop exercised no great influence, either at Bulmerskeme or at Rome. End of footnote. For many years the Elder Isles were ruled from Castle Hadion at Lyonesse town, until Olam III, son of Fafion Longnose, removed the seat of government to Fallowfail at Avalon, taking with him the sacred throne Evandig and the great table Caerbra an Meadan, the board of notables, and the source of a whole cycle of legends. Footnote. In years to come, Caerbra an Meadan would serve as model for the Round Table which graced King Arthur's court at Camelot. End of footnote. Upon the death of Olam III, the Elder Isles entered upon a time of troubles. The Ska, having been expelled from Ireland, settled on the island Skagane, where they rebuffed all attempts to dislodge them. Goths ravaged the coast of Dohot, sacking the Christian monastery on Wanish Isle, sailing their longboats up the Cambermouth as far as Cogstone Head, from which they briefly menaced Avalon itself. A dozen princelings vied for power, shedding much blood, wreaking much grief and bereavement, exhausting the land, and in the end achieving nothing, so that the Elder Isles became a patchwork of 11 kingdoms, each at odds with all the rest. Audrey I, King of Dohot, never abandoned his claim to sovereignty over all the Elder Isles, citing his custody of the throne Evandig as basis for his assertion. His claim was angrily challenged, especially by King Thrun of Lyonesse, who insisted that Evandig and Caerbra an Meadan were his own rightful property, wrongfully sequestered by Olam III. He named Audrey I traitor and caitiff. In the end, the two realms went to war. At the climactic battle of Orm Hill, the two sides succeeded only in exhausting each other. Both Thrun and Audrey I were killed, and finally the remnants of the two great armies straggled sadly away from the bloody field. Audrey II became King of Dohot, and Casmir I was the new King of Lyonesse. Neither abandoned the ancient claims, and peace between the two realms was thereafter fragile and tentative. So went the years, with tranquillity only a memory. In the forest of Tantravallis, halflings, trolls, ogres, and others less easily defined, bestirred themselves and performed evil deeds which no one dared punish. Magicians no longer troubled to mask their identities, and were solicited by rulers for aid in the conduct of temporal policy. The magicians devoted ever more time to sly struggles and baneful intrigue, to the effect that a goodly number had already been expunged. The sorcerer Sartzanic was one of the chief offenders. He had destroyed the magician Codifut by means of a purulence, and Widowfoot through the spell of total enlightenment. In retaliation, a cabal of Sartzanic's enemies compressed him into an iron post which they emplaced at the summit of Mount Aegon. Sartzanic's scion, Tamarello, took refuge at his manse, Faroli, deep within the forest of Tantravallis, and there protected himself by dint of careful magic. That further events of this sort might be avoided, Mergin, most potent of the magicians, issued his famous edict, forbidding magicians' employment in the service of temporal rulers, inasmuch as such activity must inevitably bring magicians into new conflicts with each other, to the danger of all. 2 magicians, Snodbeth the Gay, so called for his jingling bells, ribbons, and merry quips, and Grundle of Shatterlost, were brash enough to ignore the edict, and each suffered a severe penalty for his presumption. Snodbeth was nailed into a tub to be devoured by 1,000,000 small black insects. Grundle awoke from his sleep to find himself in a dismal region at the back of the star Achernar, among geysers of molten sulphur and clouds of blue fume. He, too, failed to survive. Although the magicians were persuaded to restraint, travail and dissension elsewhere were rife. Celts who had been placidly settled in the Dot province Furaquilla became inflamed by bands of Goidels from Ireland. They slaughtered all the Dots they could find, elevated a burly cattle thief named Miorgan the Bald to the kingship, and renamed the land Godilia, and the Dots were unable to recapture their lost province. Years passed. One day, almost by chance, Mergin made a startling discovery, which caused him such vast consternation that for days he sat immobile, staring into space. By degrees his resolution returned, and at last he set himself to a program which, if successful, would slow and finally halt the momentum of an evil destiny. The effort preoccupied Mergin's energies and all but eliminated the joy in his life. The better to guard his privacy, Mergin set out barriers of dissuasion along the approaches to Swur Smod, and further appointed a pair of demoniac gatekeepers the better to turn back obstinate visitors. Swur Smod thereupon became a place of silence and gloom. Mergin at last felt the need for some sort of alleviation. For this reason he brought into existence a scion, so that he might in effect live 2 existences in tandem. The scion, Shimrod, was created with great care, and was by no means a replica of Mergin, either in appearance or in temperament. Perhaps the differences were larger than Mergin had intended, since Shimrod's disposition was at times a trifle too easy, so that it verged on the frivolous, a condition which was at discord with current conditions at Swur Smod. Mergin nevertheless cherished his scion and trained him in the skills of life and the arts of magic. In the end Shimrod became restless, and with Mergin's blessing he departed Swur Smod in all good cheer. For a period Shimrod wandered the Elder Isles as a vagabond, sometimes posing as a peasant, more often as a peregrine knight in search of romantic adventure. Shimrod at last settled into the manse Trilda on Lally Meadow, a few miles into the forest of Tantravallis. In due course the Ska of Skagain perfected their military apparatus, and invaded North and South Ulfland, only to be defeated by Aillas, the gallant young king of Troysenet, who thereupon became king of both North and South Ulfland, to the grievous distress of Casmir, king of Lyonesse. Less than a dozen magicians remained extant throughout the Elder Isles. Some of these were Bibalades of Lamnath Isle, Numeek, Myalander, Triptomologius, the necromancer, Condoit of Condi, Severin Starfinder, Tiff of the Troach, and a few more, including some who were little more than apprentices or tyros. A goodly number of others had recently passed from existence, a fact suggesting that magic might be a dangerous profession. The witch, Desmay, for reasons unknown, had dissolved herself during the creation of Ford Carfiliot and Melanchthe. Tamarello also had acted imprudently. Now, in the semblance of a weasel skeleton, he hung constricted within a small glass globe in Mergin's great hall at Swur Smod. The weasel skeleton crouched in a tight curl, skull thrust forward between the crotch formed by the upraised haunches, with two small black eyes glaring from the glass, conveying an almost palpable will to work evil upon anyone who chanced to glance at the bottle. 2. The most remote province of Dahot was the March, governed by Claractus, Duke of the March and Furaquilla, a title somewhat hollow, since the old duchy of Furaquilla had long been occupied by the Celts for their kingdom Godilia. The March was a poor land, sparsely populated, with a single market town, Blantyse. A few peasants tilled barley and herded sheep. In a few tumbled old castles a ragtag gentry lived in little better case than the peasants, consoled only by their honor and devotion to the doctrines of chivalry. They ate more gruel than meat. Draughts blew through their halls, flickering the flames in the wall sconces. At night ghosts walked the corridors, mourning old tragedies. At the far west of the March was a wasteland supporting little but thorn, thistle, brown sedge, and a few spinneys of stunted black cypress. The wasteland, which was known as the Plain of Shadows, met the outlying fringes of the great forest in the south, skirted the squigmires in the north, and to the west abutted the long Dan, a scarp generally 300 feet high and 50 miles long, with the upland moors of North Ulfland beyond. The single route from the plain below to the moors above led through a cleft in the long Dan. During ancient times a fortress had been built into the cleft, closing the gap with stone blocks, so that the fortress effectively became part of the cliff. A sally port opened upon the plain, and high above a line of parapets fronted a terrace or walkway. The Danaans had named the fortress Poelitets, the Invulnerable. It had never been taken by frontal assault. King Aillas of Troysonet had attacked from the rear, and so had dislodged the Ska from what had been their deepest salient into Hybras. Aillas, with his son Dhrun, now stood on the parapets, looking out over the plain of shadows. The time was close upon noon. The sky was clear and blue. Today the plain showed none of the fleeting cloud shadows which had prompted its name. Standing together, Aillas and Dhrun seemed much alike. Both were slender, square-shouldered, strong, and quick by the action of sinew rather than massive muscle. Both stood at middle stature. Both showed clear, clean features, grey eyes, and light brown hair. Dhrun was easier and more casual than Aillas, showing in his style the faintest hint of carefully restrained flamboyance, along with an indefinable light-hearted elegance, qualities which gave charm and colour to his personality. Aillas, constrained by 100 heavy responsibilities, was somewhat more still and reflective than Dhrun. His status required that he mask his natural passion and intensity behind a face of polite indifference, to such an extent that the trait had become almost habitual. Similarly, he often used a mildness close upon diffidence to disguise his true boldness, which was almost an extravagance of bravado. His swordsmanship was superb. His wit danced and flickered with the same sure delicacy, coming in sudden flashes like sunlight bursting through the clouds. Such occasions transformed his face, so that for a moment he seemed as youthful and jubilant as Dhrun himself. Many folk, observing Aillas and Dhrun together, thought them to be brothers. When assured otherwise, they tended to wonder at Aillas' precocity in the fathering of his child. Dhrun, in point of fact, had been taken as an infant to Thripsy She. He had lived among the fairies. How many years? 8, 9, 10? There was no way of knowing. Meanwhile, time in the outer world had advanced but a single year. For compelling reasons, the circumstances of Dhrun's childhood had been kept secret, despite speculation and wonder. The two stood leaning on the parapets, watching for those they had come to meet. Aillas was moved to reminisce of earlier times. "I am never comfortable here. Despair seems to hang in the air." Dhrun looked up and down the terrace, which in the bright sunlight seemed inoffensive enough. "The place is old. It must be impregnated with misery which weighs upon the soul." "Do you feel it, then?" "Not to any great extent," Dhrun admitted. "Perhaps I lack sensitivity." Aillas, smiling, shook his head. "The explanation is simple. You were never brought here as a slave. I have walked these very stones with a chain around my neck. I can feel the weight and hear the jangle. I could probably trace out where I placed my feet. I was in a state of utter despair." Dhrun gave an uneasy laugh. Now is now, then is then. You should feel exultation in that you have more than evened the score. Aillas laughed again. I do indeed. Exultation mixed with dread makes for an odd emotion. Humph, said Dhrun. That is hard to imagine. Aillas turned to lean again on the parapet. I often wonder about now and then, and what is to be, and how one differs from the other. I have never heard a sensible explanation, and the thinking makes me more uneasy than ever. Aillas pointed to a place down upon the plain. See that little hillock yonder, with the scrub growing up the slopes? The Ska put me to digging in a tunnel, which was to extend out to that hillock. When the tunnel was finished, the tunnel gang would be killed in order to secure the secret. One night we dug up to the surface and escaped, and so I am alive today. And the tunnel? Was it ever finished? I would expect so. I have never thought to look. Dhrun pointed across the plain of shadows. Riders are coming, a troop of knights, to judge by the glint of metal. They are not punctual, said Aillas. Such indications are meaningful. The column approached with stately deliberation, and finally revealed itself to be a troop of 24 horsemen. In the van, on a high-stepping white horse, rode a herald, clad in half-armour. His horse was caparisoned in cloths of rose-pink and grey. The herald carried high a gonfalon showing 3 white unicorns on a green field, the royal arms of Dahot. 3 more heralds followed close, holding aloft other standards. Behind, at a dignified distance, rode 3 knights abreast. They wore light armour and flowing cloaks of rich colours, one black, one dark green, one pale blue. The 3 were followed by 16 men-at-arms, each holding high a lance from which fluttered a green pennon. They make a brave show despite their journey, observed Dhrun. So they have planned, said Aillas. Again, such indications are significant. Of what? Ah, such meanings are always more clear in retrospect. As for now, they are late, but they have troubled to make a fine arrival. These are mixed meanings, which someone more subtle than I must interpret. Are the knights known to you? Red and grey are the colours of Duke Claractus. I know him by reputation. The company would be riding from Castle Siroc, which is the seat of Sir Witties. He is evidently the 2nd knight. As for the 3rd... Aillas looked along the terrace and called to his herald, Deirdre, standing a few yards distant. Who rides in the company? The 1st standard is that of King Audrey. The company comes on royal business. Next, I note the standards of Claractus, Duke of the March, and for Aquila. The other 2 are Sir Witties of Harn and Castle Siroc, and Sir Agwid of Gil. All are notables of long lineage and good connection. Go out upon the plain, said Aillas. Meet these folk with courtesy, and inquire their business. If the response comes in respectful language, I will receive them at once in the hall. If they are brusque or minatory, bid them wait, and bring me their message. Deirdre departed the parapets. A few moments later he emerged from the sally-port with 2 men-at-arms for escort. The 3 rode black horses furnished with simple black harness. Deirdre displayed Aillas' royal standard, 5 white dolphins on a dark blue field. The men-at-arms carried banners quartered in the arms of Troysenet, Dacinet, North and South Ulfland. They rode 100 yards out upon the plain, then drew up their horses and waited in the bright sunlight, with the dun scarp and fortress looming behind them. The Daut column halted at a distance of 50 yards. After a pause of a minute, while both parties sat immobile, the Daut herald rode forward on his white horse. He reined to a halt 5 yards in front of Deirdre. Watching from the parapets, Aillas and Dhrun saw the Daut herald speak the message dictated by Duke Claractus. Deirdre listened, made a terse response, turned about and rode back into the fortress. Presently he reappeared on the terrace and made his report. Duke Claractus extends his greetings. He speaks with the voice of King Audrey to this effect. In view of the amicable relations holding between the kingdoms of Troysenet and of Dahot, King Audrey desires that King Aillas terminate his encroachment upon the lands of Dahot with all possible expedition, and withdraw to the recognized borders of Ulfland. By so doing, King Aillas will eliminate what is now a source of grave concern for King Audrey, and will reassure him as to the continuation of the harmony now existent between the realms. Duke Claractus, speaking for himself, desires that you now open the gates to his company, that they may occupy the fortress, as is their duty and their right." "Return," said Aillas. "Inform Duke Claractus that he may enter the fortress, with an escort of 2 persons only, and that I will grant him an audience. Then bring him to the low hall." Again Deirdre departed. Aillas and Dhrun descended to the low hall, a dim chamber of no great size, cut into the stone of the cliff. A small embrasure overlooked the plain. A doorway gave on a balcony 50 feet above the mustering yard at the back of the sally-port. Upon instructions from Aillas, Dhrun stationed himself in an anteroom at the front of the hall. Here he awaited the Daut deputation. Duke Claractus arrived without delay, along with Sir Witties and Sir Agwid. Claractus marched heavily into the chamber and halted. A man tall and massive, black-haired, with a short black beard and stern black eyes and a harsh, heavy face. Claractus wore a steel war-cap and a cloak of green velvet over a shirt of mail, with a sword swinging from his belt. Sir Witties and Sir Agwid were accoutred in similar style. Dhrun spoke. "Your Grace, I am Dhrun, Prince of the realm. Your audience with King Aillas will be informal, and therefore is not a suitable occasion for the display of weapons. You may doff your helmets and place your swords on the table, in accordance with the usual precepts of chivalry." Duke Claractus gave his head a curt shake. "We are not here seeking an audience with King Aillas. That would be appropriate only in his own realms. He now visits a duchy within the kingdom of Daut, such duchy being governed by myself. I am paramount here, and the protocol is different. I deem this occasion to be a field parley. Our attire is appropriate in every respect. Lead us to the king." Dhrun politely shook his head. "In that case I will deliver the message of King Aillas, and you may return to your company without further ado. Listen closely, for these are the words you must convey to King Audrey. King Aillas points out that the Ska occupied Poelitets over a period of 10 years. The Ska also controlled the lands along the top of the Long Dan. During this time they encountered neither protest nor forceful counteraction from King Audrey or yourself, or from any other Daut agency. By the tenets of the common law dealing with cases of uncontested settlement, the Ska, by their acts, and in default of Daut counteracts, gained ownership in full fee and title to Poelitets and the lands along the top of the Long Dan. In due course the Ulfish army, commanded by King Aillas, defeated the Ska, drove them away, and took their property by force of arms. This property thereby became joined to the kingdom of North Ulfland with full right and legality. These facts, and the precedents of history and common practice, are incontestable." Claractus stared long and hard at Dhrun. "You crow loudly for such a young cockerel." "Your Grace, I merely repeat the words taught me by King Aillas, and I hope that I have not offended you. There is still another point to be considered." "And what is that?" "The Long Dan is clearly the natural boundary between Daut and North Ulfland. The defensive strength of Poelitets means nothing to Daut. However, it is invaluable to the kingdoms of North and South Ulfland in the case of attack from the east." Claractus gave a hoarse laugh. "And if the attacking armies were Daut, what then? We would bitterly regret failing to claim our territory, as we do now." "Your claim is denied," said Dhrun modestly. "I might add that our concern is not for the Daut armies, valorous though they may be, but for the forces of King Casmir of Lyonesse, who hardly troubles to conceal his ambitions." "If Casmir dares to venture a single step into Daut, he will suffer a terrible woe," declared Claractus. "We will chase him the length of Old Street, and bring him to bay at Cape Farewell, where we will cut him and his surviving soldiers into small bits." "Those are brave words," said Dhrun. "I will repeat them to my father, for his reassurance. Our message to King Audrey is this. Poelitets and the Long Dan are now part of North Ulfland. He need fear no aggression from the west, and therefore may apply his full energies against the Celt bandits who have caused him so much travail in Weisrod." "Bah!" muttered Claractus, unable for the moment to make any remark more cogent. Dhrun bowed. "You have heard the words of King Aillas. There is no more to be said, and you have my permission to go." Duke Claractus glared a single moment, then swung on his heel, gestured to his companions, and with no further words left the chamber. From the embrasure, Aillas and Dhrun watched the column receding across the plain of shadows. "Audrey is somewhat languid and even a bit airy," said Aillas. "He may well decide that in this case his honour is not truly compromised. So I hope, since we need no more enemies. Nor, for that matter, does King Audrey." 3. During the Danaan incursions, Avalon had been a fortified market town hard by the estuary of the Camber, notable only for the many turrets rearing high above the town walls. The Danaan power ran its course. The tall, hazel-eyed warriors who fought naked, save for bronze helmets, disappeared into the fog of history. The walls of Avalon decayed. The mouldering turrets protected only bats and owls. But Avalon remained the city of tall towers. Before the time of troubles, Olam III made Avalon his capital, and by dint of vast expenditure made Falufale the most magnificent palace of the Elder Isles. His successors were not to be outmatched in this regard, and each vied with his predecessors in the richness and splendor of his contribution to the fabric of the palace. When Audrey II came to the throne, he applied himself to the perfection of the palace gardens. He ordained 6 fountains of 19 jets, each surrounded by a circular promenade with cushioned benches. He lined the central pleasance with marble nymphs and fauns to the number of 30. At the terminus was an arcaded cupola where musicians played sweetly from dawn till dark, and sometimes later by moonlight. A garden of white roses flanked a similar expanse of red roses. Lemon trees, clipped to the shape of spheres, bordered the square lawns where King Audrey was wont to stroll with his favourites. Falufale was notable not only for its gardens, but also for the pomp and extravagance of its many pageants. Masks, fetes, spectacles, frivolities, they followed close one after another, each more lavish in its delights than the last. Gallant courtiers and beautiful ladies thronged the halls and galleries, clad in garments of marvelous style and complexity, each appraising the others with care, wondering as to the effect of his or her image so carefully contrived. All the aspects of life were dramatized and exaggerated. Every instant was heavy as honey with significance. Nowhere was conduct more graceful nor manners more exquisite than at Falufale. The air rustled with murmured conversations. Each lady as she passed trailed a waft of scent, jasmine or floris of orange clove, or sandalwood or essence of rose. In dim salons lovers kept rendezvous, sometimes secret, sometimes illicit. Very little, however, escaped notice, and every incident, amusing, grotesque, pathetic, or all three, provided the grist of gossip. At Falufale, intrigue was the stuff of both life and death. Under the glitter and glisten ran dark currents of passion and heartbreak, envy and hate. There were duels by daybreak and murders by starlight, mysteries and disappearances, and royal banishments when indiscretions became intolerable. Audrey's rule was generally benevolent, if only because all his juridical decisions were carefully prepared for him by his chancellor, Sir Namius. Nonetheless, sitting on the throne of Evandig in his scarlet robes and wearing his golden crown, Audrey seemed the very definition of benign majesty. His personal attributes enhanced the kingly semblance. He was tall and imposing in stature, if somewhat heavy of hip and soft in the belly. Glossy black ringlets hung beside his pale cheeks. A fine black moustache graced his ripe upper lip. Under expressive black eyebrows his brown eyes were large and moist, if set perhaps too closely beside his long, disdainful nose. Queen Daphnid, Audrey's spouse, originally a princess of Wales and 2 years older than Audrey, had borne him 3 sons and 3 daughters. Now she no longer commanded Audrey's ardours. Daphnid cared not a whit and took no interest in Audrey's little affairs. Her own inclinations were adequately soothed by a trio of stalwart footmen. King Audrey disapproved of the arrangement and frowned haughtily upon the footmen when he passed them in the gallery. During fine weather, Audrey often took a leisurely breakfast in a private part of the garden, at the centre of a large square of lawn. The breakfasts were informal, and Audrey was usually attended only by a few cronies. Toward the end of such an occasion, Audrey's seneschal, Sir Tramador, approached to announce the arrival of Claractus, Duke of the March and for Aquila, who desired an audience at King Audrey's earliest convenience. Audrey listened with a grimace of annoyance. Such tidings were seldom the source of good cheer, and worse, often required that Audrey spend hours in tedious consultation. Sir Tramador waited. smiling the most gentle of smiles to see King Audrey wrestling with the need to exert himself. Audrey at last groaned in irritation and jerked his heavy white fingers. "Bring Claractus here. I will see him at this moment and be rid of the matter." Sir Tramador turned away, mildly surprised to find King Audrey so brisk. 5 minutes later he ushered Duke Claractus across the lawn. From the evidence of dusty skin and soiled clothing, Claractus had only just alighted from his horse. Claractus bowed before King Audrey. "Sire, my excuses. I have ignored punctilio in order that I might report to you as soon as possible. Last night I slept at Verwy Underdyke. By dint of early rising and hard riding I am here now." "I commend your zeal," said Audrey. "If I were served everywhere as well, I would never cease to rejoice. Your news, then, would seem to be of moment." "That, sire, is for you to judge. Shall I speak?" Audrey pointed to a chair. "Seat yourself, Claractus. You are acquainted, or so I presume, with Sir Hoynemer, Sir Arkham, and Sir Rudo." Claractus, glancing toward the three, gave a curt nod. "I took note of them on my last visit. They were enjoying a charade, and all three were dressed as harlequins or clowns or something of the sort." "I fail to recall the occasion," said Sir Hoynemer stiffly. "No matter," said Audrey. "Speak your news, which I hope will elevate my spirits." Claractus gave a harsh chuckle. "Were this the case, sire, I would have ridden all night. My news is not gratifying. I conferred as instructed with King Aillas at the fortress Poeletets. I expressed your views in exact words. He gave his response with courtesy, but yielded no substance. He will not vacate Poeletets, nor the lands at the top of the Long Dan. He states that he conquered these places from the Ska, who had taken them by force of arms from the Daut realm and into their ownership. The Ska, he points out, had maintained this ownership in the absence of challenge from your royal armies. Thus, so he asserts, title to fortress and lands have devolved upon the kingdom of North Ulfland." Audrey uttered a sibilant ejaculation. "Sarsicanti, does he hold my favour in such small regard to flout me thus? He would seem to scoff both at my dignity and at the might of Daut arms." "Not so, sire. I would be remiss if I gave that impression. His tone was polite and respectful. He made it clear that he guards Ulfland not against Daut, but rather against the possibility of King Casmir's aggressive intent, which, so he states, is general knowledge." "Bah!" snapped Audrey. "That is most far-fetched. How could Casmir arrive on the Plain of Shadows without first defeating the entire armed strength of Daut? King Aillas feels that the contingency, while remote, is real. In any event, he relies most strongly upon his first argument, to wit, that the lands are his by right of conquest." Sir Rudo cried out in scorn, "An argument specious and incorrect! Does he take us for lumpkins? The boundaries of Daut are grounded in tradition. They have been immutable for centuries." "Precisely true," declared Sir Arkham. "The Ska must be regarded as transient interlopers, no more." King Audrey made an impatient gesture. "Obviously it is not so easy. I must give the matter thought. Meanwhile, Claractus, will you not join us at our breakfast? Your dress is somewhat at discord, but surely no one with a conscience will cry you shame." "Thank you, sire. I will gladly eat, for I am famished." The conversation shifted to topics more agreeable, but the mood of the breakfast had been roiled, and presently Sir Hoynemer again condemned the provocative conduct of King Aillas. Sir Rudo and Sir Arkham endorsed his views, each advising a stern rebuff to put the young choice upstart in his place. Audrey leaned heavily back in his chair. "All very well, but I wonder how this chastening of Aillas is to be accomplished." "Aha! If several strong companies were dispatched into the march, with clear indications that we intended to take back our lands by force, Aillas might well chirp from a different branch." King Audrey rubbed his chin. "You feel that he would yield to a show of resolution?" "Would he dare challenge the might of Daut?" "Suppose that through folly or recklessness he refused to yield." "Then Duke Claractus would strike with his full might to send young Aillas and his Ulf bantlings bounding and leaping across the moors like so many hares." Claractus held up his hand. "I am chary of so much glory. You have envisioned the campaign. You shall be in command and lead the charge." Sir Hoynemer, with raised eyebrows and a cold glance for Claractus, qualified his concepts. "Sire, I put this scheme forward as an option to be studied, no more." Audrey turned to Claractus. "Is not Poelitetz considered impregnable to assault?" "This is the general belief." Cerudo gave a sceptical grunt. "This belief has never been tested, though it has cowed folk for generations." Claractus smiled grimly. "How does one attack a cliff?" "The sally-port might be rammed and sundered." "Why trouble? The defenders, at your request, will be pleased to leave the portcullis ajar. When a goodly number of noble knights, say 100 or more, has swarmed into the yard, the portcullis is dropped and the captives are destroyed at leisure." "Then the Long Dan itself must be scaled." "It is not easy to climb a cliff while enemies are dropping rocks from above." Cerudo gave Claractus a haughty inspection. "Sir, can you offer us nothing but gloom and dismal defeat? The king has stated his requirements, still you decry every proposal intended to achieve the goal." "Your ideas are impractical," said Claractus. "I cannot take them seriously." Sir Arkham struck the table with his fist. "Nevertheless, chivalry demands that we respond to this insulting encroachment." Claractus turned to King Audrey. "You are fortunate, sire, in the fiery zeal of your paladins. They are paragons of ferocity. You should loose them against the Celts in Weisrod, who have been so noxious a nuisance." Sir Hoynemer made a growling sound under his breath. "All this is beside the point." Audrey heaved a sigh, blowing out his black moustaches. "For a fact, our Weisrod campaigns have brought us little glory and less satisfaction." Sir Hoynemer spoke earnestly. "Sire, the difficulties in Weisrod are many. The Gossoons are like spectres. We chase them over tussock and bog. We bring them to bay. They melt into the Weisrod mists and presently attack our backs, with yells and screams and insane Celtic curses, so that our soldiers become confused." Duke Claractus laughed aloud. "You should train your soldiers not for parades, but for fighting. Then they might not fear mists and curses." Sir Hoynemer uttered a curse of his own. "Devil spit and dog balls! I resent these words. My service to the king has never been challenged." "Nor mine," declared Cerudo. "The Celts are a minor vexation, which we will soon abate." King Audrey pettishly clapped his hands. "Peace, all of you. I wish no further wrangling in my presence." Duke Claractus rose to his feet. "Sire, I have spoken hard truths, which otherwise you might not hear. Now, by your leave, I will retire and refresh myself." "Do so, good Claractus. I trust that you will join us as we dine." "With pleasure, sire." Claractus departed. Sir Arkham watched him stride across the lawn, then turned back with a snort of disapproval. "There goes a most prickly fellow." "No doubt loyal, and as brave as a boar in rut, of this I am sure," declared Cerudo. "But like most provincials, he is purblind to wide perspectives." "Bah!" said Sir Hoynemer in disgust. "Provincial only? I find him uncouth, with his horse-blanket cloak and blurting style of speech." Cerudo spoke thoughtfully. "It would seem part and parcel of the same attribute, as if one fault generated the other." He put a cautious question to the king. "What are your Majesty's views?" Audrey made no direct response. "I will reflect on the matter. Such decisions cannot be formed on the instant." Sir Tramadour approached King Audrey. He bent and muttered into the royal ear, "Sire, it is time that you were changing into formal robes." "Whatever for?" cried Audrey. "Today, sire, if you recall, you sit at the assizes." Audrey turned an aggrieved glance on Sir Tramadour. "Are you certain of this?" "Indeed, sire. The litigants are already gathering in the outer chamber." Audrey scowled and sighed. "So now I must finick with folly and greed and all what interests me least. It is tedium piled on obfuscation. Tramadour, have you no mercy? Always you trouble me during my trifling little periods of rest." "I regret the need to do so, your highness." "Ha! I suppose that if I must, I must. There is no escaping it." "Unfortunately not, your majesty. Will you use the Grand Saloon or the Old Hall?" Footnote: Grand Saloon, also known as the Hall of Heroes, where Evandig, the throne, and Caerbra and Meadan, the Round Table, are situated. End of footnote. Audrey considered. What cases await judgment?" Sir Tramadour tendered a sheet of parchment. "This is the list with the clerk's analysis and comments. You will note a single robber to be hanged, and an innkeeper who watered his wine for a flogging. Otherwise there seems nothing of large import." "Just so. The old hall it shall be. I am never easy on Evandig. It seems to shudder and squirm beneath me. An anomalous sensation, to say the least." "So I would think, your Majesty." The assizes ran their course. King Audrey returned to his private quarters, where his valets dressed him for the afternoon. However, Audrey did not immediately leave the chamber. He dismissed his valets, and dropping into a chair, sat brooding upon the issues raised by Duke Claractus. The prospect of retaking Poelitets by force was, of course, absurd. Hostilities with King Aillas could benefit only Casmir of Lyonesse. Audrey rose to his feet to pace back and forth, head bowed, hands clasped behind his back. When all was taken with all, so he reflected, Aillas had spoken only stark and unvarnished truth. Danger to de Haut came not from the Elflands, nor from Troysenet, but from Lyonesse. Claractus not only had brought no cheer, but also had hinted at some unpleasant realities which Audrey preferred to ignore. The Dot troops in their fine uniforms made a brave show at parades, but even Audrey conceded that their conduct on the battlefield might be held suspect. Audrey sighed. To remedy the situation called for measures so drastic that his mind jerked quickly back, like the fronds of a sensitive plant. Audrey threw his hands high into the air. All would be well, unthinkable otherwise. Problems ignored were problems defeated. Here was the sensible philosophy. A man would go mad trying to repair each deficiency of the universe. Thus fortified, Audrey called in his valets. They settled a smart hat with a cocked crown and a scarlet plume upon his head. Audrey blew out his moustaches and departed the chamber. 4. The kingdom of Lyonesse extended across South Hybris, from the Cantabrian Gulf to Cape Farewell on the Atlantic Ocean. From Castle Hadion at the back of Lyonesse town, King Casmir ruled with a justice more vigorous than that of King Audrey. Casmir's court was characterized by exact protocol and decorum. Pomp, rather than ostentation or festivity, dictated the nature of events at Hadion. King Casmir's spouse was Queen Solace, a large, languid woman almost as tall as Casmir. She wore her fine yellow hair in bundles on top of her head, and bathed in milk, the better to nourish her soft white skin. Casmir's son and heir apparent was the dashing Prince Cassander. Also included in the royal family was Princess Madouc, purportedly the daughter of the tragic Princess Suldrun, now 9 years dead. Castle Hadion overlooked Lyonesse town from the shoulder of a low rise, showing from below as an interlocked set of ponderous stone blocks, surmounted by 7 towers of differing styles and shape. The Tower of Lepadius and the Tall Tower, footnotes, Lepadius, also known as the Old Tower, Tall Tower, known as the Eyrie, end of footnotes. The King's Tower, the West Tower, the Tower of Owls, Palaemon's Tower, and the East Tower. The ponderous structure and the towers provided Hadion a silhouette which, if graceless, archaic, and eccentric, was in total contrast to the fine facade of Faloufale at Avalon. In much the same manner the person of King Casmir contrasted with that of King Audrey. Casmir was florid and seemed to throb with strong and ruddy blood. Casmir's hair and beard were mats of crisp blonde ringlets. Audrey's complexion was as sallow as ivory, and his hair was richly black. Casmir was burly, thick of torso and neck, with round china-blue eyes staring from a slab-sided face. Audrey, while tall and ample of girth, was measured of posture and carefully graceful. The court of neither king lacked for regal comfort. Both enjoyed their perquisites, but while Audrey cultivated the company of his favourites, of both sexes, Casmir knew no intimates and kept no mistresses. Once each week he paid a stately visit to the bedchamber of Queen Solace, and there addressed himself to her massive and lethargic white body. On other, less formal occasions, he made shift to ease himself upon the quivering body of one of his pretty page-boys. The company Casmir liked best was that of his spies and informers. From such sources he learned of Aillas' intransigence at Poelitets almost as soon as had King Audrey himself. The news, though it came as no surprise, aroused Casmir's vigorous displeasure. Sooner or later he intended to invade Dahot, destroy the Daut armies, and consolidate a quick victory before Aillas could effectively bring to bear his own power. With Aillas ensconced at Poelitets, the situation became more difficult, since Aillas could instantly counterattack with Ulfish troops across the march, and there would be no swift decision to the war. Definitely, the danger posed by the fortress Poelitets must be eliminated. This was no sudden new concept. Casmir had long worked to foment dissension among the Ulfish barons, that they might enter upon a full-scale rebellion against the rule of their foreign king. To this end he had recruited Torqual, a renegade Ska turned outlaw. The enterprise had yielded no truly gratifying results. For all Torqual's ruthlessness and cunning, he lacked tractability, which limited his usefulness. As the months passed, Casmir became impatient and dissatisfied. Where were Torqual's achievements? In response to Casmir's orders, transmitted by courier, Torqual only demanded more gold and silver. Casmir had already disbursed large sums. Further, he suspected that Torqual could easily meet his needs by means of plunder and depredation, thus saving Casmir unnecessary expense. For conferences with his private agents, Casmir favored the Room of Sighs, a chamber above the armory. In olden times, before construction of the Pain Hadar, the armory had served as the castle's torture chamber. Prisoners awaiting attention sat above in the Room of Sighs, where the sensitive ear, so it was said, might still detect plaintive sounds. The Room of Sighs was bleak and stark, furnished with a pair of wooden benches, a table of oak planks, 2 chairs, a tray with an old beechwood flask and 4 beechwood mugs, to which Casmir had taken a fancy. A week after receiving news of the impasse at Poelitets, Casmir was notified by his under-chamberlain, Eskar, that the courier Robolf awaited his convenience in the Room of Sighs. Casmir at once took himself to the cheerless chamber over the armory. On one of the benches sat Robolf, a person gaunt and thin-faced, with darting brown eyes, sparse brown hair, and a long, crooked nose. He wore travel-stained garments of brown fust and a high-peaked black felt cap. Upon the entrance of Casmir he jumped to his feet, doffed the cap, and bowed. "Sire, I am at your service." Casmir looked him up and down, gave a curt nod, and went to sit behind the table. "Well, then, what is your news?" Robolf responded in a reedy voice. "Sire, I have done your bidding, tarrying not a step along the way, pausing not even to empty my bladder." Casmir pulled at his chin. "Surely you did not perform this function on the run?" "Sire, haste and duty make heroes of us all." "Interesting." Casmir poured wine from the beechwood flask into one of the mugs. He gestured toward the second chair. "Be seated, good Robolf, and divulge your tidings in comfort." Robolf gingerly perched his thin haunches upon the edge of the chair. "Sire, I met with Torqual at the appointed place. I delivered your summons, that he must come to Lyonesse town, using your words and speaking with your kingly authority. I bade him make ready at once, that we might ride the Trompada south together." "And his response?" "It was enigmatic. At first he spoke not at all, and I wondered if he had even heard my voice. Then he uttered these words, 'I will not go to Lyonesse town.' I remonstrated with all urgency, citing again your Majesty's command. Torqual at last spoke a message for your ears." "Ho-ha," muttered Casmir. "Did he now? What was the message?"
"I must warn, sire, that he used little tact and scamped the appropriate honorifics."
"Never mind. Speak the message." Casmir drank from his beechwood mug. "First of all, he sent his best and most fervent regards, and his hopes for your Majesty's continued good health. That is to say, he addressed certain odd sounds to the wind, and this is how I interpreted their sense. He then stated that only fear for his life precluded full and instant obedience to your Majesty's instructions. He then made a request for funds, either of silver or of gold, in quantity adequate to his needs, which he described as large." Casmir compressed his lips. "Is that the whole of his message?" "No, sire. He stated that he would be overjoyed for the privilege of meeting with your Majesty, should you deign to visit a place called Mook's Tor. He supplied directions for arriving at this place, which I will communicate as your Majesty requires." Not at the moment. Casmir leaned back in the chair. To my ears, this message carries a flavor of casual insolence. What is your opinion? Rodolphe frowned and licked his lips. Your Majesty, I shall render my frank assessment, if that is what you wish. Speak, Rodolphe. Above all, I value frankness. Very well, Your Majesty. I apprehend in Torqual's conduct not so much insolence as indifference, mixed with a dark twist of humour. He would seem to live in a world where he is alone with fate, where all other persons, your august self and I as well, are no more than coloured shadows, to use a flamboyant figure. In short, rather than indulging in purposeful insolence, Torqual cares nothing, one way or another, for your royal sensibilities. If you are to deal with him, it must be on this basis. Such, at least, is my belief. Rodolphe looked sidewise toward Casmir, whose face gave no clue as to his emotions. Casmir spoke at last, in a voice reassuringly mild. Does he intend to do my bidding, or not? That is the most important matter of all. Torqual is unpredictable, said Rodolphe. I suspect that you will find him no more malleable in the future than in the past. Casmir gave a single curt nod. Rodolphe, you have spoken to the point, and indeed have clarified the mysteries surrounding this perverse cutthroat, at least to some small extent. I am happy to be of service, sire. For a moment Casmir ruminated, then asked, Did he render any account of his achievements? So he did, but somewhat as afterthought. He told of taking Castle Glengaff, killing Baron Knowles and his 6 sons. He mentioned the burning of Maltang Keep, seat of Baron Ban Ock, during which occasion all within were consumed by the flames. Both of these lords were staunch in the service of King Aillas. Casmir grunted. Aillas has sent out 4 companies to hunt down Torqual. That is my latest information. I wonder how long Torqual will survive. Much depends upon Torqual, said Rodolphe. He can hide among the crags or down in the fastnesses and never be found. But if he comes out to make his forays, then some day his luck must turn bitter, and he will be tracked to his lair and brought to bay. No doubt but what you are right, said Casmir. He rapped on the table. Escar entered the room. Sire? Pay over to Rodolphe a purse of 10 silver florins, together with 1 heavy coin of gold. Then house him comfortably near at hand. Rodolphe bowed. Thank you, sire. The 2 departed the room of sighs. Casmir remained at the table, thinking. Neither Torqual's conduct nor his exploits were gratifying. Casmir had instructed Torqual to incite the barons one against the other, using ambush, false clues, rumours, and deceit. His acts of plunder, murder, and rapine served only to identify Torqual as a savage outlaw, against whom all hands must be turned in concert, despite old feuds and past suspicions. Torqual's conduct, therefore, worked to unite the barons, rather than to set them at odds. Casmir gave a grunt of dissatisfaction. He drank from the beechwood mug and set it down on the table with a thud. His fortunes were not on the rise. Torqual, considered as an instrument of policy, had proved capricious and probably useless. He was more than likely a madman. At Poelitets, Aillas had entrenched himself, impeding Casmir's grand ambition. And yet another concern, even more poignant, gnawed at Casmir's mind. The prediction uttered long years before by Persilian, the magic mirror. The words had never stopped ringing in Casmir's mind. Suldrun's son shall undertake, before his life is gone, to sit his right and proper place at Caebra an Miadan. If so he sits and so he thrives, then he shall make his own the Table Round to Casmir's woe, and Evendig his throne. The terms of the omen from the first had mystified Casmir. Suldrun had borne a single child, the Princess Madouc, or so it had seemed, and Persilian's cantrap would appear to be sheer nonsense. But Casmir knew that this was never the way of it, and in the end the truth was made known, and Casmir's pessimism was vindicated. Suldrun's child had indeed been a boy, whom the fairies of Thripsy had taken, leaving behind an unwanted brat of their own. All unwittingly King Casmir and Queen Solace had nurtured the changeling, presenting her to the world as Princess Madouc. Persilian's prophecy was now less of a paradox, and therefore all the more ominous. Casmir had sent his agents to search, but in vain. Suldrun's firstborn was nowhere to be found. Sitting in the room of sighs, clasping the beechwood mug in one heavy hand, Casmir belaboured his brain with the same questions he had propounded 1,000 times before. Who is this thrice-cursed child? What is his name? Where does he bide, so demure and quiet from my knowledge? Ah, but I would make short work of it if once I knew. As always, the questions brought no answers, and his bafflement remained. As for Madouc, she had long been accepted as the daughter of the Princess Suldrun, and could not now be disavowed. To legitimize her presence, a romantic tale had been concocted of a noble knight, secret trysts in the old garden, marriage pledges exchanged in the moonlight, and at last the baby who had become the delightful little princess, darling of the court. The tale was as good as any, and for a fact corresponded closely with the truth, save, of course, for the identity of the baby. As to the identity of Suldrun's lover, no one knew nor cared any longer, except King Casmir, who in his rage had dropped the unfortunate young man into an oubliette without so much as learning his name. For Casmir, Princess Madouc represented only an exasperation. According to accepted lore, fairy children, when nurtured upon human food and living in human surroundings, gradually lost their halfling caste and were assimilated into the realm of mortals. But sometimes other tales were heard, of changelings who never crossed over and remained odd, wild beings, fickle, sly, and cantankerous. Casmir occasionally wondered which sort might be the Princess Madouc. Indeed, she differed from other maidens of the court, and at times displayed traits which caused him perplexity and uneasiness. At this time Madouc still knew nothing of her true parentage. She believed herself the daughter of Suldrun. So she had been assured. Why should it be otherwise? Even so, there were discordant elements in the accounts presented by Queen Solace and the ladies appointed to train her in court etiquette. These ladies were Dame Boudetta, Lady Desdea, and Lady Marmone. Madouc disliked and distrusted all three. Each thought to change her in one way or another, despite Madouc's resolve to remain as she was. Madouc was now about 9 years old, restless and active, long of leg, with a boy's thin body and a girl's clever, pretty face. Sometimes she confined her mop of copper-auburn curls with a black ribbon. As often she allowed it to tumble helter-skelter across her forehead and over her ears. Her eyes were a melting sky blue, her mouth was wide, and jerked, twisted, or drooped to the flux of her feelings. Madouc was considered unruly and wilful. The words fantastical, perverse, incorrigible were sometimes used to describe her temperament. When Casmir first discovered the facts of Madouc's birth, his immediate reaction was shock, then incredulity, then fury so extreme that it might have gone badly for Madouc had her neck been within reach of Casmir's hands. When he became calm, he saw that he had no choice but to put a good face on the situation. In not too many years Madouc no doubt could be married advantageously. Casmir departed the room of sighs and returned toward his private chambers. The route led him across the back elevation of the king's tower, where the corridor became a cloistered way overlooking the service yard from a height of 12 feet or so. Arriving at the portal which gave on the cloisters, Casmir stopped short at the sight of Madouc. She stood in one of the arched openings, poised on tiptoe so that she could peer over the balustrade down into the service yard. Casmir paused to watch, frowning in that mixture of suspicion and displeasure which Madouc and her activities often aroused in him. He now took note that on the balustrade beside Madouc's elbow rested a bowl of rotten quinces, one of which she held delicately in her hand. As Casmir watched, she drew back her arm and threw the quince at a target in the yard below. She watched for an instant, then drew back, choking with laughter. Casmir marched forward. He loomed above her. "What mischief do you now contrive?" Madouc jerked around in startlement and stood wordlessly, head tilted back, mouth half open. Casmir peered down through the arch into the service yard. Below stood Lady Desdea, staring up in a fury, while she wiped fragments of quince from her neck and bodice, her stylish tricorn hat askew. At the sight of King Casmir looking down from above, her face sagged in astonishment. For a moment she stood frozen into immobility. Then, dropping a perfunctory curtsy, she settled her hat and hurried across the yard into the castle. Casmir slowly drew back. He looked down at Madouc. "Why did you throw fruit at Lady Desdea?" Madouc said artlessly, "It was because Lady Desdea came past first, before either Dame Boudetta or Lady Marmone." "That is not relevant to the issue," snapped King Casmir. "At this moment Lady Desdea believes that I pelted her with bad fruit." Madouc nodded soberly. "It may be all for the best. She will take the reprimand more seriously than if it came mysteriously, as if from nowhere." "Indeed! And what are her faults that she deserves such a bitter reproach?" Madouc looked up in wonder, her eyes wide and blue. "In the main, sire, she is tiresome beyond endurance, and drones on forever. At the same time she is sharp as a fox, and sees around corners. Also, if you can believe it, she insists that I learn to sew a fine seam." "Bah!" muttered Casmir, already bored with the subject. "Your conduct is in clear need of correction. You must throw no more fruit." Madouc scowled and shrugged. "Fruit is nicer than other stuffs. I well believe that Lady Desdea would prefer fruit." "Throw no other stuffs either. A royal princess expresses displeasure more graciously." Madouc considered a moment. "What if these stuffs should fall of their own weight?" "You must allow no substances, either vile or hurtful or noxious or of any sort whatever, to fall or depart from your control toward Lady Desdea, Dame Boudetta, Lady Marmone, or anyone else. In short, desist from these activities." Madouc pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction. It seemed as if King Casmir would yield neither to logic nor persuasion. Madouc wasted no more words. "Just so, Your Majesty." King Casmir surveyed the service yard once again, then continued on his way. Madouc lingered a moment, then followed the king along the passage. Chapter 2 1. Madouc's assumptions were incorrect. The event in the service yard had strongly affected Lady Desdea, but not instantly was she prompted to alter her philosophical bent, nor by extension her methods for teaching Madouc. As Lady Desdea hurried along the dim corridors of Castle Hadeon, she felt only a great bewilderment. She asked herself, "How have I erred? What was my fault that I have so incited his Majesty? Above all, why should he signal his disfavour in such an extraordinary manner? Is there some symbolism here which evades me? Surely he has recognized the diligent and selfless work I have done with the princess. It is truly most odd." Lady Desdea came into the great hall, and a new suspicion entered her mind. She stopped short. "Does the matter conceivably go deeper? Am I perhaps the victim of intrigue? What other explanation is possible? Or, to think the unthinkable, does His Majesty find me personally repugnant? True enough, my semblance is one of stateliness and refinement, rather than a simpering, teasing coquetry, as might be practised by some paltry little frippet, all paste and perfume and amorous contortion. But surely any gentleman of discernment must notice my inner beauty, which derives from maturity and nobility of spirit." For a fact, Lady Desdea's semblance, as she herself suspected, was not instantly compelling. She was large of bone, long of shank, flat of chest, and elsewhere somewhat gaunt, with a long equine face and pads of straw-coloured ringlets hanging down the sides of her face. Despite all else, Lady Desdea was expert in every phase of propriety, and understood the most delicate nuances of court etiquette. When a lady receives the duty of a gentleman, she neither stands staring like a heron which has just swallowed a fish, nor yet will she wreathe her face in a fatuous simper. Rather, she murmurs a pleasantry and shows a smile of perceptible but not immoderate warmth. Her posture is erect. She neither sidles nor hops. She wriggles neither shoulders nor hips. Her elbows remain in contact with her body. As she inclines her head, her hands may go behind her back, should she deem the gesture graceful. At no time should she look vacantly elsewhere, call or signal to friends, spit upon the floor, nor embarrass the gentleman with impertinent comments. In all Lady Desdea's experience, nothing had occurred to parallel the event in the service yard. As she marched along the corridor, her perplexity remained as carking as ever. She arrived at the private chambers of Queen Solace, and was admitted into the Queen's parlour, to find Solace reclining among green velvet cushions on a large sofa. Behind stood her maid, Ermengarde, grooming Solace's great masses of fine pale hair. Ermengarde had already combed out the heavy strands, using a nutritive dust of ground almonds, calomel, and powdered calcine of peacock bone. She brushed the hair until it shone like pale yellow silk, then rolled it into a pair of bundles, which would at last be secured under nets studded with sapphire cabochons. To the annoyance of Lady Desdea, there were 3 other persons in the chamber. At the window the ladies Bortrude and Parthenope worked at embroidery. At Solace's elbow, perched modestly on a stool, sat Father Umfred, his buttocks overflowing the seat. Today he wore a cassock of brown fustian, the hood thrown back. His tonsure revealed a pale, flat scalp fringed with mouse-brown hair. Below were soft white cheeks, a snub nose, protuberant dark eyes, a small pink mouth. Father Umfred's post was spiritual adviser to the Queen. Today, in one plump hand, he held a sheaf of drawings depicting aspects of the new basilica, now in construction near the north end of the harbour. Lady Desdea came forward and started to speak, only to be cut short by a flutter of Queen Solace's fingers. "One moment, Ottilie. As you see, I am occupied with important matters." Lady Desdea stood back, chewing her lip, while Father Umfred displayed the drawings, one after the other, eliciting small cries of enthusiasm from Solace. She voiced only a single reproach. "If only we could build an edifice of truly magnificent proportions, to put all others, the world over, to shame." Father Umfred smilingly shook his head. "My dear Queen, be reassured. The Basilica of Sanctissima Solace, beloved of the angels, will lack for naught in the holy afflatus which it wafts on high." "Oh, truly, will it be so?" "Beyond all doubt. Devotion is never measured in terms of gross magnitude. Were it so, a brute beast of the wild would exert more notice in the halls of heaven than some tiny babe being blessed with the sacrament of baptism." "As always, you place all our little problems in proper perspective." Lady Desdea could no longer contain herself. She crossed the chamber and bent to murmur into Queen Solace's ear, "I must have private words with your Majesty at once." Solace, absorbed in the drawings, made an absent-minded gesture. "Patience, if you please. These are discussions of serious moment." She touched her finger to a place on the drawing. "Despite all, if we could add an atrium here, with the toil rooms to either side, rather than across the transept, then the space would serve for a pair of lesser apses, each with its shrine." "My dear Queen, we could follow this plan, were we to shorten the nave by the requisite amount." Queen Solace made a petulant sound. "But I do not care to do this. In fact, I would wish to add another 5 yards to its length, and also augment the curve here at the back of the apse. We would gain scope for a truly splendid reredos." "The concept is undeniably excellent," declared Father Umfred. "Still, it must be remembered that the foundations are already laid and in place. They control the present dimensions." "Cannot they be extended by just a bit?" Father Umfred gave his head a sad shake. "We are limited, sadly enough, by a paucity of funds. Were there an unstinting amplitude, anything might be possible." "Always, always the same dreary tale," gloomed Queen Solace. "Are these masons and labourers and stone-cutters so greedy for gold that they will not work for the glory of the Church?" "It has always been thus, dear lady. Nevertheless, I pray each day that His Majesty, in the fullness of his generosity, will grant us our sufficiency." Queen Solace made a glum sound. "The splendour of the basilica is not His Majesty's highest priority." Father Umfred spoke in thoughtful tones. "The king should remember an important fact. Once the basilica is whole, the financial tide reverses. Folk will come from near and far to worship and sing songs of praise and bestow gifts of gold and silver. By this means they hope to gain the gratitude of a joyful heaven. Such gifts will bring joy to me as well, if we may thereby adorn our church with proper richness." "To this end we must provide goodly relics," said Father Umfred wisely. "Nothing loosens the purse strings like a fine relic. The king should know this. Pilgrims will enhance the general prosperity, and by inevitable flux the royal exchequer as well. All considered, relics are very good things." "Oh, yes, we must have relics," cried Queen Solace. "Where will they be obtained?" Father Umfred shrugged. "It is not so easy, since many of the best have been preempted. However, if one is assiduous, relics may still be had, by gift, by purchase, by capture from the infidels, or sometimes by discovery in unexpected places. Certainly it is not too early to start our search."
"We must discuss this matter in full detail," said Queen Solace, and then somewhat sharply,
"Ottilie, you are in a state of obvious discomfiture. What is the matter?"
"I am confused and baffled," said Lady Desdea. "That is quite true."
"Tell us, then, what has occurred, and we will puzzle it out together."
"I can only impart this matter to you in private."
Queen Solace made a pettish face. "Just so, if you truly feel that such precautions are necessary." She turned to Bortrud and Parthenope. "Ladies, it seems that for once we must indulge Lady Desdea in her whim. You may attend me later. Ermengarde, I will ring the bell when I am ready for you." Lady Bortrud and Lady Parthenope, each with nose haughtily high, departed the parlour, along with the maid Ermengarde. Father Umfred paused, but was not urged to remain, and so also departed. Without further delay, Lady Desdea told of the events which had caused her so much distress.
"It was time for the Princess Madouc's diction exercises, which are most necessary. She slurs and lilts like a hoyden of the docks. As I walked across the service yard on my way to the lesson, I was struck on the neck by a piece of rotten fruit, hurled from above with both accuracy and force. I am sorry to say that I instantly suspected the Princess, who is sometimes prone to mischief. However, when I looked up, I found His Majesty watching me with a most curious expression. If I were an imaginative woman, and the person were other than His Majesty, who of course has the best of reasons for all his deeds, I would describe the expression as a leer of triumph, or perhaps, more accurately, vindictive glee."
"Amazing," said Queen Solace. "How can it be? I am as astonished as you. His Majesty is not one to perform silly pranks."
"Naturally not. Still—"
Lady Desdea looked over her shoulder in annoyance, as into the parlour came Lady Tryphon, her face suffused with anger. Lady Desdea spoke crisply. "Narcissa, if you please, I am consulting with Her Majesty upon a most serious affair. If you will be kind enough to—" Lady Tryphon, as stern and doughty as Lady Desdea herself, made a furious gesture. "Your business can wait. What I have to say must be said at this very instant. Not 5 minutes ago, as I crossed the kitchen yard, I was hit on the forehead by an overripe quince, thrown down from the arcade above."
Queen Solace gave a throaty cry.
"Yet again?" "Yet or again, whatever you like. It happened as I have described it. Outrage gave me vigour. I ran at speed up the stairs, hoping to waylay the perpetrator, and who should come trotting from the corridor, smiling and gay, but the Princess Madouc."
"Madouc?
"Madouc!" cried out Queen Solace and Lady Desdea together, as if in one voice. "Who else? She confronted me without a qualm, and even asked me to move aside so that she might continue on her way. Nevertheless, I detained her, and asked, 'Why did you hurl a quince at me?' She said, quite soberly, 'With nothing more suitable at hand, I used quince. This was on the strong advice of His Majesty the King.' I cried out, 'Am I to understand that His Majesty advised you to such a deed? Why should he do so?' And she responded, 'Perhaps he feels that you and Lady Desdea are inexcusably tiresome and tedious in your instruction.'"
"Astonishing," said Lady Desdea. "I am dumbfounded."
Lady Tryphon went on, "I told her, out of respect for your rank, I may not properly chastise you as you deserve, but I will immediately report this outrage to Her Majesty the Queen. The Princess responded with an airy shrug and continued on her way. Is it not remarkable?"
"Remarkable, but not unique," said Lady Desdea.
"I suffered in the same degree, but it was King Casmir himself who hurled the fruit." Lady Tryphon stood silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, I am confused indeed." Queen Solace heaved herself erect. "I must get to the bottom of this. Come, before the hour is out, we shall know what is what and which is which." The Queen and her 2 ladies, with Father Umfred coming unobtrusively behind, found King Casmir in conference with the High Seneschal Sir Mungo and the Royal Secretary Paquin. Casmir looked around with a frown, then rose heavily to his feet. "My dear Solace, what is so urgent as to bring you here during my consultations?" "I must have a word with you in private," said Solace. "Be good enough to dismiss your councillors, if only for a few moments."
Casmir, noting Lady Desdea and her set countenance, divined the purpose of the visit. At his signal, Sir Mungo and Paquin left the room. Casmir jerked his finger at Father Umfred.
"You may also go."
Father Umfred, smiling his kindly smile, departed the chamber. "Now then," said King Casmir, "what is the matter?" In a tumble of words, Queen Solace explained the situation. King Casmir listened with stolid patience. Solace terminated her remarks. "You now will understand my concern. Essentially, we are puzzled as to why you threw fruit at Lady Desdea, and then encouraged Madouc to work the same mischief upon Lady Tryphyn." Casmir spoke to Lady Desdea. "Bring Madouc here at once." Lady Desdea left the chamber, and a few moments later returned with Madouc, who entered the room somewhat reluctantly. King Casmir spoke in even tones. "I ordered you to throw no more fruit." "Indeed you did, sire, in the direction of Lady Desdea, and you also advised against the use of substances more offensive in connection with Lady Desdea. I followed your advice exactly." "But you threw a quince at Lady Tryphyn. Was that my advice?" "I took it to be so, since you failed to include her in your instructions." "Aha! Did you want me to name each individual of the castle, and in each case name the stuffs with which he or she was not to be pelted?" Madouc shrugged. "As you see, sire, when there is doubt, mistakes occur." "And you felt this doubt?" "Exactly, sire. It seemed only fair that each of the ladies should be treated alike and enjoy the same advantages." King Casmir smiled and nodded. "These advantages are subtle. Can you bring them into sharper focus?" Madouc frowned down at her fingers. "The explanation might be lengthy, even tedious, so that I would be committing the same fault I deplore in the ladies Desdea and Tryphyn." "Please make the effort. If you bore us, we will excuse you this once." Madouc chose her words with care. "These ladies are surely genteel, but each day their conduct is much like that of the day before. They know neither zest nor surprise, nor any wonderful new events. I thought it might be well if they were provided a mysterious adventure which would excite their minds and reduce the tedium of their conversation." "Your motives, then, were totally kind and sympathetic?" Madouc turned him a dubious glance. "I suspected, of course, that at first they might not be grateful, and perhaps even a bit gruff, but in the end they would be delighted for my help, since they would realize that the world is sometimes unexpected and strange, and they would start to look around them with gay anticipation." Lady Desdea and Lady Tryphyn made sounds of incredulity. Casmir smiled a small, hard smile. "So you feel that you have done the two ladies a favor?" "I have done my best," said Madouc bravely. "They will remember this day to the end of their lives. Can they say the same of yesterday?" Casmir turned to Solace. "The princess has made a persuasive case that both Lady Desdea and Lady Tryphyn will profit from her acts, even though they come in the form of sheer mischief. However, the altruism of the princess must be returned in kind, and I suggest that you make this day memorable for her as well, with the aid of a will-o'-wisp or a light ferule. In the end, everyone will profit. Lady Desdea and Lady Tryphyn will find that their lives have been enriched, and Madouc will learn that she must obey the spirit as well as the letter of the royal command." Madouc spoke in a voice which trembled slightly. "Sire, all is quite clear. Her Majesty need not exert herself to make a point which is already well taken." King Casmir had already turned away and spoke over his shoulder. "Events of this sort often take on a momentum of their own, as in the present case. Her Majesty may well work up a perspiration, but will suffer no real inconvenience. You have my leave to go." Queen Solace, with the ladies Desdea and Tryphyn, departed the room. Madouc lagged behind. Solace turned and beckoned. "Come along, smartly now. Nothing is to be gained by sulking." Madouc sighed. "Ah, well, I have nothing better to do." The group returned to Solace's parlour. Somewhere along the way Father Umfred emerged from the shadows and fell in behind. Solace settled herself comfortably on the sofa and summoned Ermengarde. "Bring me 3 withes from a besom. Let them be both stout and supple. Now then, Madouc, attend me, if you will. Do you understand that your mischief has caused distress to us all?" "The quinces were quite small," said Madouc. "No matter. The deed does not become a royal princess, most especially a princess of Lyonesse." Ermengarde returned with 3 willow withes, which she handed to Queen Solace. Madouc watched with wide blue eyes and mouth drooping in woe. Solace tested the action of the withes upon a cushion, then turned to Madouc. "Have you aught to say? Words of contrition or humility?" Madouc, fascinated by the motion of the withes, failed to respond, and Queen Solace, usually lethargic, became vexed. "You feel no remorse? Now I know why you are said to be impudent. Well then, Miss Slypuss, we shall see. You may approach." Madouc licked her lips. "I do not think it sensible if I am to be beaten for my pains." Solace stared in wonder. "I can hardly credit my ears. Father Umfred, kindly escort the princess to me." The priest in all affability put his hand on Madouc's shoulder and urged her across the room. Solace swept Madouc across her great lap, raised high the skirt of Madouc's frock, and plied the withes upon the narrow little haunches. Madouc lay limp as a rag, making no sound. The lack of response annoyed Solace. She struck again and again, and finally pulled down Madouc's small clothes in order to belabor the naked buttocks, while Father Umfred looked on, smiling approval and nodding in time to the strokes. Madouc made no sound. Solace, at last becoming bored, threw down the withes and pushed Madouc from her lap to her feet. Tight-faced, her mouth set in a thin white line, Madouc pulled up her undergarments, settled her skirt, and started to walk from the room. Solace called out sharply, "I did not give you leave to go." Madouc halted and looked back over her shoulder. "Do you intend to beat me again?" "Not at this moment. My arm is tired and sore." "Then you are done with me." Madouc left the parlour, with Solace blinking slack-jawed after her. 2. Queen Solace had been adversely affected by Madouc's conduct, and also by her demeanour, which seemed deficient in the respect which Solace conceived to be her due. She had long heard rumours in regard to Madouc's wilfulness, but the first-hand experience came as something of a shock. If Madouc were to become a truly gracious maiden and an ornament to the court, then clearly remedial measures were instantly necessary. Queen Solace discussed the problem with Father Umfred, who proposed that the little princess be allowed religious instruction. Lady Tryphon scoffed at the idea. "That is most impractical and would waste everyone's time." Queen Solace, herself devout, was somewhat nettled. She demanded, "Then what action do you yourself advocate?" "I have, for a fact, given the matter thought. The instruction must continue as before, with perhaps more emphasis upon the niceties of deportment. Further, it might be well if she were provided a retinue of noble maidens, so that gracious conduct may be learned by force of example. She is almost to the age when you will be providing such a retinue in any case. I say, the sooner the better." Solace gave a grudging nod. "It is perhaps a year or 2 early for such an arrangement, but the circumstances are special. Madouc is as brash and insolent as a little creature of the wild, and surely needs a restraining influence." A week later, Madouc was summoned to the morning parlour on the 2nd level of the East Tower. Here she was introduced to 6 noble damsels, who, so she was told, would serve as her maids-in-waiting. Madouc, aware that protest was futile, stood back appraising her new companions and not liking what she saw. The 6 maidens were all dressed in fine garments and carried themselves with an exaggerated delicacy of poise. The 6, after small formal curtsies, subjected Madouc to an inspection of their own, and showed no more enthusiasm than Madouc. They had been instructed in their duties, which most of them expected to be irksome. In general, they were to provide the princess companionship, run small errands at her behest, regale her with tidbits of gossip, and share the tedium of her lessons. At Madouc's pleasure, the damsels would frolic together and play at quoits, jump-rope, catch-ball, blinko, mains, shuttlecock, and battledore, and other such games. Together they would sit at needlework, mix potpourris, compound sachets, weave flower garlands, and learn the steps of those dances currently in vogue. All would take instruction in reading and writing. More importantly, they would be schooled in decorum, court convention, and the unalterable rules of precedence. The 6 maidens were Devinette of Castle Folies, Felice, daughter of Sir Mungo, the High Seneschal, Idrainte of Damar Greathouse, Artwen of Cassie Keep, Clodis of the Fanistry, Alicia of Yorn. The six were a diverse group, all older than Madouc, save Felice, who was about her own age. Clodis was large, blonde, and somewhat ungainly. Alicia was small, dark, and neat. Artwin was assertive. Felice was subdued, somewhat absent-minded, unobtrusively pretty if frail. Idrainte was both radiant with health and definitely pretty. Devinette was beautiful. Certain of the girls, like Clois and Idrainte, were noticeably pubescent. Devinette and Artwin were somewhat less so. Felice and Alicia, like Madouc, were still at the threshold of change. In fond theory, the six maidens would accompany their adored princess everywhere, chattering merry nonsense, each vying to fulfill her little duties, overjoyed to hear her praise, penitent at her kindly censure. In effect, the six would form a miniature court of virtuous and joyful damsels, over whom Princess Madouc would reign serene, like a precious jewel in a golden setting. In practice, the situation was different. From the first, Madouc was suspicious of the new arrangement, deeming it a nuisance which could only limit her freedom. The six maidens, in their turn, showed little zeal in the performance of their duties. Madouc was considered queer and eccentric, with no penchant whatever for style, and naive to the point of vapidity. The conditions of Madouc's birth, as understood by the court, brought her no great prestige, which the maidens also were quick to perceive. After a few days of cautious formality, the maids formed a clique from which Madouc was pointedly excluded. Madouc thereafter was treated to only a flippant pretense at courtesy. Her inclinations were greeted with vacant stares. Her remarks were lost in the chatter, or, if heard, were ignored. Madouc was at first puzzled, then amused, then piqued. Finally, she decided that she cared not a whit one way or the other, and as far as practical, followed her own pursuits. Madouc's detachment brought even greater disapproval from the maidens, who found her to be more peculiar than ever. The guiding spirit of the cabal was Devinette, a maiden dainty and graceful, fresh as a flower, already skilled in the arts of charm. Glossy golden curls hung to her shoulders. Her eyes were golden hazel pools of innocence. Devinette was also competent at machinations and intrigues. At her signal, a twitch of the finger, a tilt of the head, the maidens would wander away from Madouc and gather in a huddle across the room, from which they would peer back at her over their shoulders, then whisper and giggle. On other occasions they made a game of peeping around corners at Madouc, to jerk back when she looked up. Madouc sighed, shrugged, and ignored the mischief. One morning, while taking breakfast with her maids in attendance, Madouc discovered a dead mouse in her bowl of porridge. She wrinkled her nose and drew back in distaste. Glancing around the table, she noted the covert attention of the six maidens. Clearly they were aware of what she would find. Clodis clapped a hand over her mouth to restrain a giggle. Devinette's gaze was limpid and bland. Madouc pushed the bowl aside, pursed her lips, but made no comment. 2 days later, Madouc, by a series of mysterious acts and feigned stealth, so aroused the curiosity of Devinette, Clodis, and Idrainte that they followed her surreptitiously in order to spy out the reason for her strange conduct. Clearly it could only be scandalous, and the potentialities were delicious indeed. So tempted, they followed Madouc to the top of the tall tower, and watched as Madouc climbed a ladder up to a range of abandoned dovecotes. When at last she descended the ladder and hurried off down the stairs, Devinette, Clodis, and Idrainte emerged from their hiding-places, climbed the ladder, pushed through a trap-door, and cautiously explored the dovecotes. To their disappointment, there was nothing to be found but dust, dirt, a few feathers, and a bad smell, but no evidence of depravity. Glumly they returned to the trap-door, only to discover that the ladder had been removed, with the stone floor a daunting 12 feet below. At noon the absence of Devinette, Clodis, and Idrainte was noticed, to the general perplexity. Artwin, Alicia, and Felice were questioned, but could supply no information. Lady Desdea put a sharp question to Madouc, who likewise professed puzzlement. "They are very lazy. Perhaps they still lie asleep in their beds." "Not likely," said Lady Desdea crisply. "I find the situation most peculiar." "So do I," said Madouc. "I suspect that they are up to no good." The day passed, and the night. Early the next morning, when all was still, a kitchen-maid crossing the service-yard thought to hear a thin wailing sound coming from a source she could not at once identify. She stopped to listen, and finally fixed upon the dovecotes at the top of the tall tower. She reported her findings to Dame Boudetta, the housekeeper,
and the mystery was at last resolved. The 3 girls, dirty, frightened, cold, and aggrieved, were rescued from their high prison. In hysterical voices they denounced Madouc and blamed her for all their discomfort. "She wanted us to go hungry and starve. It was cold, and the wind blew, and we heard the ghost. We were frightened. She did it all on purpose." Lady Desdea and Lady Tryphon listened with stony faces, but were at a loss to adjudicate the situation. The issues were confused. Further, if the case were brought to the attention of the Queen, Madouc might well bring accusations of her own, in regard to dead mice in the porridge, for instance. In the end, Clodis, Idraint, and Devanette were brusquely advised that climbing around abandoned dovecotes was behaviour unsuitable for high-born young ladies. Up to this time, the affair of the rotten quinces, along with King Casmir's embarrassment and Madouc's subsequent travail, had been sternly suppressed. Now, through some clandestine source, the news reached the ears of the 6 maids-in-waiting, to their delight. Over needlework, Devanette spoke softly. What a sight, when Madouc was beaten." "Kicking and squalling, bare-bottom high," said Clodis quietly, as if awed by the thought. "Was it truly so?" marvelled Artwin. Devanette nodded primly. "Indeed. Did you not hear the dismal howling?" "Everyone heard it," said Idraint. "Still no one knew where it came from." "Everyone knows now," said Clodis. "It was Madouc, roaring like a sick cow." Alicia spoke with sly mirth. "Princess Madouc, you are so quiet. Are you discontented with our conversation?" "Not altogether. I am amused by your jokes. Sometime you shall repeat them for me." "How so?" asked Devanette, puzzled and alert. "Can you not imagine? Some day I will marry a great king and sit on a golden throne. At that time I may well command the 6 of you to my court, that you may produce some of this dismal howling, which seems to be so amusing." The maidens fell uneasily silent. Devanette was the first to recover her composure. She gave a tinkle of laughter. "It is not certain nor even likely that you shall marry a king, since you have no pedigree. Clodis, has Princess Madouc a pedigree?" "No pedigree whatever, poor thing." Madouc asked innocently, "What is a pedigree?" Devanette laughed again. "It is something you do not have. Perhaps we should not tell you this, but truth is truth. You have no father. Alicia, what is a girl who lacks a father?" "She is a bastard." "Exactly true. Sad to say, the Princess Madouc is a bastard, and no one will ever want to marry her." Clodis gave an exaggerated shudder. "I am glad that I am not a bastard." "But you are wrong," said Madouc in a voice of sweet reason. "I do have a father. He is dead, or so it is said, along with my mother." Devanette spoke with disdain. "Perhaps he is dead, perhaps not. They threw him into a hole, and there he is today. He was a vagabond, and no one even troubled to ask his name." "In any event," said Clodis, "you lack a pedigree, and so you shall never marry. It is hard news, but it is best that you learn the facts now, so that you may become inured to them." "Just so," said Idraint. "We tell you this because it is our duty to do so." Madouc controlled the quaver in her voice. "It is your duty to tell only the truth." "Ah, but we have done so," declared Devanette. "I do not believe it," said Madouc. "My father was a noble knight, since I am his daughter. How could it be otherwise?" Devanette looked Madouc up and down, then said, "Very easily." 3. Madouc had no sure understanding as to what might be a pedigree. She had heard the word used once or twice before, but its exact significance had never been made clear. A few days past she had gone to the stables to groom her pony Typher. Nearby a pair of gentlemen were discussing a horse and its fine pedigree. The horse, a black stallion, had been notably well hung, but this would not seem to be the determining factor, and certainly not so far as Madouc was concerned. Devanette and the other maidens could not reasonably expect her to flaunt an article of this sort. It was all very puzzling. Perhaps the gentleman had been alluding to the quality of the horse's tail. As before, and for much the same reason, Madouc rejected the theory. She decided to speculate no further, but to make inquiries at the first opportunity. Madouc was on tolerably good terms with Prince Cassander, only son to King Casmir and Queen Solis, and heir apparent to the crown of Lyonesse. Cassander over the years had become something of a gay blade. His physique was robust. Under tight blonde curls his face was round, with small, stiff features and round blue eyes. From his father Cassander had inherited, or had learned, a whole set of curt gestures and habits of command.
From Solace had come his fine, pale pink skin, small hands and feet, and a temperament easier and more flexible than that of King Casmir. Madouc discovered Cassander sitting alone in the orangery, writing with concentration upon a parchment with a quill pen. Madouc stood watching a moment. Did Cassander spend his energies upon poetry? Song? An amorous ode? Cassander, looking up, caught sight of Madouc. He put his pen aside and dropped the parchment into a box. Madouc slowly approached. Cassander seemed in a jovial mood and gave Madouc a heavily facetious greeting. "Hail and thrice hail to the avenging fury of the castle, clothed in darts and spasms of purple lightning. Who will be next to know the sting of your awful wrath, or, I should say, the impact of your overripe quinces?" Madouc smiled wanly and settled herself upon the bench beside Cassander. "His Majesty has issued exact orders. I may no longer do what needs to be done." Madouc sighed. "I have decided to obey." "That is a wise decision," Madouc went on in a wistful voice. "One would think that as a royal princess I might be entitled to throw quinces in whatever direction and as often as I chose." "So one might think, but the act is not considered decorous, and above all decorum is the duty of a royal princess." "What of my mother, the Princess Suldrun? Was she decorous?" Cassander, raising his eyebrows, slanted a quizzical glance down upon Madouc. "What an odd question! How should I answer? In all honesty, I would be forced to say something like, 'Not altogether.'" "Because she lived alone in a garden, or because I was born to her when she was not married?" "Neither form of conduct is considered truly decorous." Madouc pursed her lips. "I want to know more about her, but no one will speak. Why is there so much mystery?" Cassander laughed ruefully. "There is a mystery because no one knows what went on." "Tell me what you know of my father." Cassander said ponderously, "I can tell you next to nothing, because that is all I know. Apparently he was a handsome young vagabond who chanced to find Suldrun alone in the garden and imposed himself upon her lonely condition." "Maybe she was glad to see him." Cassander spoke with unconvincing primness. "She acted without decorum, and only that may be said for Suldrun. But his was insolent conduct. He made a fleering mockery of our royal dignity, and well deserved his fate." Madouc reflected. "It is very odd. Did Suldrun complain of my father's conduct?" Cassander frowned. "By no means. The poor little wight seems to have loved him. But tush, I know little of the affair, except that it was the priest Umfred who found the two together and brought the news to his Majesty." "My poor father was punished terribly," said Madouc. "I cannot understand the reason." Again Cassander spoke virtuously. "The reason is clear. It was necessary to teach the churl a stern lesson, and to discourage all others of like mind." With a sudden quiver in her voice, Madouc asked, "Is he, then, still alive?" "That I doubt." "Where is the hole into which he was cast?" Cassander jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "In the rocks behind the Pain Hadder. The oubliette is 100 feet deep, with a dark little cell at the bottom. It is where incorrigible criminals and enemies of the state are punished." Madouc looked up at the hill to where the grey roof of the Pain Hadder could be glimpsed behind Zoltra Brightstar's wall. "My father would be neither of those." Cassander shrugged. "Such was the royal justice, and doubtless correct." "Still, my mother was a royal princess. She would not have loved just anyone who happened to look over the fence." Cassander shrugged to indicate the puzzle took him beyond his depth. "So it would seem. I grant you that. Still, who knows? Royal princess or not, Suldrun was a girl, and girls are female, and females are as wayward as dandelion fluff in the wind. Such is my experience." "Perhaps my father was high-born," Madouc mused. "No one troubled to ask." "Unlikely," said Cassander. "He was a foolish young rogue who received his just deserts. You are not convinced? This is the law of nature. Each person is born into his proper place, which he must keep, unless his king grants him advancement for valor and war. No other system is proper, right, or natural." "What then of me?" asked Madouc in a troubled voice. "Where is my pedigree?" Cassander gave a bark of laughter. "Who knows? You have been granted the status of a royal princess. That should suffice." Madouc was still dissatisfied. "Was my father put into the hole along with his pedigree?" Cassander chuckled. "If he had one to begin with." "But what is it? Something like a tail?" Cassander could not restrain his mirth, and Madouc indignantly rose to her feet and walked away. 4. The royal family of Lyonesse often rode out from Hadion into the countryside, to join a hunt or to indulge the king's taste for falconry or simply to enjoy a pastoral excursion. King Casmir usually rode his black charger, Suzanne, while Solace sat a gentle white palfrey, or, as often as not, the cushioned seat of the well-sprung royal carriage. Prince Cassander rode his fine prancing roan Gildrup. The Princess Madouc ranged happily here and there on her dappled pony Typher. Madouc noted that many high-born ladies doted on their steeds and frequently visited the stables to pet and nourish their darlings with apples and sweetmeats. Madouc began to do likewise, bringing carrots and turnips for Typher's delectation, meanwhile evading the surveillance of both Lady Desdea and Lady Tryphon, and also escaping her 6 maids-in-waiting. The stable-boy assigned to the care of Typher was Pimfid, a tow-headed lad of 12 or 13, strong and willing, with an honest countenance and an obliging disposition. Madouc convinced him that he had also been appointed to serve as her personal attendant and escort when the need arose. Without demur, Pimfid acceded to the arrangement, which seemed to signalize an advancement in status. Early one grey afternoon, with the overcast hanging low and the scent of rain in the air, Madouc donned a grey-hooded cloak and slipped away to the stables. She summoned Pimfid from his work with the manure fork. "Come, Pimfid, at once. I have an errand which will require an hour or so of my time, and I will need your attendance." Pimfid asked cautiously, "What sort of errand, Your Highness?" "In due course you will learn all that is necessary. Come, then. The day is short. The hours tumble past while you doodle and dither." Pimfid gave a sour grunt. "Will you be wanting Typher?" "Not today." Madouc turned away. "Come." With something of a flourish, Pimfid plunged his manure fork into the dung-heap and followed Madouc on laggard steps. Madouc marched up the path which led around the back of the castle, with Pimfid trudging behind. He called out, "Where are we going?" "It will soon be made clear to you." "As you say, Your Highness," grumbled Pimfid. The path veered to the left, toward the Spher Arct. Here Madouc swung away to the right, to scramble up the hillside along a trail leading up the stony slope toward the grey bulk of the Pane Hadder. Pimfid voiced a querulous protest, which Madouc ignored. She continued up the slope, with the north wall of the Pane Hadder looming above. Pimfid, panting and apprehensive, lunged forward in sudden alarm and caught up with Madouc. "Princess, where are you taking us? Below those walls criminals crouch in their dungeons." "Pimfid, are you a criminal?" "By no manner of means." "Then you need fear nothing." "Not so. The innocent are often dealt the most vicious blows." "Allow me to do the worrying, Pimfid, and in any case we shall hope for the best." "Your Highness, I suggest—" Madouc brought to bear the full force of her blue gaze. "Not another word, if you please." Pimfid threw his arms in the air. "As you will." Madouc turned away with dignity and continued up the slope beside the black masonry walls of the Pane Hadder, and Pimfid came sullenly behind. At the corner of the structure Madouc halted and surveyed the grounds at the back of the Pane Hadder. At the far end, at a distance of 50 yards, stood a massive gibbet and several other machines of grim purpose, as well as 3 iron posts for the burning of miscreants, a fire-pit and griddle used for a similar purpose. Closer at hand, only a few yards distant, at the back of a barren area, Madouc discovered what she had come to find, a circular stone wall 3 feet high, surrounding an opening 5 feet in diameter. Step by slow step, and despite Pimfid's inarticulate mutter of protest, Madouc crossed the stony barrens to the circular wall and peered down into the black depths below. She listened, but heard nothing. She pitched her voice so that it might be heard in the black depths, and called, "Father! Can you hear me?" She listened. No sound returned. "Father, are you there? It is Madouc, your daughter." Pimfid, scandalized by Madouc's acts, came up behind her. "What are you doing? This is not proper conduct, either for you or for me." Madouc paid him no heed. Leaning over the opening, she called again. "Can you hear me? It has been a very long time. Are you still alive? Please speak to me. It is your daughter, Madouc." From the darkness below came only profound silence. Pimfid's imagination was not of a far-ranging nature. Nevertheless, he conceived that the stillness was not ordinary, but rather that where listeners quietly held their breath. He tugged at Madouc's arm and spoke in a husky whisper. "Princess, there is a strong smell of ghosts to this place. Listen with a keen ear. You can hear them chittering down deep in the darkness." Madouc cocked her head and listened. "Ah, I hear no ghosts." "You are not listening with proper ears. Come away now before they rob us of our senses." "Do not talk nonsense, Pimfid. King Casmir dropped my father down this hole, and I must learn if he still lives." Pimfid peered down the shaft. "Nothing down there lives. In any case, it is a royal business beyond our scope." "Not so. Is it not my father who was immured?" "No matter. He is no less dead." Madouc nodded sadly. "So I fear. But I suspect that he left some memorial as to his name and pedigree. If nothing else, this is what I wish to know." Pimfid gave his head a decisive shake. "It is not possible. Now let us go." Madouc paid no heed. "Look, Pimfid, on yonder gibbet hangs a rope. With this rope we will lower you down the shaft to the bottom. The light will be poor, but you must look about to see what has transpired and what records remain." Pimfid stared, mouth gaping in wonder. He stuttered, "Have I heard rightly? You intend that I should descend into the hole? The idea lacks merit." "Come, Pimfid, be quick. Surely you value my good opinion. Run to the gibbet and fetch the rope." A step grated on the stony ground. The two jerked around to find a ponderous silhouette looming against the grey overcast. Pimfid sucked in his breath. Madouc's jaw sagged. The dark shape stepped forward. Madouc recognized Zurling, the chief executioner. He halted, to stand, heavy legs apart, arms behind his back. Madouc previously had seen Zurling only from a distance, and the sight had always brought her a morbid little shiver. Now he stood looking down at her, and Madouc stared back in awe. Zurling's semblance was not the more lightsome for proximity. He was massive and muscular, so that he seemed almost squat. His face was heavy, with skin of a curious brownish-red color, and fringed all around with a tangle of black hair and black beard. He wore pantaloons of sour black leather and a black canvas doublet. A round leather cap was pulled low over his ears. He looked back and forth between Madouc and Pimfid. "Why do you come here, where we do our grim deeds? It is no place for your games." Madouc responded in a clear treble voice, "I am not here for games." "Ha!" said Zurling. "Whatever the case, Princess, I suggest that you leave at once." "Not yet. I came here for a purpose." "And what might that be?" "I want to know what happened to my father." Zurling's features compressed into a frown of perplexity. "Who was he? I have no recollection." "Surely you remember. He loved my mother, the Princess Suldrun. For punishment the king ordered him dropped into this very hole. If he still lives, I want to know, so that I might beg his majesty for mercy." From the depths of Zurling's chest came a mournful chuckle. "Call down the hole as you like. By day or by night, you will hear never a whisper, or even a sigh." "He is dead?" "He went below long ago," said Zurling. "Down in the dark, folk do not hold hard to life. It is cold and damp, and there is nothing to do but regret one's crimes." Madouc looked at the oubliette, mouth drooping wistfully. "What was he like? Do you remember?" Zurling glanced over his shoulder. "It is not my place to notice, nor to ask, nor to remember. I lop heads and heave at the windlass. Still, when I go home of nights, I am a different man, and cannot so much as kill a chicken for the pot." "All very well, but what of my father?" Zurling glanced once more over his shoulder. "This, perhaps, should not be said, and your father committed an atrocious act." Madouc spoke plaintively. "I cannot think it so, since I would not be here otherwise." Zurling blinked. "These questions are beyond my competence. I confine my energies to drawing entrails and working the gibbet. Royal justice, by its very nature, is at all times correct. I must say that in this case I wondered at its severity, when a mere cropping of ears and nose, with perhaps a taste or two of the snake, would seem to have sufficed." "So it seems to me," said Madouc. "Did you speak with my father?" "I remember no conversation." "What of his name?" "No one troubled to ask. Put the subject out of your mind. That is my best advice." "But I want to learn my pedigree. Everyone has one but me." "You will find no pedigree in yonder hole. So now be off with you, before I hang up young Pimfid by his toes, just to maintain order." Pimfid cried out. "Come along, your highness, no more can be done." "But we have done nothing." Pimfid, already out of earshot, failed to respond. 5. One bright morning Madouc came briskly along Hadion's main gallery and into the entry hall. Looking through the open portal and across the front terrace, she noticed Prince Cassander leaning against the balustrade, contemplating the town below and eating purple plums from a silver dish. Madouc looked quickly over her shoulder, then ran across the terrace and joined him. Cassander glanced at her sidelong, first carelessly, then a second time, with eyebrows raised in surprise. "By Astartes, 9 nymphs!" swore Cassander. "Here is a definite marvel." "What is so marvelous," asked Madouc, "that I deign to join you?" "Of course not. I refer to your costume." Madouc looked indifferently down at herself. Today she wore a demure white frock with green and blue flowers embroidered along the hem, with a white ribbon constraining her copper-auburn curls. "It is well enough, or so I suppose." Cassander spoke in fulsome tones. "I see before me not a wild-eyed scalawag escaping a dog-fight, but a royal princess of delicacy and grace. Indeed, you are almost pretty." Madouc gave a wry laugh. "It is not my fault. They dressed me willy-nilly so that I might be fit for the cotillion." "And that is so inglorious?" "Not altogether, since I will not be there." "Aha! You run grave risks. Lady Desdea will be rigid with vexation." "She must learn to be more reasonable. If she likes dancing, well and good. It is all the same to me. She may jig, jerk, kick high in the air, and jump in a circle, so long as I may do otherwise." "That is reasonable conduct." "But it is not the way things go. Everyone must learn to act properly. No one is exempt, not even I." "Why, then, are you not at the cotillion, sweating and hopping with the others?" "I have had my share of it, never fear. It is now your turn." "I will have none of it, and this is what Lady Desdea must get through her head." Cassander chuckled. "Such mutiny might easily earn you another beating." Madouc gave her head a scornful toss. "No matter. I shall utter not a sound, and they will quickly tire of their sport." Cassander uttered a bark of laughter. "Wrong in every respect. I discussed this same topic only last week with Tanchet, the under-torturer. He states that voluble types who instantly screech and blubber and make horrid noises, these are the ones who fare the best, since the torturer is quickly satisfied that his job has been well and truly done. Take my advice, a few shrill screams and a convulsion or two might save your skin a whole medley of tingles." "This bears thinking about," said Madouc. "Or, from a different perspective, you might try to be mild and meek and avoid the beatings altogether." Madouc gave her head a dubious shake. "My mother, the Princess Suldrun, was mild and meek, but failed to escape an awful penalty, which the poor creature never deserved. That is my opinion." Cassander spoke in measured tones. "Suldrun disobeyed the king's command, and had only herself to blame." "Nevertheless, it seems very harsh treatment to visit upon one's own dear daughter." Cassander was not comfortable with the topic. "Royal justice is not for us to question." Madouc gave Cassander a cool appraisal. He frowned down at her. "Why do you stare at me so?" "Some day you will be king." "That well may be. Later, so I hope, rather than sooner. I am in no haste to rule." "Would you treat your daughter in such a fashion?" Cassander pursed his lips. "I would do what I thought to be correct and kingly." "And if I were still unmarried, would you try to wed me to some fat, bad-smelling prince so as to make me miserable the rest of my life?" Cassander gave an exclamation of annoyance. "Why ask such pointless questions? You will be of age long before I wear the crown. Your marriage will be arranged by someone other than me." "Small chance of that," said Madouc under her breath. "I did not hear you remark—" "No matter. Do you often visit the old garden where my mother died?" "I have not done so for years." "Take me there now." "Now? When you should be at the cotillion?" "No time could be more convenient." Cassander looked toward the palace, and seeing no one, gave a flippant wave of the hand. "I should stand aloof from your vagaries. Still, at the moment I have nothing better to do. Come, then, while Lady Desdea is yet dormant. I do not take kindly to complaints and reproaches." Madouc said wisely, "I have learned the best response. I feign a blank, stupid perplexity, so that they weary themselves with explanations and forget all else." "Ah, Madouc, you are a crafty one. Come, then, before we are apprehended."
The two set off up the cloistered way toward Zoltra Brightstar's wall, up past the orangery, through the wall itself by a dank passage, and out upon the parade ground at the front of the Pain Hadder, a place known as the Urquheel. To the right, the wall veered sharply to the south. In the angle, a thicket of larch and juniper concealed a decaying postern of black timber. Cassander, already beset by second thoughts, pushed through the thicket, cursing the brambles and the drift of pollen from the larches. He thrust at the postern and grunted at the recalcitrance of the sagging timbers. Putting his shoulder to the wood, he heaved hard. With a dismal groaning of corroded iron hinges, the postern swung open. Cassander gave a grim nod of triumph for his victory over the obstacle. He beckoned to Madouc. "Behold, the secret garden." The two stood at the head of a narrow vale sloping down to a little crescent of beach. At one time the garden had been landscaped after the classic Arcadian style, but now grew rank and wild with trees and shrubs of many sorts: oak, olive, laurel, bay and myrtle, hydrangea, heliotrope, asphodel, vervain, purple thyme. Halfway down to the beach, a clutter of marble blocks and a few standing columns indicated the site of an ancient Roman villa. The single whole structure to be seen was near at hand, a small chapel, now dank with lichen and the odor of wet stone. Cassander pointed to the stone chapel. "That is where Suldrun took shelter from the weather. She spent many lonely nights in that small place." He gave his head a wry shake. "And also a few nights not so lonely, which cost her dear in grief and sorrow." Madouc blinked at the tears which had come to her eyes and turned away. Cassander said gruffly, "The events are many years gone. One should not mourn forever." Madouc looked down the long descent of the garden. "It was my mother, whom I never knew, and it was my father who was put in a hole to die. How can I forget so easily?" Cassander shrugged. "I don't know. I can only assure you that your emotion is wasted. Do you wish to see more of the garden?" "Let us follow the path and find where it leads." "It goes here and there, and finally down to the beach. Suldrun whiled away her days paving the path with pebbles from the beach. Rains have undone the path. There is little to show for her work, or her life, for that matter." "Except me."
"Except you! A notable accomplishment, to be sure." Madouc ignored the jocularity, which she found to be in rather poor taste. Cassander said thoughtfully, "For a fact, you are not at all like her. Evidently you resemble your father, whoever or whatever he might have been." Madouc spoke with feeling. "Since my mother loved him, he was surely a person of high estate and noble character. Nevertheless, they call me bastard and insist that I have no pedigree." Cassander frowned. "Who commits such discourtesy?" "The 6 maidens who attend me." Cassander was shocked. "Really? They all seem so sweet and pretty, Devonette in particular." "She is the worst. In fact, she is a little serpent." Cassander's displeasure had lost its edge. "Ah, well, girls can be saucy at times. The facts, sadly enough, cannot be denied. Do you care to go further?" Madouc halted in the path.
"Had Suldrun no friends to help her?"
"None who dared defy the king. The priest Umfred came occasionally. He said he wanted her for Christianity. I suspect he wanted her for something else, which was no doubt denied him. Perhaps for this reason he betrayed her to the king."
"So Priest Umfred was the traitor?"
"I suppose he thought it his duty." Madouc nodded, assimilating the information.
"Why did she stay? I would have been over the wall and away inside the hour."
"Knowing you, I well believe it. Suldrun, as I remember her, was of a dreamy, gentle cast."
"Still, she need not have remained here. Had she no spirit?"
Cassander considered. "I suppose that she hoped always for the king's forgiveness. If she ran away, what then? She had no taste for filth or hunger, nor the cold wind by night, nor the certainty of rape."
Madouc was uncertain as to the exact meaning of the word. "What is rape?"
Cassander explained in lofty terms. Madouc compressed her lips.
"That is boorish conduct. If it were tried on me, I would not tolerate it for a moment, and I certainly would have something very sharp to say."
"Suldrun also disliked the idea," said Cassander. "So ends the story, and nothing remains but memories and Princess Madouc. Have you seen enough of this old garden?"
Madouc looked all around. "It is quiet here, and eerie. The world is far away. By moonlight it must be sad, and so beautiful as to break one's heart. I want never to come here again."
6.
An undermaid informed Lady Desdea of Madouc's return to the castle in the company of Prince Cassander. Lady Desdea was taken aback. Her intent had been to chide the little minx at some length, and then ordain 6 punitive hours of dancing lessons. Prince Cassander's participation totally altered the case. To punish Madouc would imply criticism of Prince Cassander, and Lady Desdea was chary of such a risk. One day Cassander would become king, and kings were notoriously long of memory. Lady Desdea turned on her heel and marched to the Queen's parlour, where she found Solace relaxing among her cushions, while Father Umfred read psalms in sonorous Latin from a scroll. Solace understood none of the sense, but she found Father Umfred's voice soothing, and meanwhile she refreshed herself with curds and honey from a bowl. Lady Desdea stood impatiently to the side until Father Umfred completed his reading. Then, in response to Solace's inquiring nod, she told of Madouc's latest delinquency. Solace listened without emotion, supping all the while from her bowl. Lady Desdea warmed to her subject. "I am bewildered. Rather than acting in accordance with my instructions, she chose to saunter here and there with Prince Cassander, heedless of the arrangements. Were her rank less exalted, one could almost think her controlled by a cacodemon, or an esper, or some other malignant entity. Such is the perversity of the child." Queen Solace failed to become exercised. "She is a trifle wayward, no doubt as to that." Lady Desdea's voice rose in pitch. "I am at my wit's end. She does not even trouble to defy me. She simply pays me no heed. I might as well be talking out the window." "I will reprimand the child later this afternoon," said Queen Solace, "or perhaps tomorrow, if I decide to beat her. At the moment I have a dozen other matters on my mind." Father Umfred cleared his throat. "Perhaps your Highness will allow me a suggestion?" "Of course, I value your counsel." Father Umfred placed the tips of his fingers together. "Lady Desdea alluded to the possibility of an alien influence. All taken with all, I think this unlikely, but not beyond the realm of imagination, and the Holy Church recognizes such afflictions. As a precaution, I would suggest that the Princess Madouc be baptized into the Christian faith, and thereupon be instructed in the tenets of orthodoxy. The routines of devotion, meditation, and prayer will gently but surely persuade her to those virtues of obedience and humility which we so long to inculcate in her." Queen Solace put aside the empty bowl. "The idea has merit, but I wonder if the Princess Madouc would find such a program appealing." Father Umfred smiled. "A child is the last to appreciate what is pure and good. If Princess Madouc finds the environment of Hadeon too stimulating, we can send her to the convent at Balmerskeen. The Mother Superior is both thorough and rigorous when the need exists." Queen Solace sank back into the cushions of the couch. "I will discuss the matter with the king." Solace waited until King Casmir had taken his supper and had become somewhat mellow with wine. Then, as if casually, she brought Madouc's name into the conversation. "Have you heard the latest? Madouc is not behaving as I might hope." "Ah, bah!" growled King Casmir. "It is no great matter. I am bored with this constant recital." "It is a subject not to be dismissed lightly. With full and insolent purpose she defied the instructions of Lady Desdea. Father Umfred is convinced that Madouc should be baptized and trained in Christian doctrine." "Eh? What nonsense is this?" "It is scarcely nonsense," said Solace. "Lady Desdea is beside herself with anxiety. She suspects that Madouc is moonstruck or possibly possessed by a familiar." "Absurd! The girl is full of nervous energy." For a variety of reasons, Casmir had never informed Solace of Madouc's provenance, nor the fact of her fairy blood. He said gruffly, "She is a bit odd, perhaps, but no doubt she will grow out of it." "Father Umfred believes that Madouc is definitely in need of religious guidance, and I agree." Casmir's voice took on an edge. "You are far too amiable with that fat priest. I will send him away if he does not keep his opinions to himself." Solace said stiffly, "We are concerned only for the salvation of Madouc's eternal soul." "She is a clever little creature. Let her worry about her own soul." "Humph," said Solace. "Whoever marries Madouc will be getting far more than he bargained for." King Casmir gave a frosty chuckle. "You are correct on this account, for more reasons than one. In any event, we will be off to Saris in a week's time, and everything will be changed." "Lady Desdea will have more difficulty than ever," said Solace with a sniff. "Madouc will run wild as a hare." "Lady Desdea must then give chase, if she is truly in earnest."
"You minimize the difficulties," said Solace. "As for me, I find Sarris tiresome enough without added exasperation." "The country air will do you a benefit," said Casmir. "We shall all enjoy Sarris." Chapter 3 1. Each summer King Casmir moved with household and court to Sarris, a rambling old mansion about 40 miles northeast of Lyonesse town. The site, beside the river Glame in a region of gently rolling parkland, was most pleasant. Sarris itself made no pretensions either to elegance or grandeur. Queen Solace, for one, found the amenities at Sarris much inferior to those at Hadeon, and described Sarris as a great overgrown barn of a farmhouse. She also decried the rustic informality which, despite her best efforts, pervaded life at Sarris, and which, in her opinion, diminished the dignity of the court, and further infected the servants with slackness. There was little society at Sarris, other than an occasional banquet at which King Casmir entertained certain of the local gentry, most of whom Queen Solace found tedious. She often spoke to King Casmir of her boredom. "In essence, I do not enjoy living like a peasant, with animals braying through the windows of my bedchamber, and every cock of the fowl run crying out alarums each morning before dawn." King Casmir turned a deaf ear to the complaints. Sarris was sufficiently convenient for the conduct of state business. For sport, he played his falcons and hunted his parklands, or at times, when the chase was hot, he ranged far beyond, sometimes into the fringes of Forest Tantravallis, only a few miles to the north. The rest of the royal household also found Sarris to their taste. Prince Cassander was attended by convivial comrades. Daily they amused themselves riding abroad, or boating on the river, or practicing the sport of jousting, which recently had become fashionable. During the evening they fancied sport of another kind, in association with certain merry girls of the locality, using an abandoned gamekeeper's cottage for their venue. Princess Madouc also took pleasure in the move, which, if nothing else, delivered her from the attendance of her 6 maids-in-waiting. Her pony, Typher, was ready at hand. Every day she rode happily out on the meadows with Pimfid for her groom. Not all circumstances were halcyon. She was expected to comport herself in a style befitting her place. Madouc, however, paid little heed to the circumscriptions imposed by Lady Desdea, and followed her own inclinations. Lady Desdea at last took Madouc aside for an earnest discussion. "My dear, it is time and past time that reality enters your life. You must accept the fact that you are the Princess Madouc of Lyonesse, not some vulgar little ruffian girl with neither rank nor responsibility." "Very well, Lady Desdea. I will remember this. Can I go now?" "Not yet. In fact, I am barely started. I am trying to point out that each of your acts redounds to the credit or discredit not only of yourself and the royal family, but of the entire kingdom. It is awesome to think about. Are you quite clear on this?" "Yes, Lady Desdea. And yet—" "And yet what?" "No one seems to notice my conduct but you. So it makes little difference after all, and the kingdom is not in danger." "It makes a great deal of difference," snapped Lady Desdea. "Bad habits are easy to learn and hard to forget. You must learn the gracious good habits that will make you admired and respected." Madouc gave a doubtful assent. "I do not think anyone will ever admire my needlework or respect my dancing." "Nevertheless, these are skills and graces which you must learn, and learn well. Time is advancing. The days go by. The months become years, while you are not even noticing. Before long there will be talk of betrothals, and then you and your conduct will be the subject of the most minute scrutiny and the most careful analysis." Madouc gave a disdainful grimace. "If anyone scrutinizes me, they will need no analysis to discover what I think of them." "My dear, that is not the proper attitude." "No matter. I want nothing to do with such things. They must look elsewhere for their betrothals." Lady Desdea chuckled grimly. "Do not be too positive too soon, since surely you will change your mind. In any case, I expect you to start practicing genteel conduct." "It would be a waste of time." "Indeed. Consider this case. A noble prince comes to Lyonesse, hoping to meet a princess modest and pure, of charm and delicacy. He asks, 'And where is Princess Madouc, who, so I expect, is beautiful, kind, and good?' For answer they point out the window and say, 'There she goes now.' He looks out the window and sees you running past, helter-skelter, hair like red rope, with all the charm and grace of a banshee from hell. What then?" "If the prince is wise, he will order up his horse and leave at once." Madouc jumped to her feet. "Are you finished? If so, I will be happy to leave." "Go!" Lady Desdea sat still and stiff for 10 minutes. Then abruptly she rose to her feet and marched to the Queen's boudoir. She found Solace sitting with her hands in a slurry of powdered chalk and milk of milkweed, by which she hoped to mitigate the effects of the country water. Queen Solace looked up from the basin of slurry. "So then, Ottilie, what a face you show me. Is it despair, or grief, or simple intestinal cramp?" "You misread my mood, Your Highness. I have just spoken with Princess Madouc, and now I must make a discouraging report." Solace sighed. "Again, I am becoming apathetic when her name is mentioned. She is in your hands. Teach her the proprieties and a few graces, together with dancing and needlework. That is enough. In a few years we will marry her off. Until then, we must bear with her oddities. If she were only odd, as you put it, I could deal with her. Instead, she has become a full-fledged tomboy, and is intractable to boot. She swims the river where I cannot venture. She climbs the trees and hides from my call in the foliage. Her favorite resort is the stables. Always she stinks of horse. I know not how to control her." Solace pulled her hand from the slurry and decided that the treatment had worked its best effect. Her maid started to wipe away the paste, prompting an outcry from Solace. "Take care, Nelda. You are flaying me alive with your strenuous work. Do you think I am made of leather?" "I am sorry, Your Highness. I will be more careful. Your hands are now truly beautiful." Queen Solace gave a grudging nod. "That is why I endure such hardships. What were you saying, Ottilie?" "What shall be done with Princess Madouc?" Solace looked up blankly, eyes large and bovine. "I am not quite clear on her fault." "She is undisciplined, free as a lark, and not always tidy. There are smuts on her face and straws in her hair, if that flying red tousle deserves the word. She is careless, impudent, wilful, and wild." Queen Solace sighed once again and selected a grape from the bowl at her elbow. "Convey my displeasure to the princess, and explain that I will be satisfied only with her proper deportment." "I have already done so 10 times. I might as well be talking to the wind." "Humph! She is no doubt as bored as I. This rusticity is maddening. Where are the little maids who attend her so nicely at Hadeon? They are so dainty and sweet and nice. Madouc would surely profit from their example." "So one might imagine in the ordinary case." Queen Solace chose another grape. "Send off for 2 or 3 of these maidens. Indicate that they are to guide Madouc in a gentle and discreet fashion. Time rushes on, and already we must look to the future." "Just so, Your Highness." "Who's that little blonde maiden, so winsome and full of pretty wiles? She is like myself at her age." "That would be Devinette, daughter to Duke Malnoyard Odo of Castle Folies." "Let us have her here at Sarras, and another as well. Who shall it be?" "Either Idraint or Clodis. I think Clodis, who is somewhat more durable. I will make arrangements at once. Still, you must expect no miracles." A week later, Devinette and Clodis arrived at Sarras and were instructed by Lady Desdea. She spoke dryly. "The country air has affected Princess Madouc strangely, as if it were a vital tonic, perhaps to her excessive invigoration. She has become careless of decorum, and is also somewhat flighty. We hope that she will profit by the example you set for her, and possibly your carefully phrased advice." Devinette and Clodis went to join Madouc. After long search they found her perched high in a cherry tree, plucking and eating plump red cherries. Madouc saw the two without pleasure. "I thought that you had gone to your homes for the summer. Are they tired of you so soon?" "Not at all," said Devinette with dignity. "We are here by royal invitation." Clodis said, "Her Highness feels that you need proper companionship." "Ha!" said Madouc. "No one asked me what I wanted." "We are supposed to set you a good example," said Devinette. "As a start, I will point out that a lady of refinement would not wish to be found so high in a tree." "Then I am a lady of refinement, well and truly," said Madouc, "since I did not wish to be found." Clodis looked speculatively up into the branches. "Are the cherries ripe?" "Quite ripe." "Are they good?" "Very good indeed." "Since they are handy, you might pick a few for us." Madouc selected 2 cherries and dropped them into Clodis' hands. "Here are some the birds have pecked." Clodis looked at the cherries with a wrinkled nose. "Are there none better?" "Certainly. If you climb the tree, you can pick them." Devinette tossed her head. "I don't care to soil my clothes." "As you like." Devinnette and Clodis moved to the side, where they settled themselves carefully in the grass and spoke in low voices. Occasionally they glanced up toward Madouc and giggled as if at some ludicrous consideration. Madouc presently climbed down through the branches and jumped to the ground. "How long will you stay at Sarras?" "We are here at the Queen's pleasure," said Devinnette. She looked Madouc up and down and laughed incredulously. "You are wearing a boy's breeches!" Madouc said coldly, "If you found me in the tree without, you might have more cause for criticism." Devinnette gave a scornful sniff. "Now that you are on the ground, you should instantly go change. A pretty frock would be ever so much nicer." "Not if I should decide to go out with Typhur for an hour or two." Devinnette blinked. "Oh? Where would you go?" "Most anywhere. Perhaps along the river bank." Clodis asked with delicate emphasis, "Who is Typhur?" Madouc gave her a wondering, blue-eyed stare. "What odd things must go on in your mind! Typhur is my horse. What else could he be?" Clodis giggled. "I was a bit confused." Without comment, Madouc turned away. Devinnette called out, "Where are you going?" "To the stables." Devinnette screwed up her pretty face. "I don't want to go to the stables. Let us do something else." Clodis suggested, "We can sit in the garden and play Tittlewit or Cockalorum." "That sounds like fine sport," said Madouc. "You two start the game. I will join you presently." Clodis said doubtfully, "It's no fun with just two." "Besides," said Devinnette, "Lady Desdea wants us to attend you." "It's so that you may learn proper manners," said Clodis. "That, in fact, is the way of it," said Devinnette. "Without a pedigree you can't be expected to come by such things naturally, as we do." "I have a fine pedigree somewhere," said Madouc bravely. "I am certain of it, and one day I will make a search, perhaps sooner than later." Devinnette gave a choked gurgle of laughter. "Do you go now to search the stables?" Madouc turned her back and walked away. Devinnette and Clodis looked after her with vexation. Clodis called, "Wait for us! We will come with you, but you must behave properly." Later in the day, Devinnette and Clodis reported to Lady Desdea. Both were thoroughly annoyed with Madouc, who had acceded to none of their wishes. "She kept us there forever while she groomed her Typhur horse and braided its mane." But worse was to come. Madouc finished with Typhur and led him away, but failed to return. The two girls went to find her. As they picked their way fastidiously around the stable, an exit gate swung open without warning, thrusting them from the stone coping into the drainage sump, so that both stumbled and fell. At this point Madouc appeared in the opening and asked why they were playing in the manure. "This is not what I consider ladylike behavior," Madouc told them haughtily. "Have you no regard for decency?" Lady Desdea could only deplore the misfortune. "You should be more careful. Still, Madouc need not lavish so much time on that horse. Tomorrow I shall see to it. We shall sit to our needlework, with honey-cakes and sangaree for us all to enjoy." At twilight the three girls supped on cold fowl and onion pudding in a pleasant little room overlooking the park. Prince Cassander came to sit with them. At his order the steward brought a flask of pale sweet wine. Cassander sat back in his chair, sipping from the goblet and talking largely of his theories and exploits. On the morrow he and his comrades intended to ride north to Florhamet, a town on Old Street, where a great fair was in progress. "There will be jousting," said Cassander. Jousting in full armor with battle-lances was not yet in vogue. During this era lances were heavily padded with pillow-like buffs, and jousting seldom caused injuries more serious than bruises and sprains. "Perhaps I will take up a gauge or two if the competition is fair. We do not wish to compete against yokels and ploughboys. That goes without saying." Even at her relatively early age, Devinnette was always ready to test her skills. "You must be very brave to take such risks." Cassander made an expansive gesture. "It is a complicated skill, comprised of practice, horsemanship, and natural ability. I flatter myself that I run a good course. You three should come to Florhamet, at least to see the fair. Then, should we joust, we will wear your ribbons. What do you think of that?" "It sounds splendid," said Clodis, "but Lady Desdea has other plans for tomorrow." "In the morning we will sit at our needlework in the conservatory, while Master Jocelyn sings to the lute." Devinnette darted a glance toward Madouc. "In the afternoon the Queen holds court, and we will all attend her. as is proper.
"Ah, well, you must do what Lady Desdea thinks best," said Cassander. "Perhaps there will be another occasion before summer is over."
"I do hope so," said Devinet. "It would be most exciting to watch you vanquish your opponents, one after the other."
"It is not so easy as that," said Cassander, "and there may be only bumpkins on plough-horses to ride against. Still, we shall see."
2. In the morning, early, with the sun still red in the east, Madouc rose from her bed, dressed, took a hasty breakfast of porridge and figs in the kitchen, then ran around to the stables. Here she searched out Pimfid and commanded him to saddle Typher and his own horse as well. Pimfid blinked, yawned, and scratched his head.
"It is neither entertaining nor sensible to ride out so early."
"Do not attempt to think, Pimfid. I have already made the decisions. Merely saddle the horses, and without delay."
"I see no need for haste," growled Pimfid. "The day is young, and the day is long."
"Is it not clear? I want to avoid Devinet and Clodis. You have heard my orders. Please be quick."
"Very good, your Highness." Pimfid languidly saddled the horses and led them from the stable. "Where do you intend to ride?"
"Here, there, up the lane, perhaps as far as Old Street."
"Old Street? That is a goodly distance. 4 miles, or is it 5?
"No matter. The day is fine, and the horses are eager for their run."
"But we will not be back for our dinner. Must I go hungry on this account?"
"Come along, Pimfid. Today your stomach is not important."
"Perhaps not to you of the royalty, who nibble at will upon saffron cakes and tripes in honey. I am a vulgar lout with a gut to match, and now you must wait till I find bread and cheese for my dinner. Be quick!"
Pimfid ran off and returned a few moments later, carrying a cloth sack which he tied to the back of his saddle. Madouc asked, "Are you ready at last? Then let us be off." 3. The two rode up Sarris Way across the royal parkland, past meadows sparkling with daisies, lupins, wild mustard, flaming red poppies, past copses of ash and birch, through the shade of massive oaks where they overhung the lane. They departed the royal domain through a stone portal and almost immediately encountered a crossroads where Sarris Way became Fanship Lane. Madouc and Pimfid rode north up Fanship Lane, not without grumbling from Pimfid, who could not understand Madouc's interest in Old Street.
"There is nothing to see but the road, which runs to the right and also to the left."
"Just so," said Madouc. "Let us proceed."
The countryside presently became marked by evidences of cultivation, fields planted to oats and barley, marked off by old stone fences, an occasional farmhouse. After a mile or two the lane ascended a long, easy slope by slants and traverses, finally at the top of the rise intersecting with Old Street. Madouc and Pimfid pulled up their horses. Looking back across the panorama to the south, they could trace the entire length of Fanship Lane to the crossroads, and beyond, across the King's Park to the poplars beside the river Glame, though Sarris itself was concealed behind trees. As Pimfid had asserted, Old Street continued in both directions, over the downs and out of sight. Fanship Lane, crossing Old Street, proceeded onward toward the sombre loom of Forest Tantravallis, at this point little more than a mile to the north. At the moment Old Street was empty of traffic, a fact which seemed to excite Pimfid's suspicions. Craning his neck, he stared first in one direction, then the other. Madouc watched in puzzlement, and finally asked,
"Why are you searching so carefully when there is nothing to be seen?"
"That is what I want to see."
"I don't quite understand."
"Naturally not," said Pimfid loftily. "You are too young to know the woes of the world, which are many. There is also much wickedness, if one cares to look, or even if one takes care not to look."
Madouc inspected the road, first to the east, then to the west. "At the moment I see nothing either woeful or wicked."
"That is because the road is empty. Wickedness often springs into view from nowhere, which makes it so fearful."
"Pimfid, I believe that you are obsessed by fear."
"It may well be, since fear rules the world. The hare fears the fox, who fears the hound, who fears the kennel-master, who fears the lord, who fears the king, whose fears I would not have the impudence to think upon."
"Poor Pimfid, your world is built of fear and dread. As for me, I have no time for such emotions." Pimfid spoke in an even voice. "You are a royal princess, and I may not call you a witless little fool, even should the thought cross my mind." Madouc turned him a sad, blue-eyed glance. "So that, after all, is your concept of me."
"I will say only this. Persons who fear nothing are soon dead."
"I have a fear or two," said Madouc. "Needlework." Master Jocelyn's dancing lessons, one or two other things which need not be mentioned. I have many fears, said Pimfid proudly. Mad dogs, lepers and leper bells, hell horses, harpies and witches, lightning riders, and the creatures who live at the bottom of wells. Also hop-legs, urchments, and ghosts who wait by the lich gate. Is that all? Asked Madouc. By no means. I fear dropsy, milk-eye, and the pox. Now that I think of it, I very much fear the king's displeasure. We must turn back before someone sees us so far from Sarras and carries tales. Not so fast, said Madouc. When it is time to return, I will give the signal. She studied the signpost. Flohamet is only 4 miles distant. Pimfid cried out in quick alarm. 4 miles or 400 for us, one is like the other. Prince Cassander mentioned the Flohamet fair and said it was very gay. One fair is much like another, declared Pimfid, the favoured resort of rogues, cheats, and cut-purses. Madouc paid no heed. There are to be jugglers, buffoons, songsters, stilt-dancers, mimes, and mountebanks. These folks are by and large disreputable, growled Pimfid. That is common knowledge. There is also a tournament of jousting. Prince Cassander may take a turn in the lists if the competition suits him. Humph, that I doubt. Oh? How so? Pimfid looked off across the landscape. It is not fitting that I discuss Prince Cassander. Speak! Your words will go no farther. I doubt if he will risk the lists with so many folk to watch should he take a tumble. Madouc grinned. For a fact, he is vain. In any event, I don't care to watch the jousting. I would rather wander among the booths. Pimfid's honest face took on a set of mulish obstinacy. We cannot ride into town so free and easy to rub elbows with the bumpkins. Can you imagine Her Majesty's disapproval? You would be chided, and I would be beaten. We must turn back, since the day advances. It is still early. Devinette and Clovis are only just settling to their needlework. Pimfid gave a cry of consternation. He pointed westward along Old Street. Folk are approaching. They are gentry, and you will be recognized. We must be gone before they arrive. Madouc heaved a sigh. Pimfid's logic could not be refuted. Reining Typher about, she started back along Fanship Lane, only to stop short. What now? Demanded Pimfid. A party is coming up Fanship Lane. That is Cassander on the bay horse, and it is no doubt King Casmir himself on the great black charger. Pimfid gave a groan of despair. We are trapped! Not so. We will cross Old Street and take cover up Fanship Lane until the way is clear. A sound idea for once, muttered Pimfid. Hurry! There is no time to waste. We can hide behind yonder trees. Touching up their horses, the two trotted across Old Street and north along the continuation of Fanship Lane, which quickly became little more than a track across the meadow. They approached a copse of poplar trees where they hoped to take concealment. Madouc called over her shoulder, I smell smoke. Pimfid called back, There will be a crofter's hut nearby. You smell the smoke from his hearth. I see no hut. That is not our great concern. Quick now, into the shade. The two took themselves under the poplars, where they discovered the source of the smoke, a fire, over which a pair of vagabonds roasted a rabbit. One was short and big-bellied, with a round, flat face surrounded by a froust of black beard and black hair. The second was tall and thin as a stick, lank of arm and leg, with a face long and vacuous like the face of a cod. Both wore ragged garments and tattered buskins. The tall vagabond wore a high piked cap of black felt. His fat comrade wore a low-crowned hat with a very wide brim. To the side were a pair of sacks in which they evidently carried their belongings. At the sight of Madouc and Pimfid, the two rose to their feet and stood appraising the situation. Madouc gave the two a cold inspection in return, and concluded that never had she encountered a more unsavory pair of rogues. The short, fat vagabond spoke. And what are you two doing here so fresh and airy? That is none of your concern, said Madouc. Pimfid, let us proceed. We disturbed these persons at their meal. Not at all, said the short vagabond. He spoke to his tall comrade without taking his eyes from Madouc and Pimfid. Ossip, have a look down the lane. See who else is near. All clear, no one in sight, reported Ossip. Those are fine horses, said the burly rogue. The saddles and fitments are also of fine quality. Semikin, notice, the red-haired brat wears a golden clasp. Is it not a farce, Ossip? that some wear gold while others go without? It is the injustice of life. Were I to wield power, everyone should share alike. That is a noble concept indeed.
Ossip peered at Typhur's bridle.
See here, even the horse wears gold. He spoke with unctuous fervor. Here is richness.
Sammakin snapped his fingers.
I cannot help but rejoice. The sun shines bright, and our luck has turned at last. Still, we must exert ourselves in a certain way that we know of in order to safeguard our reputations.
Wise words, Ossip. The two moved forward. Pimfid called sharply to Madouc.
Ride off at speed!
He wheeled his own horse, but Ossip reached out a gangling arm and seized his bridle. Pimfid kicked out vigorously and caught Ossip in the face, causing him to blink and clap his hand to his eye.
Ah, you little viper, you have shown your teeth! Alas, my poor face! What pain!
Sammakin had made a dancing little run toward Madouc, but she had kicked Typhur into motion to ride a few yards up the lane, where she halted in an agony of indecision. Sammakin turned back to where Ossip still hung to the bridle of Pimfid's horse, despite Pimfid's kicks and curses. Sammakin, coming up behind, seized Pimfid around the waist and flung him rudely to the ground. Pimfid bellowed in outrage. Rolling to the side, he seized up a broken tree branch, and jumping to his feet, he stood at bay.
Dogs!
He brandished the limb with hysterical bravado.
Vermin! Come at me if you dare!
He looked over his shoulder to where Madouc sat rigid on Typhur.
Ride away, you little fool, and be quick! Fetch help!
Sammakin and Ossip, without haste, took up their staffs and closed in on Pimfid, who defended himself with might and main until Sammakin's staff broke his branch into splinters. Sammakin fainted. Ossip raised his staff on high and struck Pimfid across the side of the head so that Pimfid's eyes looked in opposite directions. He fell to the ground. Sammakin struck him again and again, while Ossip tied Pimfid's horse to a tree. He started at a run toward Madouc. She finally roused herself from her stupefaction, wheeled Typhur, and set off up the lane at a gallop. Pimfid's head lolled to the side, with blood trickling from his mouth. Sammakin stood back with a grunt of approval.
This one will carry no tales. Now for the other.
Madouc, crouching low in the saddle, galloped up the lane. Stone fences to either side. She looked over her shoulder. Ossip and Sammakin were trotting up the lane in pursuit. Madouc gave a low wild cry and kicked Typhur to his best speed. She would ride up the lane until she found a gap in one of the fences, then dash away across the downs and back to Old Street. Behind came the vagabonds, Ossip pacing with long, stately strides, Sammakin pumping his arms and scuttling like a fat rat. As before, they seemed in no great haste. Madouc looked right and left. A ditch flowing with water ran beside the lane on one side, with the stone fence beyond. To the other, the fence had given way to a hawthorn hedge. Ahead, the lane curved to the side and passed through a gap in the fence. Without a pause, Madouc galloped Typhur through the gap. She stopped short in consternation to find that she had entered a sheepfold of no great extent. She looked here and there and all around, but discovered no exit. Up the lane came Ossip and Sammakin, puffing and blowing from their exertion. Ossip called out in a fluting voice, "Nicely, nicely now. Stand your horse. Be calm and ready. Do not make us dodge about." "Quiet is the word," called Sammakin. "It will soon be over, and you will find it very quiet, so I am told." "That is my understanding," agreed Ossip. "Stand still and do not cry. I cannot abide a wailing child." Madouc looked desperately around the paddock, seeking a break or a low place over which Typhur might jump, but in vain. She slid to the ground and hugged Typhur's neck. "Goodbye, my dear good friend. I must leave you to save my life." She ran to the fence, scrambled up and over, and was gone from the fold. Ossip and Sammakin called out in anger, "Stop! Come back! It is all in fun. We mean no harm." Madouc turned a frightened glance over her shoulder and only fled the faster with the dark shade of the forest Tantravallis now close at hand. Cursing, lamenting the need for so much exercise, and calling out the most awful threats which came to their minds, Sammakin and Ossip scrambled over the fence and came in pursuit. At the edge of the forest, Madouc paused a moment to gasp and lean against the bole of a crooked old oak. Up the meadow, not 50 yards distant, came Ossip and Sammakin, both now barely able to run for fatigue. Sammakin took note of Madouc, where she stood by the tree, auburn curls in wild disarray. The two slowed almost to a halt, then advanced a sly step at a time. Sammakin called in a voice of syrup, "Ah, dear child, how clever you are to wait for us. Beware the forest where the Bogles live." Ossip added, "They will eat you alive and spit up your bones. You are safer with us." "Come, dear little chick," called Sammakin. "We will play a jolly game together." Madouc turned and plunged into the forest. Sammakin and Ossip raised cries of wrathful disappointment. "Come back, you raddle-topped little itling! Now we are angry. You must be punished, and severely. Ah, vixen, but you will squeak and gasp and shudder. Our mercy? None. You had none for us." Madouc grimaced. Uneasy little spasms tugged at her stomach. What a terrible place the world could be. They had killed poor Pimfid, so good and so brave. And Typhor, never would she ride Typhor again. And if they caught her, they would wring her neck on the spot, unless they thought to use her for some unthinkable amusement. Madouc stopped to listen. She held her breath. The thud and crush of heavy feet on the dead leaves came frighteningly close at hand. Madouc darted off at an angle around a thicket of blackthorn and another of bay, hoping to befuddle her pursuers. The forest became dense. Foliage blocked away the sky, save only where a fallen tree or an outcrop of rock or some inexplicable circumstance created a glade. A rotting log blocked Madouc's way. She clambered over, ducked around a blackberry bush, jumped a little rill where it trickled through watercress. She paused to look back and to catch her breath. Nothing fearful could be seen. Undoubtedly she had evaded the two robbers. She held her breath to listen. Thud crunch, thud crunch, thud crunch. The sounds were faint and cautious, but seemed to be growing louder, and in fact, by fortuitous chance, Ossip and Sammakin had glimpsed the flicker of Madouc's white smock down one of the forest aisles, and were still on her trail. Madouc gave a little cry of frustration. She turned and once more fled through the forest, picking up the most devious ways and the darkest shadows. She slid through a thicket of alders, waded a slow stream, crossed a glade, and made a detour around a great fallen oak. Where the roots thrust into the air, she found a dark little nook, concealed by a bank of foxgloves. Madouc crouched down under the roots. Several minutes passed. Madouc waited, hardly daring to breathe. She heard footsteps. Ossip and Sammakin went blundering past. Madouc closed her eyes, fearing that they would feel the brush of her vision and stop short. Ossip and Sammakin paused only an instant to look angrily around the glade. Sammakin, thinking to hear a sound in the distance, pointed his finger and gave a guttural cry. The two ran off into the depths of the forest. The thud of their footsteps diminished and was lost in the hush. Madouc remained huddled in the cranny. She discovered that she was warm and comfortable. Her eyelids drooped. Despite her best intentions, she drowsed. Time passed. How long? 5 minutes? Half an hour? Madouc awoke, and now she felt cramped. Cautiously she began to extricate herself from the cranny. She stopped short. What was that sound, so thin and tinkling? Music? Madouc listened intently. The sounds seemed to come from a source not too far away, but hidden from her view by the foxglove foliage. Madouc crouched indecisively, half in, half out of her covert. The music seemed artless and easy, even somewhat frivolous, with queer little trills and quavers. Such a music, thought Madouc, could not conceivably derive from threat or malice. She raised to her knees and peered through the foxglove. It would be an embarrassment to be discovered hiding in such an undignified condition. She plucked up her courage and rose to her feet, ordering her hair and brushing dead leaves from her garments, all the while looking around the glade. 20 feet distant, on a smooth stone, sat a pinch-faced little creature, not much larger than herself, with round sea-green eyes, nut-brown skin and hair. He wore a suit of fine brown stuff, striped blue and red, a jaunty little blue cap with a panache of blackbird's feathers, and long pointed shoes. In one hand he held a wooden sound-box from which protruded 24 small metal tongues. As he stroked the tongues, music tinkled from the box. The creature, taking note of Madouc, desisted from his playing. He asked in a piping voice, "Why do you sleep when the day is so new? Time for sleep during owl's wake." Madouc replied in her best voice, "I slept because I fell asleep." "I understand, at least better than I did before.
Why do you stare at me? From marvelling admiration, as I would suppose."
Madouc made a tactful response. "Partly from admiration, and partly because I seldom talk with fairies." The creature spoke with petulance.
"I am a Wefkin, not a fairy. The differences are obvious."
"Not to me, at least not altogether."
"Wefkins are calm and stately by nature. We are solitary philosophers, as it were. Further, we are a gallant folk, proud and handsome, which conduces to fate-ridden amours both with mortals and with other halflings. We are truly magnificent beings."
"That much is clear," said Madouc. "What of the fairies?" The Wefkin made a gesture of deprecation.
"An unstable folk, prone both to vagary and to thinking 4 thoughts at once. They are social creatures and require the company of their ilk. Otherwise they languish. They chatter and titter, they preen and primp, they engage in grand passions which occupy them all of 20 minutes. Extravagant excess is their watchword. Wefkins are paladins of valor. The fairies do deeds of wanton perversity. Has not your mother explained these distinctions to you?"
"My mother has explained nothing. She has long been dead."
"Dead? What's this again?"
"She is dead as Dinan's cat, and I can't help but think it inconsiderate of her." The Wefkin blinked his green eyes and played a pensive trill on his melody box.
"This is grim news, and I am doubly surprised since I spoke with her only a fortnight past, when she showed all her usual verve, of which, may I say, you have not been denied your full and fair share."
Madouc shook her head in perplexity. "You must mistake me for someone else." The Wefkin peered closely at her.
"Are you not Madouc, the beautiful and talented child now accepted, if somewhat gracelessly, as Royal Princess of Lyonesse by King Bumblehead?"
"I am she," said Madouc modestly, "but my mother was the Princess Suldrun."
"Not so! That is a canard! Your true mother is the fairy Twisk of Thripsishee."
Madouc stared at the Wefkin in open-mouthed wonder. "How do you know this?"
"It is common knowledge among the halflings. Believe or disbelieve as you wish."
"I do not question your words," said Madouc hastily, "but the news comes as an astonishment. How did it happen so?" The Wefkin sat upright on the stone. Rubbing his chin with long green fingers, he appraised Madouc sidelong.
"Yes, I will recite the facts of the case, but only if you request the favor, since I would not care to startle you without your express permission."
The Wefkin fixed his great green eyes upon Madouc's face.
"Is it your wish that I do you this favor?"
"Yes, please."
"Just so. The Princess Suldrun gave birth to a boy-child. The father was Aillas of Troysonet. The baby is now known as Prince Dhrun."
"Prince Dhrun? Now I am truly astonished. How can it be? He is far older than I."
"Patience. You shall learn all. Now then. For safety, the baby was taken to a place in the forest. Twisk chanced to pass by and exchanged you for the little blonde boy-baby, and that is the way of it. You are a changeling. Dhrun lived at Thripsishee a year and a day by mortal time, but by fairy time many years elapsed. 7, 8, or it might be 9. No one knows, since no one keeps a reckoning."
Madouc stood in bemused silence. Then she asked, "Am I then of fairy blood?"
"You have lived long years in human places, eating human bread and drinking human wine. Fairy stuff is delicate. Who knows how much has been replaced with human dross? That is the way of it. Still, all taken with all, it is not so bad a condition. Would you have it differently?"
Madouc reflected. "I would not want to change from the way I am, whatever that is. But in any case I am grateful to you for the information."
"Save your thanks, my dear. It is just a little favor, barely enough to be reckoned."
"In that case, tell me who might be my father." The Wefkin chuckled.
"You phrase the question with a nicety. Your father might be this one, or he might be that one, or he might be someone far away and gone. You must ask Twisk, your mother. Would you like to meet her?"
"Very much indeed."
"I have a moment or two to spare. If you so request, I will teach you to call your mother."
"Please do."
"Then you so request?" "Of course." "I accede to your request with pleasure, and there will be no great increment to our little account. Step over here, if you will."
Madouc sidled from behind the foxgloves and approached the wefkin, who exuded a resinous odor as if from crushed herbs and pine needles mingled with bosque, pollen, and musk. "Observe," said the wefkin in a grand voice. "I pluck a blade of sawgrass. I cut a little slit here and another here. Then I do thus. Then so. Now I blow a gentle breath, very easy, very soft, and the virtue of the grass produces a call. Listen!" He blew, and the grass whistle emitted a soft tone. "Now then, you must make just such a whistle with your own fingers." Madouc started to make the whistle, then, troubled by a thought which had been working at the back of her mind, paused. She asked, "What do you mean when you speak of our little account?" The wefkin made a flickering flourish of long-fingered hands. "Nothing of large significance. In the main, just a way of speaking." Madouc dubiously continued her work. She paused again. "It is well known that fairies never give without taking. Is the same true of wefkins?" "Ah, in large transactions this might be the case. Wefkins are not an avaricious folk." Madouc thought to detect evasiveness. "Tell me, then, how I must pay for your advice." The wefkin pulled at the flaps of his cap and tittered as if in embarrassment. "I will accept nothing of consequence, neither silver nor gold nor yet precious stuffs. I am happy to oblige someone so quick and pretty. If only for the joys of gratitude, you may kiss the end of my nose, and that will settle our account. Is it agreed?" Madouc looked askance at the wefkin and his long pointed nose, while the wefkin made foolish and inconsequential little gestures. Madouc said, "I will take the matter under advisement. I seldom kiss strangers, on their noses or elsewhere." The wefkin scowled and jerked his knees up under his chin. After a moment he resumed his bland demeanor. "You are unlike your mother in this regard. Well, no matter. I only thought to... But again, no matter. Have you made your grass flute? Well done. Blow softly with kind expression. Ah, that is good. Stop now and listen to my instruction. To summon your mother you must blow into the flute and sing in this wise. Lira, lissa, lara, lass, Madouc has made a flute of grass. Softly blowing, wild and free, she calls to Twisk at Thripsy she. Lira, lissa, lara, leer, a daughter calls her mother dear. Tread the wind and vault the mere, span the sky and meet me here. So sing I, Madouc." Madouc, after a diffident rehearsal, took a deep breath to settle her nerves, then blew a soft note on the grass flute and spoke the cantrap. Nothing seemed to occur. Madouc looked here and there, then spoke to the wefkin. "Did I pronounce the charm correctly?" A soft voice responded from behind the foxgloves. "You spoke the charming good rendition." Twisk, the fairy damsel, came forward, a supple creature with a casual fluff of pale blue hair bound with a rope of sapphires. Madouc called out in awe and rapture, "Are you truly my mother?" "First things first," said Twisk. "How did you agree to pay Zocco for his services?" "He wanted me to kiss his nose. I told him that I would take advice on the matter." "Quite right," declared Zocco the wefkin. "In due course I will vouchsafe the correct advice, and that will be the end of it. We need discuss the subject no further." "Since I am her mother, I will provide the advice and spare you the effort," said Twisk.
"No effort for me. I am deft and alert in my thinking."
Twisk paid no heed. "Madouc, this is my advice. Pick up yonder clod of dirt, and tender it to that pop-eyed little imp, speaking these words. Zocco, with this token I both imburse and reimburse you, in full fee and total account, now and then, anon and forever, in this world and all others, and in every other conceivable respect, for each and every service you have performed for me or in my behalf, real or imaginary, to the limits of time, in all directions."
"Sheer rigmarole and tommy-rot," scoffed Zocco. "Madouc, pay no heed to this foolish blue-haired whiffet. You and I have our own arrangements, as you know."
Twisk came slowly forward, and Madouc was able to see her clearly, a lovely creature with pale blue hair, skin the color of cream, features of surpassing delicacy. Her eyes, like those of Madouc, were wonderful, dreaming, sky-blue pools, in which a susceptible man might easily lose his wits. Twisk spoke to Madouc.
I will remark, as a matter of casual interest, that Zocco is notorious for his lewd conduct. If you kissed his nose, you would be compelled into his service, and soon would be kissing him elsewhere, at his orders, and who knows what else.
"This is unthinkable," declared Madouc, aghast. "Zocco seemed so affable and courteous."
"That is the usual trick." Madouc turned to Zocco.
"I have now taken advisement." She picked up the clod of dirt. "Instead of kissing your nose, I tender you this token of my gratitude."
She spoke the disclaimer which Twisk had contrived for her use, despite Zocco's squeaks and groans of protest. With a pettish motion, Zocco cast the clod of dirt aside.
"Such tokens are useless. I cannot eat them. They are flavorless. I cannot wear them. They lack style, and they provide no amusement whatever."
Twisk said, "Silence, Zocco. Your complaints are crass."
"In addition to the token," said Madouc with dignity, "and despite your horrifying plans, I extend you my thanks, in that you have united me with my mother, and no doubt Twisk feels the same gratitude."
"What?" said Twisk. "I had long put your existence out of my mind. Why, may I ask, did you call me?"
Madouc's jaw dropped. "I wanted to know my mother. I thought all the time she was dead."
Twisk gave an indulgent laugh. "The error is absurd. I am surcharged with vivacity of all kinds."
"So I see. I regret the mistake, but I was given false information."
"Just so. You must learn to be more skeptical. But now you know the truth, and I will be returning to Thripsy-She."
"Not yet," cried Madouc. "I am your beloved daughter, and you have only just met me. Also, I need your help."
Twisk sighed. "Is it not always the way? What then do you want of me?"
"I am lost in the forest. 2 murderers killed Pimfid and stole my horse Typher. They chased me and caused me a great fright. They wanted to kill me as well. Also they called me a scrawny, red-headed whelp."
Twisk stared in shock and disapproval. "You meekly stood by and allowed these insults?"
"By no means. I ran away as fast as possible and hid."
"You should have brought them a waft of hornets, or shortened their legs so that their feet had joined their buttocks, or transformed them into hedgehogs."
Madouc gave an embarrassed laugh. "I don't know how to do these things."
Twisk sighed once more. "I have neglected your education. I cannot deny it. Well, no time like the present, and we shall make a start at this instant." She took Madouc's hands in her own. "What do you feel?"
A quiver came over me, a sensation most strange.
Twisk nodded and stood back. "Now then, hold your thumb and finger thus, whisper 'Whip,' and jerk your chin toward whatever nuisance you wish to abate. You may practice on Zocco." Madouc pressed thumb and finger together.
"Like this?"
"Just so."
"And whip?"
"Correct."
"And jerk my chin like this?"
Zocco uttered a screech and jumped 4 feet from the ground, twirling his feet rapidly in mid-air.
"Hi-kia!" called Zocco. "Put me down!"
"You have worked the spell correctly," said Twisk. "See how he twirls his feet as if dancing? The spell is known as the tinkle toe, or sometimes hobgoblin's hopscotch." Madouc allowed thumb and finger to separate, and Zocco returned to the ground, sea-green eyes bulging from his head.
"Hold hard on that mischief, and at once!"
Madouc spoke contritely. "Excuse me, Zocco. I think that I jerked my chin a bit too hard." "That was my own thought," said Twisk. "Try again, using less force." On this occasion Zocco jumped less than 3 feet into the air, and his outcries were considerably less shrill. "Well done," said Twisk. "You have a natural bent for such work."
"It has come too late," gloomed Madouc. "Poor Pimfid lies dead in the ditch, and all through my insistence upon the Florhammet fair."
Twisk made an airy gesture. "Did you strike Pimfrid dead?" "No, mother." "Then you need feel no remorse." Madouc's distress was not fully relieved.
"All very well, but Ossip and Samikin, who struck the blows, feel no remorse either. They beat poor Pimfid till the blood gushed. Then they chased me and stole Typher. I have met you, and I am overjoyed for this reason, but at the same time I grieve for Pimfid and Typher."
Zocco chuckled.
"Just like a female, singing both bass and falsetto with the same breath." Twisk turned Zocco a glance of mild inquiry. "Zocco, did you speak?" Zocco licked his lips. "An idle thought, no more." "Since you lack occupation, perhaps you will look into the vexations which Madouc has described." Zocco said peevishly, "I see no reason to oblige either you or your unappealing brat of a daughter." "The choice is yours," said Twisk graciously. She spoke to Madouc. "Wefkins are unimaginative. Zocco, for instance, envisions a future of blissful ease, with never a pang of discomfort. Right or wrong?" "He is wrong, indeed." Zocco jumped to his feet. "I find that I have a few moments to spare. It will do no harm to take a cursory look around the landscape and perhaps make an adjustment or two." Twisk nodded. "Please report your findings on the instant." Zocco was gone. Twisk examined Madouc from head to toe. "This is an interesting occasion. As I mentioned, I had almost forgotten your existence." Madouc spoke stiffly. "It was not very nice of you to give me away, your own darling little child, and take another in my place." "Yes and no," said Twisk. "You were not as darling as you might like to think. Indeed, you were something of a rippet. Dhrun was golden-haired and sweet-natured. He gurgled and laughed, while you screamed and kicked. It was a relief to be rid of you." Madouc held her tongue. Reproaches clearly would serve no useful purpose. She spoke with dignity. "I hope that I have given you reason to change your opinion." "You might have turned out worse. I seem to have gifted you with a certain queer intelligence, and perhaps an inkling of my own extravagant beauty, though your hair is a frowst." "That is because I have been running through the woods in terror and hiding under a rotten log. If you like, you may give me a magic comb, which will order my hair at a touch." "A good idea," said Twisk. "You will find it under your pillow when you return to Saris." Madouc's mouth dropped. "Am I to return to Saris?" "Where else?" asked Twisk, somewhat tartly. "We could live together in a pretty little castle of our own, perhaps beside the sea." "That would not be practical. You are quite suitably housed at Saris. But remember, no one must learn of our meeting, King Casmir in particular." "Why so? Though I had no intention of telling him." "It is a complicated story. He knows that you are a changeling, but try as he might, he has never been able to identify Suldrun's true child. Were he to know, and he would force the truth from you, he would send out assassins, and Dhrun would soon be dead." Madouc grimaced. "Why should he do such a terrible deed?" "Because of a prediction in regard to Suldrun's firstborn son, which causes him anxiety. Only the priest Umfred knows the secret, and he hugs it close, at least for the moment. Now then, Madouc, while this has been an interesting occasion—" "Not yet. There is still much to talk about. Will we meet again soon?" Twisk gave an indifferent shrug. "I live in a constant flux. I am unable to make fixed plans." "I am not sure whether I live in a flux or not," said Madouc. "I know only that Devanette and Clodis call me bastard and insist that I lack all pedigree." "In a formal sense they are correct, if somewhat rude." Madouc spoke wistfully. "I suspected as much. Still, I would like to know the name of my father and all the particulars of his personality and condition." Twisk laughed. "You pose a conundrum I cannot even begin to solve." Madouc spoke in shock. "You cannot remember his name?" "No." "Nor his rank, nor his race, nor his appearance?" "The episode occurred long ago. I cannot recall every trifling incident of my life." "Still, since he was my father, he was surely a gentleman of rank, with a very long and fine pedigree." "I remember no such individual." "It seems, then, that I cannot even claim to be a bastard of high degree." Twisk had become bored with the subject. "Make whatever claim you like. No one can disprove you, not even I. In any case, bastard or not, you are still reckoned to be Princess Madouc of Lyonesse. This is an enviable estate." From the corner of her eye, Madouc glimpsed a flicker of green and blue. "Zocco has returned." Zocco reported his findings. Neither corpse nor cadaver made itself known, and I adjudged the issue to be moot. Proceeding eastward along Old Street, I discovered 2 rogues on horseback. Fat Samikin sat high on a tall bay, like the hump on a camel. Ossip Longshanks bestrode a dappled pony with his feet dragging the ground.
"Alas, poor Typher," mourned Madouc. Twisk asked, "And how did you resolve the case?"
The horses are tethered in the paddock. The rogues are running across Lanklin Down, pursued by bears."
"Samikin perhaps should have been transformed into a toad, and Ossip into a salamander," said Twisk. "I would also have verified Pimfid's death more carefully, if only that I might observe the prodigy of a walking corpse." Madouc suggested, "Perhaps he is not dead." "That, of course, is possible," said Twisk.
Zocco grumbled. "If he wanted to be thought dead, he should have remained in place."
"Quite so," said Twisk. "Now you may go your way. In the future try no more sly tricks upon my innocent young daughter."
Zocco grumbled. "She is young, but I doubt if she is also innocent. Still, I will now bid you farewell."
Zocco seemed to fall backward off the stone and was gone. "Zocco is not a bad sort, as Wefkins go," said Twisk. "Now then, time presses. It has been a pleasure to meet you after so many years, but—"
"Wait!" cried Madouc. "I still know nothing of my father, nor my pedigree."
"I will give the matter thought. In the meantime—"
"Not yet, mother dear. I need your help in a few other small ways."
"If I must, I must," said Twisk. "What are your needs?"
"Pimfid may be in bad case, sore and ill. Give me something to make him well."
"That is simple enough." Twisk plucked a laurel leaf, spat delicately into its centre. She folded the leaf into a wad, touched it to her forehead, nose, and chin, and gave it to Madouc. "Rub this upon Pimfid's wounds for his quick good health. Is there anything else? If not—"
"There is something else. Should I use the tinkle-toe upon Lady Desdea? She might jump so high as to cause an embarrassment, or even to injure herself."
"You have a kind heart," said Twisk. "As for the tinkle-toe, you must learn to gauge both the finesse of your gesture and the thrust of your chin. With practice you will control the vigor of her jump to exactly a proper altitude. What else?" Madouc considered.
"I would like a wand to do transformations, a cap of invisibility, swift slippers to walk the air, a purse of boundless wealth, a talisman to compel the love of all, a mirror—"
"Stop!" cried Twisk. "Your needs are excessive."
"It does no harm to ask," said Madouc. "When will I see you again?"
"If necessary, come to Thripsy She."
"How will I find this place?"
"Fare along Old Street to Little Saffield, turn north up Timble Way, pass first through Tawn Timble, then Glimwoad, which is hard by the forest. Take directions to Womble Path, which leads into Thripsy Meadow. Arrive at noon, but never at night, for a variety of reasons. Stand at the edge of the meadow and softly speak my name 3 times, and I will come. If nuisances are committed upon you, cry out, 'Trouble me not, by fairy law.'" Madouc made a hopeful suggestion.
"It might be more convenient if I called you with the grass flute."
"More convenient for you, perhaps. Not necessarily for me." Twisk stepped forward and kissed Madouc's forehead. She stood back, smiling. "I have been remiss, but that is my nature, and you must expect nothing better from me." Twisk was gone. Madouc, her forehead tingling, stood alone in the glade. She looked at the place where Twisk had stood, then turned away and also departed. 4. Madouc returned through the forest the way she had come. In the sheepfold she found Typher and Pimfid's bay tethered to a post. She mounted Typher and rode down the lane toward Old Street, leading the bay. As she rode, she searched carefully to either side of the way, but Pimfid was nowhere to be seen, neither alive nor dead. The circumstances caused Madouc both anxiety and puzzlement. If Pimfid were alive, why had he lain so limp and still in the ditch? If Pimfid were dead, why should he walk away? Madouc, with wary glances to right and left, crossed Old Street into Fanship Way. She continued south and presently arrived at Sarris. In a mournful mood she took the horses around to the stables, and at last the mystery in regard to Pimfid's disappearance was clarified. Sitting disconsolately beside the dung-heap
was Pimfid himself. At the sight of Madouc, Pimfid jumped to his feet. "At last you trouble to show yourself," he cried out. "Why have you dallied so long?" Madouc responded with dignity.
"I was delayed by events beyond my control."
"All very well," growled Pimfid. "Meanwhile, I have been sitting here on tenterhooks. If King Casmir had come before your return, I would now be crouching deep in a dungeon."
"Your worries seem far less for me than for yourself," said Madouc with a sniff.
"Not so. I made several guesses as to your probable fate, and was not cheered. Exactly what happened to you?" Madouc saw no need to report the full scope of her adventures.
"The robbers chased me deep into the forest. After I eluded them, I circled back to Old Street and rode home. That, in general, is what happened."
She dismounted from Typher and examined Pimfid from head to toe.
"You seem in adequately good health. I feared that you were dead from the effect of so many cruel blows."
"Ha!" said Pimfid scornfully. "I am not so easily daunted. My head is thick."
"On the whole, and taking all with all, your conduct cannot be faulted," said Madouc. "You fought your best."
"True. Still I am not a fool. When I saw how events were going, I feigned death."
"Have you bruises? Do you hurt?"
"I cannot deny a few aches and as many pains. My head throbs like a great bell."
"Approach me, Pimfid. I will try to allay your suffering."
Pimfid asked suspiciously, "What do you plan to do?"
"You need ask no questions."
"I tend to be cautious in the matter of cures. I want neither cathartics nor clysters." Madouc paid no heed to the remark.
"Come here and show me where you hurt."
Pimfid approached and gingerly indicated his bruises. Madouc applied the poultice she had received from Twisk, and Pimfid's pain instantly disappeared. "That was well done," said Pimfid grudgingly. "Where did you learn such a trick?"
"It is a natural art," said Madouc. "I also wish to commend your bravery. You fought hard and well, and deserve recognition."
She looked here and there, but discovered no implement suitable to her needs, save the manure fork.
"Pimfid, kneel before me."
Once again Pimfid stared in perplexity. "Now what?"
"Do as I say. It is my royal command."
Pimfid gave a fatalistic shrug. "I suppose I must humour you, though I see no reason for such humility."
"Cease grumbling as well."
"Then be quick with whatever game you are playing. Already I feel a fool." Madouc took up the manure fork and raised it on high. Pimfid dodged and threw his arm over his head. "What are you up to?"
"Patience, Pimfid. This tool symbolizes a sword of fine steel."
Madouc touched the fork to Pimfid's head.
"For notable valor on the field of combat, I dub you Sir Pompom, and by this title shall you be known henceforth. Arise, Sir Pompom. In my eyes, at least, you have proved your mettle."
Pimfid rose to his feet, grinning and scowling at the same time. "The stable men will not care a fig one way or the other."
"No matter. In my opinion, you are now Sir Pompom."
The newly knighted Sir Pompom shrugged. "It is at least a start." Chapter 4 1. Lady Desdea, upon receiving word from the stable of Madouc's return to Sarras, posted herself in the entry hall, where she could be sure to intercept the miscreant princess. 5 minutes passed. Lady Desdea waited, with eyes glittering and arms crossed, fingers tap-tapping against her elbow. Madouc, listless and weary, pushed open the door and entered the hall. She crossed to the side passage, looking neither right nor left, as if absorbed in her private thoughts, ignoring Lady Desdea as if she were not there. Smiling a small grim smile, Lady Desdea called out, "Princess Madouc, if you please, I would like a word with you." Madouc stopped short, shoulders sagging. Reluctantly she turned.
"Yes, Lady Desdea, what do you wish?"
Lady Desdea spoke with restraint. "First, I wish to comment upon your conduct, which has caused us all a distraction. Next, I wish to inform you of certain plans which have been made."
"If you are tired," said Madouc in a voice of forlorn hope, "you need not trouble with the comment. As for the plans, we can discuss them another time."
Lady Desdea's small smile seemed frozen on her face. "As you wish, though the comment is most pertinent, and the plans concern you both directly and indirectly." Madouc started to turn away. "One moment," said Lady Desdea. "I will mention only this. Their Majesties will celebrate Prince Cassander's birthday with a grand fete. Many important persons will be on hand. There will be a formal reception, at which you will sit with the rest of the royal family."
"Ah, well, I suppose it is no great matter," said Madouc, and again started to turn away, and again Lady Desdea's voice gave her pause. "In the interim, you must school yourself in the customary social graces, that you may appear at your best advantage." Madouc spoke over her shoulder. "There is little for me to learn, since all I need do is sit quietly and nod my head from time to time." "Ha! There is more to it than that," said Lady Desdea. "You will learn the details tomorrow." Madouc pretended not to hear and went off down the passage to her chambers. She went directly to her bed and looked down at the pillow. What would she find beneath? Slowly, and fearful that she would find nothing, she lifted the pillow and saw a small silver comb. Madouc gave a quiet little cry of joy. Twisk was not a totally adequate mother, but at least she was alive and not dead like the Princess Suldrun, and Madouc was not alone in the world after all. On the wall beside her dressing-table was a mirror of Byzantine glass, rejected by Queen Solace by reason of flaws and distortions, but which had been considered good enough for the use of Princess Madouc, who in any case seldom used the mirror. Madouc went to stand before the mirror. She looked at her reflection, and blue eyes looked back at her, under a careless tumble of copper-auburn curls. "My hair is not such a frightful vision as they like to make out," Madouc told herself bravely. "It is perhaps not constrained in an even bundle, but I would not have it so. Let us see what happens." Madouc pulled the comb through her hair. It slid easily through the strands with none of the usual jerks and snags. The comb was a pleasure to use. Madouc stopped to appraise her reflection. The change, while not startling, was definite. The curls seemed to fall into locks and arrange themselves of their own accord around her face. "No doubt it is an improvement," Madouc told herself, "especially if it helps me escape ridicule and criticism. Today has been most eventful." In the morning Madouc took her breakfast of porridge and boiled bacon in a sunny little alcove to the side of the kitchen, where she knew she would not be likely to encounter either Devinette or Clodis. Madouc decided to consume a peach, then loitered over a bunch of grapes. She was not surprised when Lady Desdea looked through the door. "So this is where you are hiding?" "I am not hiding," said Madouc coldly. "I am taking my breakfast." "I see. Are you finished?" "Not quite. I am still eating grapes." "When you have finally eaten your fill, please come to the morning-room. I will await you there." Madouc fatalistically rose to her feet. "I will come now." In the morning-room Lady Desdea pointed to a chair. "You may sit." Madouc, disliking Lady Desdea's tone, turned her a sulky glance, then slumped upon the chair, legs spraddled forward, chin on her chest. Lady Desdea, after a glance of disapproval, said, "Her Highness the Queen feels that your deportment is unsatisfactory. I am in accord." Madouc twisted her mouth into a crooked line, but said nothing. Lady Desdea went on. "The situation is neither casual nor trivial. Of all your adjuncts and possessions, the most precious is your reputation." "Ah!" Lady Desdea thrust her face forward. "You puff out your cheeks. You are in doubt. However, I am correct." "Yes, Lady Desdea." "As a Princess of Lyonesse, you are a person of importance. Your renown, for good or bad, travels far and fast, as if on the wings of a bird. For this reason you must be at all times gentle, gracious, and nice. You must nurture your reputation, as if it were a beautiful garden of fragrant flowers." Madouc said thoughtfully, "You can help by giving good reports of me in all quarters." "First you must alter your habits, since I do not care to look ridiculous." "In that case I suppose you had better remain silent." Lady Desdea paced 2 steps in one direction, then 2 steps in the other. Halting, she faced Madouc once more. "Do you wish to be known as a lovely young princess notable for her decorum, or an unprincipled little hussy, all dirty face and knobby knees?" Madouc reflected. "Are there no other choices?" "These will suffice at the moment." Madouc heaved a deep sigh. "I don't mind being thought a lovely young princess, so long as I am not expected to act like one." Lady Desdea smiled her grim smile. "Unfortunately, that is impossible. You will never be thought something you are not, since it is essential that during the fete you present yourself as a gracious and virtuous young princess. You must act like one. Since you seem to be ignorant of that skill, you must learn it. By the wishes of the Queen, you will not be allowed to ride your horse, or otherwise wander the countryside, or swim the river, until after the fete." Madouc looked up with a stricken expression. "What will I do with myself?" "You will learn the conventions of the court and good deportment, and your lessons begin at this instant. Extricate yourself from that ungainly slouch, and sit erect in the chair, hands folded in your lap." 2. The occasion of Prince Cassander's 18th birthday would be celebrated at a festival which King Casmir intended should surpass any which had yet enlivened the summer palace at Sarras. For days wagons had been arriving from all directions, loaded with sacks, crocks and crates, tubs of pickled fish, racks dangling with sausages, hams and bacon, barrels of oil, wine, cider and ale, baskets laden with onions, turnips, cabbages, leeks, also parcels of ramp, parsley, sweet herbs, and cress. Day and night the kitchens were active, with the stoves never allowed to go cold. In the service yard 4 ovens constructed for the occasion produced crusty loaves, saffron buns, fruit tarts, also sweet cakes flavoured with currants, anise, honey, and nuts, or even cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves. One of the ovens produced only pies and pasties, stuffed with beef and leeks, or spiced hare seethed in wine, or pork and onions, or pike with fennel, or carp in a swelter of dill, butter, and mushrooms, or mutton with barley and thyme. On the night previous to Cassander's birthday, a pair of oxen were set to roast over the fire on heavy iron spits, along with 2 boars and 4 sheep. In the morning 200 fowl would join the display, that they might be ready for the great banquet, which would begin at noon and continue until the hunger of the company had been totally satiated. As early as 2 days before the celebration, notables began to arrive at Sarras, coming from all quarters of Lyonesse, from Blalock, Pomperol, and Dahot, from as far afield as Aquitaine, Armorica, Ireland, and Wales. The most exalted of the lords and ladies were quartered either in the east wing or the west wing of Sarras proper. Latecomers and folk of lesser estate used equally pleasant pavilions on the lawn beside the river. Miscellaneous dignitaries, the barons, knights, marshals, along with their ladies, were required to make shift with pallets and couches in certain of the halls and galleries of Sarras. Most of the notables would depart on the day following the banquet, though a few might linger in order to confer with King Casmir upon matters of high policy. Immediately before the banquet, the royal family planned to sit at a reception, that they might formally greet their guests. The reception would begin at mid-morning and proceed until noon. Madouc had been duly notified that her presence at the function would be required, and she had further been advised that only her best and most maidenly conduct would suit the occasion. Late in the evening of the day before the event, Lady Desdea took herself to Madouc's bedchamber, where she made explicit to Madouc the conduct which would be expected of her. In response to Madouc's disinterested comment, she became testy. "We will not on this occasion niggle over paltry details. Each is significant, and if you will trouble to recall your Euclid, you will remember that the whole is the sum of its parts."
"Whatever you say. Now I am tired, and I will go to my bed."
"Not yet. It is necessary that you understand the reasons for our concern. There have been rumors far and wide of your unruly behavior and wildness. Each of the guests will be watching you with an almost morbid fascination, waiting for some peculiar or even freakish demonstration."
"Bah," muttered Madouc, "they can ogle as they like. It is all the same to me. Are you now done?"
"Not yet," snapped Lady Desdea. "I am still far from reassured by your attitude. Further, the guests will include a number of young princes. Many of these will be anxious to make suitable marriages."
Madouc yawned. "I care not a whit. Their intrigues are no concern of mine."
"You had better be concerned, and intimately so. Any of these princes would happily connect with the royal house of Lyonesse. They will be studying you with keen interest, appraising your possibilities."
"That is vulgar conduct," said Madouc.
"Not altogether. In fact, it is natural and right. They wish to make a good match for themselves. At the moment you are too young for any thought of marriage, but the years are swift, and when the time comes to discuss betrothal, we want the princes to remember you with approval. This will enable King Casmir to make the best possible arrangement."
"Foolishness and absurdity both up and down," said Madouc crossly. "If King Casmir likes marriage so much, let him marry off Devinette and Clodis, or Prince Cassander, or you, for that matter, but he must not expect me to take any part in the ceremonies."
Lady Desdea cried out in shock. "Your talk is a scandal." She groped for words. "I will say no more.
You may retire now. I only hope that you are more reasonable in the morning."
Madouc deigned no reply and marched silently off to her bed. In the morning maids and undermaids arrived in force. Warm water was poured into a great wooden tub. Madouc was lathered with white Egyptian soap, rinsed clean in water scented with balm from old tinges. Her hair was brushed till it shone, after which she unobtrusively combed it with her own comb, so that the copper-golden curls arranged themselves to best advantage. She was dressed in a confection of blue lawn, ruffled at shoulder and sleeve, pleated with white in the skirt. Lady Desdea watched critically from the side. Life at Sarras, so she reflected, seemed to agree with Madouc. At times the scamp looked almost pretty, although her contours and long legs were deplorably boyish. Madouc was not happy with the gown.
"There are too many pleats and twickets." "Nonsense," said Lady Desdea. "The gown makes the most of what little figure you have. You should be grateful. It is quite becoming."
Madouc ignored the remarks, which pleased her not at all. She sat glowering as her hair was brushed once again, "for the sake of a job well done," as Lady Desdea put it, then confined by a silver fillet set with cabochons of lapis lazuli. Lady Desdea gave Madouc her final instructions. "You will be meeting a number of notables. Remember, you must engage them with your charm, and make sure of their extreme good opinion, in order that all the sour and stealthy rumours once and for all are given the lie and nailed to the wall."
"I cannot achieve the impossible," growled Madouc. "If persons intend to think ill of me, they will do so, even though I grovel at their feet and implore their respectful admiration."
"Such extreme conduct will surely not be necessary," said Lady Desdea tartly. "Amiability and courtesy are usually sufficient."
"You are fitting horseshoes on a cow! Since I am the princess, it is they who must supplicate my good opinion, not I theirs. That is simple and reasonable."
Lady Desdea refused to pursue the subject. "No matter. Listen as the notables are introduced, and greet them nicely by title and by name. They will thereby think you gracious and kind, and instantly begin to doubt the rumours." Madouc made no response, and Lady Desdea continued with her instructions.
"Sit quietly, neither fidget nor scratch, neither wriggle nor writhe. Keep your knees together. Do not sprawl, spraddle, slump, nor kick out your feet. Your elbows must be held close, unlike the wings of a seagull as it veers on the wind. If you see an acquaintance across the room, do not set up a boisterous outcry. That is not proper conduct. Do not wipe your nose on the back of your hand. Do not grimace, blow out your cheeks. Do not giggle, with or without reason. Can you remember all this?"
Lady Desdea awaited a response, but Madouc sat staring blankly across the room. Lady Desdea peered close, then called out sharply, "Well then, Princess Madouc, will you give me an answer?"
"Certainly, whenever you wish. Say what you wish to say."
"I have already spoken at length."
"Evidently my thoughts were elsewhere, and I did not hear you."
Lady Desdea's hands twitched. She said in a metallic voice, "Come, the reception will be under way in short order. For once in your life you must evince the conduct to be expected of a royal princess, so that you will make a good impression."
Madouc said in an even voice, "I am not anxious to make a good impression. Someone might want to marry me."
Lady Desdea confined her response to a sarcastic sniff. "Come, we are expected." Lady Desdea led the way, down the passage to the main gallery and the great hall, with Madouc lagging behind, using a loping, bent-kneed gait which Lady Desdea ascribed to sheer perversity and ignored. Folk had already gathered in the great hall, where they stood in groups, greeting acquaintances, appraising new arrivals, bowing stiffly to adversaries, ignoring their enemies. Each wore his most splendid garments, hoping to command at minimum attention, or better admiration, or at best envy. As the notables moved from place to place, silks and satins swirled and caught the glow of light. The room swam with colour, so vivid and rich that each hue displayed a vitality of its own. Lavender, purple, dead black, intense saturated yellow and mustard ochre, vermilion, scarlet, the carmine red of pomegranate, all manner of blues, sky blue, smalt, mid-ocean blue, beetle-wing, black blue, greens in every range. Bowing, nodding, and smiling, Lady Desdea took Madouc to the royal dais, where a pretty little throne of gilded wood and ivory, with a pad of red felt on the seat and at the back, awaited her occupation.
Lady Desdea spoke in a confidential manner. "For your information, Prince Dhrun of Pomperol will be on hand today, also Prince Chalmers of Montferrone, and Prince Garcelin of Aquitaine, and several others of high degree." Madouc stared at her blankly. "As you know, these persons are of no interest to me." Lady Desdea smiled her tight, grim smile. "Nevertheless, they will come before you and look you over with care to gauge your charm and discover your attributes. They will learn whether you are pocked or cross-eyed, wizened or wild, afflicted with sores or mentally deficient, with high ears and low forehead. Now then, compose yourself and sit quietly." Madouc scowled. "No one else is on hand. Why should I sit here like a bird on a post? It is foolishness. The seat looks uncomfortable. Why did they not give me a nice cushion? Both King Casmir and Queen Solace sit on pillows 4 inches thick. There is only a bit of red cloth on my seat. No matter. You will be pressing your bottom against it, not your eyes. Be seated, if you will." "This is the most uncomfortable throne in the world." "So it may be. Still, do not squirm around so, as if already you wished to visit the privy." "For a fact I do." "Why did you not think of the matter before? There is no time for that now. The king and queen are entering the chamber." "You may be sure that both have emptied themselves to their heart's content," said Madouc. "I want to do the same. Is that not my privileged right as a royal princess?" "I suppose so. Hurry, then." Madouc went off without haste, and was in no hurry to return. Meanwhile the king and queen moved slowly across the hall, pausing to exchange a word or two with especially favoured personages. In due course Madouc returned. With an opaque glance toward Lady Desdea, she sat upon the gilt and ivory throne, and after a long-suffering look up toward the ceiling, she settled herself. The king and queen took their places. Prince Cassander entered from the side wearing a fine buff jacket, breeches of black twill embroidered with gold thread, a shirt of white lawn. He marched briskly across the hall, acknowledging the salutes of friends and acquaintances with debonair gestures, and took his place to the left of King Casmir. Sir Mungo of Hatch, the Lord High Seneschal, came forward. A pair of heralds blew an abbreviated fanfare on their clarions, the apparens regis, and the hall became silent. In sonorous tones Sir Mungo addressed the assemblage. "I speak with the voice of the royal family. We bid you welcome to Sarris. We are joyful that you may share with us this most felicitous occasion, to wit, the 18th birthday of our beloved Prince Cassander." Madouc scowled and dropped her chin so that it rested on her clavicle. On sudden thought she glanced sidewise and met the ophidian stare of Lady Desdea. Madouc sighed and gave a small, despairing shrug. As if with great effort she straightened in the chair and sat erect. Sir Mungo concluded his remarks. The heralds blew another brief fanfare, and so commenced the reception. As the guests stepped forward, Sir Mungo called out their names and degrees of nobility. The persons so identified paid their respects first to Prince Cassander, then to King Casmir, then to Queen Solace, and finally, in more or less perfunctory style, to Princess Madouc, who responded, generally with leaden disinterest, in a manner only barely acceptable to Queen Solace and Lady Desdea. The reception continued for what seemed to Madouc an eternity. Sir Mungo's voice droned on at length. The gentlemen and their ladies passing before her began to look much alike. At last, for entertainment, Madouc began matching each newcomer with a beast or a bird, so that this gentleman was Sir Bullock and that one Sir Weasel, while here was Lady Puffin and there was Lady Titmouse. On sudden thought Madouc looked to her right, where Lady Crow watched her with minatory eyes, then left, where sat Queen Milk Cow. The game palled. Madouc's haunches began to ache. She squirmed first to one side, then the other, then slouched back into the depths of the throne. By chance she met Lady Desdea's stare, and for a moment watched the angry signals with bland wonder. At last, with a painful sigh, Madouc squirmed herself once again erect. With nothing better to do, Madouc looked around the hall, mildly curious as to which of the gentlemen present might be Prince Dhrun of Pomperol, whose good opinion Lady Desdea considered so necessary. Perhaps he had already presented himself without her taking notice. Possible, thought Madouc. If so, she had surely failed to charm Prince Dhrun or win his admiration. By the wall stood 3 youths, all evidently of high estate, in conversation with a gentleman of intriguing appearance, though, if subtle indications were to be trusted, of no exalted rank. He was tall, spare, with short, dust-colored locks clustered close around a long, droll face. His bright grey eyes were alive with vitality. His mouth was wide and seemed to be compressed always against a quirk of inner amusement. His garments, in the context of the occasion, seemed almost plain. Despite his apparent lack of formal rank, he carried himself with no trace of deference for the noble company in which he found himself. Madouc watched him with approval. He and the three youths, so it seemed, had only just arrived. They still wore the garments in which they had travelled. The three were of an age to be the princes Lady Desdea had mentioned. One was gaunt, narrow-shouldered, and ungainly, with lank yellow hair, a long, pale chin, and a drooping, woebegone nose. Could this be Prince Dhrun? At this moment he turned to dart a somewhat furtive glance toward Madouc, who scowled, annoyed to be caught looking in his direction. The press in front of the royal dais diminished. The three youths bestirred themselves and came forward to be presented. Sir Mungo announced the first of the three, and Madouc's pessimism was validated. In orotund accents, Sir Mungo declared, "We are honoured by the presence of the gallant Prince Dhrun of Pomperol." Prince Dhrun, attempting an easy camaraderie, saluted Prince Cassander with a feeble smile and a jocular signal. Prince Cassander, raising his eyebrows, nodded politely and inquired as to Prince Dhrun's journey from Pomperol. "Most pleasant," declared Prince Dhrun. "Most pleasant indeed. Chalmers and I had some unexpected companionship along the way. Excellent fellows both." "I noticed that you had come in company." "Yes, quite so. We had a merry time of it. I trust that you will continue to enjoy yourself." "Indeed I shall. The hospitality of your house is famous." "It is pleasant to hear this." Dhrun moved on to King Casmir, while Cassander turned his attention to Prince Chalmers of Montferrone. Prince Dhrun was greeted graciously by both King Casmir and Queen Solace. He then turned to face Madouc with barely concealed curiosity. For a moment he stood stock still, at a loss as to what tone to take with her. Madouc watched him expressionlessly. At last Prince Dhrun performed a bow, combining half-hearted gallantry with a trace of airy condescension. Since Madouc was only half his age and barely at the edge of adolescence, bluff facetiousness seemed in order. Madouc was neither pleased nor impressed by Prince Dhrun's mannerisms, and remained pointedly unresponsive to his lame jocularities. He bowed once more and moved quickly away. His place was taken by Prince Chalmers of Montferrone, a stocky youth, short of stature, with coarse, straight, soot-black hair and a complexion marred by pocks and moles. By Madouc's calculation, Prince Chalmers could be reckoned only marginally more ingratiating than Prince Dhrun. Madouc looked at the third of the group, now paying his respects to Queen Solace. In her preoccupation with Prince Dhrun and Prince Chalmers, she had not attended Sir Mungo's announcement. Still, she thought to recognize this youth. Somewhere, so she was assured, she had known him before. His stature was about average. He seemed easy and quick, sinewy rather than heavy of muscle, with square shoulders and narrow flanks. His hair was golden brown, cut short across the forehead and ears. His eyes were grey-blue, and his features were crisp and regular. Madouc decided that he was not only handsome, but undoubtedly of a pleasant disposition. She found him instantly likeable. Now, if this had been Prince Dhrun, the prospect of betrothal would not seem so utterly tragic. Not welcome, of course, but at least thinkable. The youth spoke reproachfully. "You do not remember me?" "I do," said Madouc, "but I can't remember when or where. Tell me." "We met at Domrace. I am Dhrun." 3. Tranquillity had come to the Elder Isles, from east to west, from north to south, throughout the numerous islands, after turbulent centuries of invasion, raid, siege, treachery, feud, rapine, arson, and murder. Town, coast, and countryside alike were at peace. Two isolated localities were special cases. The first of these was Weisrod, where King Audrey's diffident troops marched up and down the dank glens and patrolled the stony fells in their efforts to defeat the coarse and insolent Celts, who jeered from the heights and moved through the winter mists like wraiths. The second node of trouble affected the highlands of North and South Ulfland, where the Ska outcast Torqual and his band of cutthroats committed atrocious crimes as the mood came upon them. Otherwise, the 8 realms enjoyed what was at least a nominal amity. Few folk, however, considered the peace other than temporary and highly fragile. The general pessimism was based upon King Casmir's known intent to restore the throne Vendig and the Round Table, Carbra an Meadan, otherwise known as the Board of Notables, to its rightful place in the old hall at Hadion. King Casmir's ambitions went farther. He intended to bring all the Elder Isles under his rule. Casmir's plans were clear and almost explicit. He would strike hard into Dahot, and hoped to win a quick, easy, and decisive victory over King Audrey's enfeebled forces. Casmir would then merge the resources of Dahot with his own, and deal with King Aillas at his leisure. Casmir was given pause only by the policy of King Aillas, whose competence Casmir had come to respect. Aillas had asserted that the safety of his own realm, which now embraced Troysenet, the Isle of Skola, Dasenet, North and South Ulfland, depended upon the separate existence of both Dahot and Lyonesse. Further, he had let it be known that in the event of war he would instantly range himself on the side of the party under attack, so that the aggressor must infallibly be defeated and his realm destroyed. Casmir, assuming an attitude of benign indifference, merely intensified his preparations, reinforcing his armies, strengthening his fortresses, and establishing supply depots at strategic points. Even more ominous, he gradually began to concentrate his power in the northeast provinces of Lyonesse, though the process was sufficiently deliberate that it could not be considered a provocation. Aillas noted these events with foreboding. He had no illusions in regard to King Casmir and his objectives. First, he would bring Pomperol and Blalock into his camp, either through alliance, facilitated by a royal marriage, or perhaps through intimidation alone. By such a process he had absorbed the old kingdom of Caduz, now a province of Lyonesse. Aillas decided that Casmir's ominous pressure must be counteracted. To this end he dispatched Prince Dhrun with a suitable escort of dignitaries, first to Falufale at Avalon, thence to confer with bibulous King Milo at Twisamy and Blalock, then to King Kestrel's court at Gargano in Pomperol. In each instance Dhrun delivered the same message, asserting the hope of King Aillas for continued peace, and promising full assistance in the event of attack from any quarter. In order that the declaration should not be considered provocative, Dhrun had been instructed to make the same pledge to King Casmir of Lyonesse. Dhrun had long been invited to Prince Cassandra's birthday celebration, and had returned a conditional acceptance. As it happened, his mission went expeditiously, and so, with time to spare, Dhrun set off at best speed towards Saris. The journey took him down Icknield Way to Tatwillow Town on Old Street. Here he took leave of his escort, who would continue south to Sloot Scheme, and there take ship to Domrace across the Lear. Accompanied only by his squire, Amory, Dhrun rode westward along Old Street to the village Tawn Twillet. Leaving Amory at the inn, he turned aside and rode north up Twomble Lane into the forest of Tantravallis. After 2 miles he came out on Lally Meadow, where Trilda, the manse of Shimrod the magician, was situated at the back of a flower garden. Dhrun dismounted at the gate which gave upon the garden. Trilda was silent. A wisp of smoke from the chimney, however, indicated that Shimrod was in residency. Dhrun pulled on a dangling chain to prompt a deep, reverberating chime to sound from deep inside the manse. A minute passed. As Dhrun waited, he admired the garden, which he knew to be tended during the night by a pair of goblin gardeners. The door opened. Shimrod appeared. He welcomed Dhrun with affection and took him into the manse. Shimrod, so Dhrun learned, had been making ready to depart Trilda on business of his own. He agreed to accompany Dhrun first to Saris and then on to Lyonesse town. Here they would go their separate ways. Dhrun across the Lear to Domrace, Shimrod to Swir Smod, Mergin's castle, on the stony flanks of the Tich Tak Tich. 3 days passed by, and the time came to depart Trilda. Shimrod set out guardian creatures to protect the manse and its contents from marauders. Then he and Dhrun rode away through the forest. At Tawn Twillet they encountered another party on the route to Saris, consisting of Prince Bittern of Pomperol, Prince Chalmus of Montferrone, with their respective escorts. Dhrun, his squire Amory, and Shimrod joined the company, and all travelled onward together. Immediately upon their arrival at Saris, they were conducted to the great hall, that they might participate in the reception. They went to stand at the side of the hall, waiting for an opportunity to approach the dais. Dhrun took occasion to study the royal family,
whom he had not seen for several years. King Casmir had changed little. He was as Dhrun remembered him, burly, florid, his round blue eyes as cold and secret as if formed of glass. Queen Solace sat like a great opulent statue, and somewhat more massive than the image in Dhrun's recollection. Her skin, as before, was as white as lard. Her hair, rolled and piled on top of her head, was a billow of pale gold. Prince Cassander had become a swashbuckling young gallant, vain, self-important, perhaps a trifle arrogant. His appearance had changed little. His curls were as brassily yellow as ever. His eyes, like those of King Casmir, were round, an iota too close together, and somewhat minatory, or so it seemed. And there, at the end of the dais, sat Princess Madouc, bored, aloof, half sulking, and clearly longing to be elsewhere. Dhrun studied her a moment or two, wondering how much she knew in regard to the facts of her birth. Probably nothing, he surmised. Who would inform her? Certainly not Casmir. So there sat Madouc, oblivious to the fairy blood which ran in her veins, and which so noticeably set her apart from all the others on the dais. Indeed, thought Dhrun, she was a fascinating little creature, and by no means ill-favoured. The press at the royal dais diminished. The three princes went to present themselves to their hosts. Cassander's greeting to Dhrun was crisp, but not unfriendly. "Ah, Dhrun, my good fellow, I am pleased to see you here. We must have a good chat before the day is out, certainly before you leave." "I will look forward to the occasion," said Dhrun. King Casmir's manner was more restrained and even somewhat sardonic. "I have received reports in regard to your travels. It appears that you have become a diplomat at a very early age." "Hardly that, your Majesty. I am no more than the messenger of King Aillas, whose sentiments to you are the same as he has extended to the other sovereigns of the Elder Isles. He wishes you a long reign and continued enjoyment of the peace and prosperity which now comforts us all. He further pledges that if you are wantonly attacked or invaded, and stand in danger, he will come to your aid with the full might of his united realms." Casmir gave back a curt nod. "The undertaking is generous. Still, has he considered every contingency? Does he not have the slightest qualm that a pledge of such scope might in the end prove too far-reaching or even dangerous?" "I believe he feels that when peace-loving rulers stand firmly united against an aggressive threat, they ensure their mutual safety, and that danger lies in any other course. How could it be otherwise?" "Is it not obvious? There is no predicting the future. King Aillas might some day find himself committed to excursions far more perilous than any he now envisions." "No doubt that is possible, your Majesty. I shall report your concerns to King Aillas. At the moment we can only hope that the reverse is a more probable event, and that our undertaking will help to keep the peace everywhere across the Elder Isles." King Casmir said tonelessly, "What is peace? Balance 3 iron skewers tip to tip, one upon the other, at the summit, and place an egg so that it too poises static in mid-air, and there you have the condition of peace in this world of men." Dhrun bowed once more and moved on to Queen Solace. She favoured him with a vague smile and a languid wave. "In view of your important affairs, we had given up hope of seeing you." "I did my best to arrive on time, Your Highness. I would not like to miss so happy an occasion." "You should visit us more often. After all, you and Cassander have much in common." "That is true, Your Highness. I will try to do as you suggest." Dhrun bowed and moved aside, and found himself facing Madouc. Her expression as she looked at him was blank. Dhrun spoke reproachfully. "You do not remember me?" "I do, but I can't remember when or where. Tell me." "We met at Domrase. I am Dhrun." Madouc's face came alive with excitement. "Of course! You were younger." "And so were you, noticeably younger." Madouc turned a quick glance toward Queen Solace. Leaning back in her throne, she was speaking over her shoulder to Father Umfred. Madouc said, "We met even before, long ago, in the forest of Tentravallis. At that time we were the same age. What do you think of that?" Dhrun stared dumbfounded. At last, trying to keep his voice light, he said, "That meeting I do not recall." "I expect not," said Madouc. "It was a very short duration. Probably we no more than looked at each other." Dhrun grimaced. This was not a topic to be bruited about within the hearing of King Casmir. At last he found his voice. "How did you chance upon this extraordinary notion?" Madouc grinned, clearly amused by Dhrun's perturbation.
My mother told me. You may rest easy. She also explained that I must keep the secret secure.
Dhrun heaved a sigh. Madouc knew the truth, but how much of the truth? He said, "Whatever the case, we can't discuss it here."
My mother said that he, Madouc jerked her head toward Casmir, would kill you if he knew. Is that your understanding?
Dhrun turned a furtive glance toward Casmir. "I don't know. We can't talk about it now." Madouc gave an absent-minded nod.
"As you like. Tell me something. Yonder stands a tall gentleman wearing a green cape. Like you, he seems familiar, as if I have known him from somewhere before in my life, but I cannot remember the occasion."
"That is Shimrod the magician. No doubt you encountered him at Castle Maraldra at the same time you met me."
"He has a most amusing face," said Madouc. "I think that I would like him."
"I am sure of it. He is an excellent fellow." Dhrun looked to the side. "I must move on. Others are waiting to speak to you."
"There is still a moment or two," said Madouc. "Will you talk with me later?"
"Whenever you like." Madouc darted a glance toward Lady Desdea.
"What I would like is not what they want me to do. I am supposed to be on display and make a good impression, especially upon Prince Bittern and Prince Chalmis and those others who are trying to estimate my value as a spouse."
Madouc spoke bitterly, and the words came in a rush.
"I like none of them. Prince Bittern has the face of a dead mackerel. Prince Chalmis struts and puffs and scratches his fleas. Prince Garcelin's fat belly wags back and forth as he walks. Prince Dildrith of Man has a tiny mouth with big red lips and bad teeth. Prince Morleduc of Ting has sores on his neck and little narrow eyes. I think he has a bad disposition, but perhaps he has sores elsewhere which pain him when he sits. Duke Canac of Knook Keep is yellow as a tartar. Duke Themis of Galway has a roaring voice and a grey beard, and he says he is willing to marry me now."
Madouc looked at Dhrun sadly.
"You are laughing at me."
"Are all the persons you meet so distasteful?"
"Not all."
"But Prince Dhrun is the worst." Madouc compressed her lips against a smile.
"He is not as fat as Garcelin. He is livelier than Bittern. He wears no grey beard like Duke Themis, nor does he roar. And his disposition seems better than that of Prince Morleduc."
"That is because I have no sores on my rump."
"Still, taken all with all, Prince Dhrun is not the worst of the lot."
From the corner of her eye, Madouc noticed that Queen Solace had turned her head and was listening to the conversation with both ears. Father Umfred, standing at her back, beamed and nodded his head, as if in enjoyment of some private joke. Madouc gave her head a haughty toss and turned back to Dhrun.
"I hope that we will have occasion to speak again."
"I will make sure that we do." Dhrun rejoined Shimrod. "So then, how did it go?" asked Shimrod. "The formalities are complete," said Dhrun. "I congratulated Cassander, warned King Casmir, flattered Queen Solace, and conversed with Princess Madouc, who is far and away the most amusing of the lot, and who also had the most provocative things to say." "I watched you with admiration," said Shimrod. "You were the consummate diplomat in every detail. A skilled mummer could have done no better." "Do not feel deprived. There is still time for you to present yourself. Madouc especially wants to meet you." "Really? Or are you concocting a fanciful tale?" "Not at all. Even from across the room she finds you amusing." "And that is a compliment?" "I took it for such, although I must say that Madouc's humour is somewhat wry and unexpected. She mentioned quite casually that she and I had met before, in the forest of Tantravallis. Then she sat grinning like a mischievous imp at my stupefaction." "Amazing! Where did she gain the information?" "The circumstances are not quite clear to me. Apparently she has visited the forest and met her mother, who provided the relevant facts." "This is not good news. If she is as giddy and careless as her mother would seem to be, and lets the news slip to King Casmir, your life will at once become precarious. Madouc must be enjoined to silence." Dhrun looked dubiously toward Madouc, now engaged with the Duke Cyprus of Scroy and his lady, the Duchess Pargot. "She is not so frivolous as she appears, and surely she will not betray me to King Casmir. Still, I will caution her." Shimrod watched Madouc for a moment. "She deals graciously enough with those two old personages who would seem to be rather tiresome. I suspect that the rumours about her are very wide of the mark. So it would seem. I find her quite appealing, at least from this distance.
Dhrun said pensively. "Some day a man will look deep into her blue eyes, and there he will drown and never be saved." The Duke and Duchess of Scroy moved on. Madouc, noticing that she was the topic of discussion, sat as demurely erect on the gilt and ivory throne as ever Lady Desdea might have hoped. As it happened, she had made a favourable impression upon both Duke Cyprus and Lady Pargot, and they spoke of Madouc with approval to their friends, Lord Ulse of Glyvern, Ware, and his stately spouse, Lady Elsiflor. "How the rumours have flown about Madouc," declared Lady Pargot. "She is said to be bold as old vinegar and wild as a lion. I insist that the reports are either malicious or exaggerated." "True," stated Duke Cyprus. "We found her as modestly innocent as a little flower." Lady Pargot went on. "Her hair is like a tumble of bright copper. She is truly quite striking." "Still, the girl is thin," Lord Ulse pointed out. "For adequacy and advantage, a female needs proper amplitude." Duke Cyprus gave qualified agreement. "A learned Moor has worked out the exact formula, though I forget the numbers. So many square inches of skin to so many hands in height. The effect must be sumptuous, but neither expansive nor rotund." "Quite so. That would be carrying the doctrine too far." Lady Elsiflor gave a disapproving sniff. "I would not allow any Moor to count the areas of my skin, no matter how long his beard, nor yet might he measure my stature in hands, as if I were a mare." The Duchess Pargot spoke querulously. "Is there not a certain lack of dignity to the exposition?" Lady Elsiflor agreed. "As for the princess, I doubt if she will ever conform to the Moorish ideal, but for her pretty face she might pass for a boy." "All in good time," declared Lord Ulse. "She is still young in years." Duchess Pargot turned a sidelong glance toward King Casmir, whom she disliked. "Still, they are already shopping her about. I find it quite premature." "It is no more than display," declared Lord Ulse bluffly. "They bait the hook and cast the line in order to learn which fish will strike." The heralds blew the 6-note fanfare. "Recedens Royal." King Casmir and Queen Solace stood from their thrones, and retired from the hall, that they might change into garments appropriate for the banquet. Madouc tried to slip away, but Devinette called out, "Princess Madouc, what of you? Shall we sit together at the banquet?" Lady Desdea looked around. "Other plans have been made. Come, your highness, you must freshen yourself and don your beautiful garden frock." "I am well enough now," growled Madouc. "There is no need to change." "Your opinions, for once, are irrelevant, in that they run counter to the Queen's requirements." "Why does she insist upon foolishness and waste? I will wear out these clothes, changing them back and forth." "The Queen has the best of reasons for all her decisions. Come along with you." Madouc sullenly allowed herself to be divested of her blue gown and dressed in a costume which, so she grudgingly decided, she liked equally well. A white blouse tied at the elbows with brown ribbons, a bodice of black velvet with a double row of small copper medallions down the front, a full pleated skirt of a bronze russet, similar to but less intense than the colour of her curls. Lady Desdea took her to the Queen's drawing-room, where they waited until Queen Solace had completed her own change of costume. Then, with Devinette and Clodis following modestly behind, the group repaired to the south lawn. Here, in the shade of 3 enormous old oaks, and only a few yards from the placid Glame, a lavish collation had been laid out upon a long trestle. Here and there around the lawn were arranged small tables, set with napery, baskets of fruit, ewers of wine, as well as plates, goblets, bowls, and utensils. 3 dozen stewards clad in livery of lavender and green stood at their posts, stiff as sentinels, awaiting the signal from the seneschal to commence service. Meanwhile, the company of guests stood in knots and groups, awaiting the arrival of the royal party. On the green lawn and against the sunny blue of the sky, the colours of their costumes made a gorgeous display. There were blues, both light and dark, of lapis and of turquoise, purple, magenta, and green, tawny orange, tan, buff, and fusk, mustard ochre, the yellow of daffodil, rose pink, scarlet, and pomegranate red. There were shirts and pleated bargoons of fine white silk or Egyptian lawn. The hats were brave with many brims, sweeps, tiers, and plumes. Lady Desdea wore a relatively sedate gown of heather grey embroidered with red and black flowerets. As the royal party arrived on the lawn, she took occasion to confer with Queen Solace, who issued instructions to which Lady Desdea gave a bow of compliant understanding. She turned to speak with Madouc, only to discover that Madouc was nowhere to be seen. Lady Desdea exclaimed in vexation and called to Devinette. "Where is the Princess Madouc? A moment ago she stood by my side. She has darted away like a weasel through the hedge." Devinette replied in a voice of whimsical and confidential scorn, "No doubt she trotted off to the privy." "Ah, always at the most awkward time." Devinette went on. "She said she had severely wanted to go for the last 2 hours." Lady Desdea frowned. Devinette's manner was altogether too flippant, too knowing, and too familiar. She said crisply, "All else aside, Princess Madouc is a cherished member of the royal family. We must be careful to avoid disrespect in our references." "I was only telling you the facts," said Devinette lamely. "Just so. Still, I hope that you will take my remarks to heart." Lady Desdea swept away and went to post herself where she could intercept Madouc immediately upon her return from within the palace. Minutes passed. Lady Desdea became impatient. Where was the perverse little brat? What could she be up to? King Casmir and Queen Solace settled themselves at the royal table. The seneschal nodded to the high steward, who clapped his hands together. Those guests still standing about the lawn seated themselves wherever convenient, in the company of relatives or friends, or with other persons whom they found congenial. Stewards in pairs stalked here and there with platters and trenchers, one to carry, another to serve. Contrary to the intentions of Queen Solace, Prince Bittern escorted the young Duchess Clavessa Montfoy of Saint-Sever, this a small kingdom immediately north of Aquitaine. The Duchess wore a striking gown of scarlet embroidered with black, purple, and green peacocks, which suited her to remarkable advantage. She was tall, vivacious of movement, with luxuriant black hair, flashing black eyes, and an enthusiastic manner which stimulated Prince Bittern's most eager volubility. Queen Solace watched with cold disfavour. She had planned that Bittern should sit with Princess Madouc, that he might make her better acquaintance. Evidently this was not to be, and Solace gave Lady Desdea a look of moist reproach, prompting Lady Desdea to peer even more earnestly toward the structure of Saris. Why did the princess tarry so long? In point of fact, Madouc had tarried not an instant. As soon as Lady Desdea had turned her back, she slipped around the outskirts of the company to where Dhrun and Shimrod stood, beside the most remote of the oak trees. Madouc's arrival took them by surprise. "You come up on us with neither ceremony nor premonition," said Dhrun. "Luckily we were exchanging no secrets." "I took care to use my best stealth," said Madouc. "I am free at last, until someone searches me out." She went to stand behind the bole of the oak. "Even now I am not safe. Lady Desdea can see through stone walls." "In that case, before you are dragged away, I will introduce my friend, Master Shimrod," said Dhrun. "He, too, can see through stone walls, and whenever he likes." Madouc performed a prim curtsy, and Shimrod bowed. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I do not meet princesses every day." Madouc gave a rueful grimace. "I had rather be a magician and see through walls. Is it difficult to learn?" "Quite difficult, but much depends upon the student. I have tried to teach Dhrun a sleight or two, but with only fair success." "My mind is not flexible," said Dhrun. "I cannot think so many thoughts at once." "That is the way of it, more often than not, and luckily so," said Shimrod. "Otherwise everyone would be a magician, and the world would be an extraordinary place." Madouc considered. "Sometimes I think as many as 17 thoughts altogether." "That is good thinking," said Shimrod. "Mergen occasionally manages 13 or even 14, but afterward collapses into a stupor." Madouc looked at him sadly. "You are laughing at me." "I would never dare laugh at a royal princess. That would be impertinence." "No one would care. I am a royal princess only because Casmir makes the pretense, and only so that he can marry me to Prince Bittern, or someone similar." Dhrun looked off across the lawn. "Bittern is fickle. He would make a poor match. Already he has turned his attention elsewhere. For the moment you are safe." "I must issue a warning," said Shimrod. "Casmir is aware that you are a changeling, but he knows nothing of Suldrun's firstborn son.
Should he gain so much as an inkling, Dhrun would be in great danger.
Madouc peered around the tree to where King Casmir sat with Sir Knack of Knook Keep and Sir Lodwig of Colkane.
My mother cited the same warning. You need not worry. The secret is safe.
How did you happen to meet your mother?
I chanced to be in the forest, and there I met a Wefkin named Zocco, who taught me how to call my mother, and I did so.
She came?
Instantly. At first she seemed a bit cross, but in the end she decided to be proud of me. She is beautiful, if somewhat airy in her manners, nor can I help but think her capricious, giving away her lovely baby as if it were a sausage, especially when that lovely baby was I. When I brought the subject up, she seemed more amused than otherwise, and claimed that I was subject to tantrums, which made the change only sensible.
But you have outgrown these tantrums?
Oh, yes, quite.
Shimrod mused upon the subject. A fairy's thoughts can never be guessed. I have tried and failed. There is better hope of catching up quicksilver in your fingers. Madouc said wisely,
Magicians must consort often with fairies, since both are adepts in magic.
Shimrod gave his head a smiling shake. We use different magics. When first I wandered the world, such creatures were new to me. I enjoyed their frolics and pretty fancies. Now I am more settled, and I no longer try to fathom fairy logic. Some day, if you like, I will explain the difference between fairy magic and Sandestin magic, which is used by most magicians.
Said Madouc. I thought that magic was magic, and that was all there was to it.
Not so. Sometimes simple magic seems hard, and hard magic seems simple. It is all very complicated. For instance, by your feet I see 3 dandelions. Pluck their pretty little blossoms. Madouc bent and picked the 3 yellow blooms. Hold them between your 2 hands, said Shimrod. Now bring your hands to your face and kiss both thumbs together. Madouc raised her hands to her face and kissed her thumbs. Instantly the soft blossoms became hard and heavy inside her hands.
Oh, they have changed. May I look?
You may look. Madouc, opening her hands, discovered 3 heavy gold coins in place of the dandelion blossoms.
That is a fine trick. Can I do it myself?
Shimrod shook his head. Not now. It is not so easy as it seems. But you may keep the gold.
Thank you, said Madouc. She inspected the coins somewhat dubiously. If I should try to spend the coins, would they become flowers again?
If the magic had been done by fairies, perhaps, perhaps not. By Sandestin magic, your coins are gold and will remain gold. In fact, the Sandestin may well have purloined them from King Casmir's strongbox to save himself effort.
Madouc smiled. More than ever I am anxious to learn some of these skills. It is useless asking my mother. She lacks all patience. I inquired about my father, but she claims to remember nothing, not even his name.
Your mother seems a trifle airy, or even absent-minded. Madouc gave a regretful sigh.
Absent-minded or worse, and I still can show no pedigree, either long or short.
Fairies are often careless in their connections, murmured Shimrod. It is a sad case.
Just so. My maidens in attendance call me bastard, said Madouc ruefully. I can only laugh at their ignorance, since they are referring to the wrong father.
That is coarse conduct, said Shimrod. I should think that Queen Solace would disapprove.
Madouc shrugged. In these cases I dispense my own justice. Tonight Clodis and Devinette will find toads and turtles in their beds.
The penalty is just and would seem persuasive.
Their minds are weak, said Madouc. They refuse to learn, and tomorrow I will hear it all over again. At first opportunity I intend to search out my pedigree, no matter where it lies hidden.
Dhrun asked, Where will you search? The evidence would seem to be scant, even non-existent.
I have not thought the matter through, said Madouc. Probably I will apply again to my mother and hope to stimulate her memory. If all else fails... Madouc stopped short. Clodis has seen me. Look how she scampers off with the news.
Dhrun frowned. Your present company is not necessarily a scandal.
No matter. They want me to beguile Prince Bittern, or perhaps Prince Garcelin, who sits yonder gnawing a pig's foot.
"The remedy is simple," said Shimrod. "Let us sit at a table and gnaw pigs' feet of our own. They will hesitate to alter such definite arrangements."
"It is worth a trial," said Madouc. "However, I will gnaw no pig's foot. I much prefer a roast pheasant well basted with butter."
"So do I," said Dhrun. "A few leeks to the side and some bread will suit me nicely." "Well, then, let us dine," said Shimrod. The three seated themselves at a table in the shade of the oak and were served from great silver salvers by the stewards. Lady Desdea, meanwhile, had gone to take instruction from Queen Solace. The two engaged in a hurried conference, after which Lady Desdea marched purposefully across the lawn to the table where Madouc sat with Dhrun and Shimrod. She stopped beside Madouc and spoke in a voice carefully controlled.
"Your Highness, I must inform you that Prince Dhrun has urgently begged that you do him the honour of dining in his company. The Queen desires that you accede to his request, and at once."
"You must be mistaken," said Madouc. "Prince Dhrun is absolutely fascinated by that tall lady with the long nose."
"That is the distinguished Duchess Clavessa Montfoy. However, please take note, Prince Cassander has persuaded her to take a turn on the river before proceeding with the banquet. Prince Dhrun now sits alone."
Madouc turned to look. Indeed, Prince Cassander and the Duchess Clavessa were strolling off toward the dock, where 3 punts floated in the shade of a weeping willow. The Duchess Clavessa, although perplexed by Prince Cassander's proposal, continued to exercise her usual effervescence, and chattered away at a great rate. Prince Cassander was less effusive. He conducted himself with urbane politeness, but no great zest. As for Prince Dhrun, he sat looking after the Duchess Clavessa, slack-jawed and glum. Lady Desdea told Madouc, "As you see, Prince Dhrun is anxiously awaiting your presence."
"Not so. You misread his posture. He is anxious to join Cassander and Duchess Clavessa on the river."
Lady Desdea's eyes glittered.
"You must obey the Queen. She feels that your place is properly with Prince Dhrun."
Dhrun spoke in cold tones. "You would seem to imply that the princess now sits in unsuitable or demeaning company. If this discourtesy is carried any farther, I will instantly protest to King Casmir and ask him to deal with what would seem a gross breach of etiquette." Lady Desdea blinked and drew back. She performed a stiff bow.
"Naturally, I intended no discourtesy. I am only an instrument of the Queen's wishes."
"The Queen, then, must be at some misapprehension. The princess does not wish to deprive us of her company, and she seems quite at her ease. Why create a fiasco?" Lady Desdea could proceed no farther. She curtsied and departed. With a drooping mouth, Madouc watched her go.
"She will take vengeance. Needlework and more needlework for hours on end."
Madouc turned a thoughtful glance upon Shimrod.
"Can you teach me to transform Lady Desdea into an owl, if only for a day or so?"
"Transformations are complicated," said Shimrod. "Each step is critical. If a single syllable went awry, Lady Desdea might become a harpy or an orc, with the whole countryside at peril. You must delay transformations until you are more experienced."
"I am apt at magic, according to my mother. She taught me the tinkle-toe imp spring, that I might fend off bandits or louts."
"I don't know that particular effect," said Shimrod. "At least not by that name."
"It is simple enough."
Madouc looked here and there around the lawn and down the slope toward the river. Near the dock she took note of Prince Cassander, who was politely seating Duchess Clavessa in a punt, while at the same time making a gallant remark. Madouc arranged thumb and finger, muttered "Whip!" and jerked her chin. Prince Cassander gave a startled outcry and jumped into the river.
"That was the low strength or low virtue method," said Madouc. "The other 2 virtues are more notable. I saw Zocco the Wefkin jump a good 6 feet in the air."
"That is a fine technique," said Shimrod. "It is neat, quick, and of nice effect. Evidently you have not used the tinkle-toe in any of its virtues upon Lady Desdea."
"No. It seems a bit extreme, and I would not want her to jump past her ordinary ability."
"Let me think," said Shimrod. "There is a lesser effect, known as the Sissel Way, which also comes in 3 gradations: the Subsurus, the Sissel Way Ordinary, and the Chatterfang."
"I would like to learn this effect."
"The sleight is definite but subtle. You must whisper the activator, scht, then point your little finger, thus and so, and then you must hiss softly like this." Madouc jerked and twitched, her teeth rattling and vibrating. "Ow, wow!" said Madouc. "That," said Shimrod, "is the first virtue, or the subsurus. As you have noticed, the effect is transient. For greater urgency, one uses the ordinary, with a double hiss. S-s. The third level is, of course, the chatterfang, where the activator is used twice." Dhrun asked, "And what of 3 hisses and 3 activators?" "Nothing. The effect is vitiated. Speak the activator if you like, but do not hiss, since you might startle some unsuspecting person." "Sakt," said Madouc. "Is that correct?" "It is close. Try again, like this. Sakt. Sakt. Precisely right, but you must practice until it becomes second nature. Sakt, sakt, sakt. Well done. Do not hiss, please." They paused to watch Prince Cassander slouching despondently across the lawn towards Saris. Meanwhile, Duchess Clavessa had rejoined Prince Bittern and had resumed her conversation where it had been left off. "All worked out well," said Shimrod. "And here is the steward with a platter of roast pheasants. This is culinary magic with which I cannot compete. Steward, be so good as to serve us all, and do not stint." 4. The celebration had run its course, and Saris was once more tranquil. In the estimation of King Casmir, the event had gone moderately well. He had entertained his guests with suitable amplitude, which, while falling short of the lavish extravagance favoured by King Audrey, still would go far to dispel his reputation for parsimony. Jocundity and good fellowship had ruled the occasion. Save for Cassander's fall into the river, there had been neither bitter words nor quarrels between old enemies, nor incidents which might have provoked new resentments. Meanwhile, because of Casmir's insistence upon informality, the questions of precedence which often gave rise to embarrassing disputes were avoided. A few disappointments marred the general satisfaction. Queen Solace had urged that Father Umfred be allowed to utter a benediction before the banquet. King Casmir, who detested the priest, would hear none of it, and the Queen indulged herself in a fit of pink-nosed sulks. Further, Princess Madouc had not perceptibly helped her prospects, perhaps to the contrary. It had long been planned that Madouc should show herself to be a mild and winsome young maiden who must inevitably develop into a lovely damsel renowned for her charm, decorum, and sympathy. Madouc, while reasonably polite, or at worst apathetic, with the older guests, produced a different version of herself for the young grandees who came to study her attributes, and showed herself to be irresponsible, perverse, elusive, sarcastic, wrong-headed, supercilious, sulky, and so tart in her comments as to verge upon the insulting. Morledug's disposition, already questionable, had not been improved by Madouc's innocent question as to whether sores covered his entire body. When the vain and arrogant Sir Blaise of Benwick in Armorica disposed himself before her, looked her up and down with cool detachment, and remarked, "I must say, Princess Madouc, you do not at all resemble the naughty little harridan that your reputation suggests," Madouc replied in her silkiest voice, "That is good to hear. Nor do you seem a perfumed popinjay, as I have heard you described, since your scent is not one of perfume." Footnote. Sir Blaise would eventually sire Sir Glan of Benwick, who in his turn would sire one of King Arthur's best paladins, Sir Lancelot du Lac. Also present at the celebration was Sir Garstang of Twanbo Hall, whose son would sire another of King Arthur's most trusted comrades, Sir Tristram of Lyonesse. End of footnote. Sir Blaise bowed curtly and departed, and so it went with all the others, excepting only Prince Dhrun, which brought King Casmir no pleasure. A connection in this quarter would advance his policies not at all, unless, of course, Madouc could be persuaded to transmit to him the state secrets of Troysonet. King Casmir gave the idea only cursory consideration. At the first opportunity, Lady Desdea expressed her dissatisfaction to Madouc. "Everyone is most upset with you." "What is it this time?" asked Madouc, her blue eyes innocent. "Come now, young lady," snapped Lady Desdea. "You ignored our plans and flouted our desires. My careful instruction was no more than the droning of an insect. So then," Lady Desdea drew herself up to her full height, "I have taken counsel with the Queen. She has decided that your conduct calls out for correction, and wishes me to use my best judgment in the matter." "You need not exert yourself," said Madouc. "The celebration is over, the princes have gone home, and my reputation is secure." But it is the wrong reputation. In consequence, you shall be set to double lessons for the rest of the summer. Further, you will not be allowed to ride your horse, nor even go near the stables. Is that clear?"
"Oh, yes," said Madouc. "It is very clear."
"You may resume your needlework at this moment," said Lady Desdea. "I believe that you will find Devinette and Clodis in the parlour." Rainy weather came to Sarras and lingered for 3 days. Madouc wistfully occupied herself with the schedule arranged for her by Lady Desdea, which included not only interminable hours of needlework, but also dancing lessons of a particularly tiresome nature. Late in the afternoon of the 3rd day, heavy clouds drifted across the sky, bringing a night of rain. In the morning the clouds were gone, and the sun rose into a fresh and smiling world, fragrant with the odours of wet foliage. Lady Desdea went to the small refectory where Madouc was accustomed to take her breakfast, but found only Devinette and Clodis, neither of whom had seen Madouc. Odd, thought Lady Desdea, could Princess Madouc have kept to her bed by reason of illness? Perhaps the princess had gone early to the conservatory for her dancing lesson. Lady Desdea went to investigate, only to find Master Jocelyn standing idly by the window, while the 4 musicians playing lute, pipes, drums, and flute rehearsed tunes from their repertory. Master Jocelyn, in response to Lady Desdea's question, merely shrugged. "And if she were here, what then? She cares nothing for what I teach her. She skips and jumps. She hops on one leg like a bird. I ask, is that how you will dance at the grand ball? And she replies, I am not a devotee of this foolish strutting and smirking. I doubt if I will be present." Lady Desdea muttered under her breath and turned away. She went outside to look up and down the terrace, just in time to discover Madouc perched proudly on the seat of a pony-cart with Typher trotting briskly off across the meadow. Lady Desdea gave a cry of outrage and sent a footman to ride after the pony-cart and bring the truant princess back to Sarras. A few minutes later the pony-cart returned, Madouc now crestfallen and Typher moving at a slow walk. "Be so good as to dismount," said Lady Desdea. Madouc, her face screwed up into a resentful scowl, jumped to the ground. "Well then, your highness, you were expressly forbidden to use your horse or to go near the stables."
"That wasn't what you said," cried Madouc. "You told me that I was not to ride Typher, and I am not doing so. I summoned the stable-boy Pimfid and required that he bring up the cart, so I never so much as approached the stables."
Lady Desdea stared with twitching lips. "Very well. I will rephrase the order. You are forbidden to use your horse, or any other beast, be it cow, goat, sheep, dog, or bullock, or any other means of propulsion, on any sort of vehicle or mode of transportation, including carts, carriages, wagons, boats, sleds, palanquins, and litters." That should define the exact scope of the Queen's command. "Secondly, even as you tried to evade the Queen's command, you also became remiss with your lessons. What is your response to this?"
Madouc made a brave gesture. "Today the rain is gone and the world is bright, and I preferred to be out in the air, rather than toiling over Herodotus or Junifer Algo, or practising calligraphy, or pricking my fingers at needlework."
Lady Desdea turned away. "I will not argue with you the relative merits of learning versus torpid idleness. What must be done, we will do." 3 days later, Lady Desdea, in a troubled spirit, reported to Queen Solace, "I do my best with Princess Madouc, but I seem to achieve nothing." "You must not be discouraged," said the Queen. A maid brought a silver dish on which were arranged 12 ripe figs. She placed the dish on a tabouret close by the Queen's elbow.
"Shall I peel, your highness?"
"Please do." Lady Desdea's voice rose in pitch. "Were it not disrespectful, I might declare her highness a red-headed little brat who needs nothing more than a good whisking." "No doubt she is a trial, but continue as before and brook no nonsense." Queen Solace tasted one of the figs and rolled up her eyes in pleasure. "Here is perfection." "Another matter," said Lady Desdea. "Something very strange is going on, which I must bring to your attention." Queen Solace sighed and leaned back in the divan. "Cannot I be spared these intricate complexities? Sometimes, my dear Ottilie, and despite your good intentions, you become most tiresome." Lady Desdea could have wept for sheer frustration. "It is all the more tiresome for me. Indeed, I am baffled. The circumstances transcend anything I have known before." Queen Solace accepted another plump fig from the maid. "How so?"
I will recite to you the facts exactly as they occurred. 3 days ago I had reason to reprimand Her Highness for scamping her work. She seemed unconcerned, pensive rather than remorseful. As I turned away, an extraordinary sensation struck through every fibre of my being. My skin tingled, as if I had been whipped by nettles. Blue lights flashed and flared before my eyes. My teeth set up an uncontrollable rattling that I thought must never cease. I assure you that it was an alarming sensation."
Queen Solace munched at the fig, considered Lady Desdea's complaint. "Odd. You have never taken such a fit before?"
"Never. But there is more. At the same time I thought to hear a faint sound issuing from Her Highness, a hiss, almost inaudible."
"It might have been an expression of shock or surprise," mused Queen Solace.
"So it might seem. I will cite another incident which occurred yesterday morning as Princess Madouc took breakfast with Devinette and Clodis. There was an exchange of banter and the usual giggling. Then, as I watched, dumbfounded, Devinette lifted the milk jug that she might pour milk into her bowl. Instead, her hand jerked, and she poured the milk across her neck and chest, and all the while her teeth were chattering like castanets. Finally she dropped the jug and rushed from the room. I followed, that I might learn the reason for her strange convulsion. Devinette declared that the Princess Madouc had prompted her to the act by uttering a soft hiss. There was no real provocation, according to Devinette. I only said that while bastards might wet into silver chamber pots, they still lacked the most precious of all, a fine pedigree. I asked, and then what? And then I reached for the milk jug. I lifted it and poured milk all over myself, while Madouc sat grinning and making a hissing sound. And that is what happened to Devinette."
Queen Solace sucked at her fingers, then wiped them on a damask napkin. "It sounds to me like simple carelessness," said Queen Solace. "Devinette must learn to grasp the jug more firmly." Lady Desdea gave a scornful sniff.
"And what of Princess Madouc's cryptic grin?"
"Perhaps she was amused. Is that not possible?"
"Yes," said Lady Desdea grimly, "it is possible. But once again listen to this. As a penalty, I assigned Her Highness double lessons in orthography, grammar, needlework, and dancing. Also special texts in genealogy, astronomy, the geometries of Aristarchus, Candaces, and Euclid. I also assigned readings from the works of Matteo, Orgon Fotis, Junifer Algo, Panis the Ionian, Dalziel of Avalon, Ovid, and 1 or 2 others.
Queen Solace shook her head in bemusement. "I found Junifer always a bore, nor could I make head nor tail of Euclid."
"I am sure your Majesty was more than clever at your lessons. It reveals itself in your conversation."
Solace looked off across the room and did not respond until she had thoroughly masticated another fig. "Well, then, what of the reading?"
"I deputed Clodis to attend Madouc as she read, to make sure that she was supplied the proper texts. This morning Clodis reached to take a fine volume of Dalziel from the shelf, and felt a spasm come over her, which caused her to throw the book high into the air and set her teeth to chattering. She came running to me in complaint. I took Princess Madouc for her dancing lesson. The musicians set up a nice tune. Master Jocelyn declared that he would now demonstrate the step he wished the princess to learn. Instead, he jumped 6 feet into the air, with his feet twirling and toes pointed as if he were a dervish. When at last he descended to the floor, Madouc said that it was a step she did not care to try. She asked me if I cared to demonstrate the step, but there was something in her smile which prompted me to refuse. Now I am at my wits' end."
Queen Solace accepted a fig from the maid. "That will be all. I am almost sated with these wonderful morsels. They are as sweet as honey." She turned to Lady Desdea. "Proceed as before. I can advise you no better."
"But you have heard the problems."
"It might be coincidence, or fancy, or even a bit of hysteria. We cannot let such silly panics affect our policy." Lady Desdea cried another protest, but Queen Solace held up her hand. "No, not another word. I have heard all I care to hear." The drowsy days of summer passed. Fresh dawns, with dew on the lawns, and bird calls floating through the air from far distances. Then the bright mornings and golden afternoons, followed by orange, yellow, and red sunsets. Then the blue-grey dusk, and at last the starry nights, with Vega at the zenith, Antares to the south, Altair in the east, and Spica declining in the west. Lady Desdea had discovered a convenient way to deal with Madouc since her unproductive and frustrating report to Queen Solace. She spoke in a grim monotone, assigning the lessons and stating the schedule. Then, with a scornful sniff and a stiff back, she departed and gave no further heed either to Madouc or her achievements. Madouc accepted the system and pursued only the reading which interested her. Lady Desdea, in her turn, discovered that life had become less of a trial. Queen Solace was content to hear no more of Madouc's transgressions, and in her conversations with Lady Desdea avoided all reference to Madouc. After a week of relative placidity, Madouc delicately mentioned Typhor and his need for exercise. Lady Desdea said crossly, "The proscription derives not from me, but from Her Majesty. I can grant no permission. If you ride your horse, you risk the Queen's displeasure. But it is all one to me."
"Thank you," said Madouc. "I feared that you might be difficult."
"Ha ha! Why should I beat my head against a rock?" Lady Desdea started to turn away, then halted. "Tell me, where did you learn that opprobrious little trick?"
"The Sicel way. It was taught to me by Shimrod the magician, that I might defend myself against tyrants."
"Humph!" Lady Desdea departed. Madouc at once took herself to the stables, where she ordered Sir Pompom to saddle up Typhor and prepare for an excursion across the countryside. Chapter 5 1. Shimrod rode in company with Dhrun to Lyonesse town, where Dhrun with Emery took passage to Domrace aboard a Troyes cog. Shimrod watched from the quayside until the tawny sails dwindled across the horizon, then went to a nearby inn and seated himself in the shade of a grape arbor. Over a platter of sausages and a mug of ale, he considered the possibilities of the next few days and what might lie in store for him. The time had come when he must take himself to Suir Smod, that he might confer with Mergin and learn whatever needed learning. The prospect did not lift his spirits. Mergin's dreary disposition blended well with the sombre and darkling atmosphere of Suir Smod. His sour smile was equivalent to another man's wild frivolity. Shimrod knew well what to expect at Suir Smod, and prepared himself accordingly. Had he discovered good cheer and merrymaking, he would have wondered as to Mergin's sanity. Shimrod left the arbour and went to a baker's booth, where he bought 2 large honey cakes, each packed in a reed basket. One of the cakes was sprinkled with chopped raisins, the other was cast over with nuts. Shimrod took up the cakes and stepped around to the back of the booth. The baker, assured that Shimrod had gone to relieve himself, ran out to remonstrate. "Hold hard, sir. Go elsewhere for such business. I want no great chife in the air. It is poor advertisement." He halted, looking right and left. "Where are you, sir?" He heard a mutter, a whimper, a rush of wind. Something whisked up at a blur and away from his vision, but of Shimrod there was naught to be seen. Slow of foot, the baker returned to the front of his booth, but told no one of the event, for fear of being thought over-imaginative. 2. Shimrod was transported to a stony flat high on the slopes of the Tich Tak Tich, with the panorama to the east swathed under the forest of Tantravallis out to the edge of vision. The walls of Suir Smod rose at his back, a set of massive rectangular shapes, meshed and merged, stacked and layered, with 3 towers of unequal height rising above all, like sentinels surveying the landscape. Shimrod's approach to the castle was obstructed by a stone wall 8 feet high. At the portal hung a sign he had not seen before. Black symbols conveyed a daunting admonition. "Warning! Trespassers, wayfarers, all others. Advance at risk. If you cannot read these words, cry out 'Claro,' and the sign will declare the message aloud. Proceed no farther at peril of death. In case of need, consult Shimrod the magician at his manse Trilda in the great forest of Tantravallis." Shimrod halted at the portal and surveyed the yard beyond. Nothing had changed since his last visit. On guard were the same 2 griffs, Vuss, mottled moss-green, and maroon-red Voas, whose colour was that of old blood or raw liver. Both stood 8 feet tall, with massive torsos clad in plaques of horny carapace. Vuss displayed a crest of 6 black spikes, to which in his vanity he had affixed a number of medals and emblems. Voas wore across his scalp and down the nape of his neck a stiff brush of black-red fibres. Not to be outdone by Vuss, he had attached several fine pearls to this bristle. Thus and Voas at this moment sat beside their sentinel box, hunched over a chessboard wrought from black iron and bone. The pieces stood 4 inches high and cried out as they were moved, in derision, shock, outrage, or, occasionally, approval. The Griffs paid no heed to the comments and played their own game. Shimrod pushed through the iron gate and entered the forecourt. The Griffs glared hot-eyed over their pronged shoulders. Each ordered the other to rise up and kill Shimrod. Each demurred. "Do you take me for a fool?" demanded Voas. "In my absence you would make 3 illicit moves and no doubt abuse my pieces. It is you who must do your duty, and at this very moment." "Not I," said the moss-green Vas. "Your remarks merely indicate what you yourself have in mind. While I killed this sheep-faced fool, you would push my regnant into limbo and baffle my dark dog into the corner." Voas growled to Shimrod over his shoulder. "Go away. It is simpler for everyone. We avoid the trouble of killing you, and you need not worry about arranging your affairs." "Out of the question," said Shimrod. "I am here on important business. Do you not recognize me? I am Mergen's scion, Shimrod." "We remember nothing," grunted Voas. "One earthling looks much like another." Vas pointed to the ground. "Wait where you stand until we finish our game. This is a critical juncture." Shimrod sauntered over to inspect the chessboard. The Griffs paid him no heed. "Ludicrous," said Shimrod after a moment. "Hist!" snarled Voas, the maroon-red Griff. "We will tolerate no interference." Vas looked around challengingly. "Do you intend insult? If so, we will tear you limb from limb on the spot." Shimrod asked, "Can a cow be insulted by the word bovine? Can a bird be insulted by the word flighty? Can a pair of bumbling mooncalves be insulted by the word ludicrous?" Voas spoke sharply. "Your hints are not clear. What are you trying to tell us?" "Simply that either of you could win the game with a single move." The Griffs glumly examined the board. "How so?" asked Vas. "In your case, you need only conquer this Bizander with your caitiff, then march the arch-priestess forward to confront the serpent, and the game is yours." "Never mind all that," snapped Voas. "How might I win?" "Is it not obvious? These Mordikes stand in your way. Strike them aside with your ghost like this, whereupon your caitiffs have the freedom of the board." "Ingenious," said Vas, the mottled green Griff. "Those moves, however, are considered improper on the world Farsad. Further, you have called the pieces by their wrong names, and also you have disarranged the board." "No matter," said Shimrod. "Simply replay the game, and now I must be on my way." "Not so fast," cried out Voas. "There is still a small task to be accomplished." "We were not born yesterday," stated Vas. "Prepare for death." Shimrod put the reed baskets on the table. Voas, the dark-red Griff, asked suspiciously, "What is in the baskets?" "They contain honey cakes," said Shimrod. "One of the cakes is somewhat larger and more tasty than the other." "Aha!" said Vas. "Which is which?" "You must open the baskets," said Shimrod. "The larger cake is for whichever of you is the most deserving." "Indeed!" Shimrod sauntered off across the forecourt. For a moment there was silence behind him, then a mutter, then a sharp remark, an equally sharp retort, followed by a sudden outburst of horrid snarls, bellows, thuds, and tearing sounds. Traversing the forecourt, Shimrod climbed 3 steps to a stone porch. Stone columns framed an alcove and a ponderous black iron door, twice his height and wider than his arms could span. Black iron faces looked through festoons of black iron vines. Black iron eyes watched Shimrod with sardonic curiosity. Shimrod touched a stud. The door swung open to the grinding of iron on iron. He stepped through the opening into a high-ceilinged entry hall. To right and left, pedestals supported a pair of stone statues, of exaggerated attenuation, robed and cowled so that the gaunt faces remained in shadow. No servitor appeared. Shimrod expected none. Mergen's servitors were more often than not invisible. The way was familiar to Shimrod. He passed through the entry hall into a long gallery. At regular intervals, tall portals opened into chambers serving a variety of functions. There was no one to be seen nor any sound to be heard. An almost unnatural stillness held Swur Smod. Shimrod walked along the gallery without haste, looking into the chambers on either side to discover what changes had been made since his last visit. Often the chambers were dark and usually empty. Some served conventional purposes, others were dedicated to a use less ordinary. In one of these chambers Shimrod discovered a tall woman standing before an easel, back turned to the doorway. She wore a long gown of grey-blue linen. Cloud-white hair was gathered at the nape of her neck by a ribbon, then hung down her back. The easel supported a panel. Using brushes and pigments from a dozen clay pots, the woman worked to create an image on the surface of the panel. Shimrod watched a moment, but could not clearly define the nature of the image. He entered the chamber that he might observe at closer range and perhaps with better understanding, but had no great success. The pigments looked to be an identical heavy black, allowing the woman small scope for contrast, or so it seemed to Shimrod. He moved a step closer, then another. At last he was able to perceive that each pigment, anomalous and strange to his eyes, quivered with a particular subtle luster unique to itself. He studied the panel. The shapes formed by the black oozes swam before his vision. Neither their definition nor their pattern were at all obvious. The woman turned her head. With blank white eyes she looked at Shimrod. Her expression remained vague. Shimrod was not sure that she saw him, but it could not be that she was blind. The case would be self-contradictory. Shimrod smiled politely. "It is an interesting work that you do," he said. "The composition, however, is not quite clear to me." The woman made no response, and Shimrod wondered if she might also be deaf. In a sombre mood he left the chamber and continued along the gallery to the great hall. No footman or other servitor stood on hand to announce him. Shimrod passed through the portal into a chamber so high that the ceiling was lost among the shadows. A line of narrow windows halfway down one of the walls admitted pale light from the north. Flames in the fireplace provided a more cheerful illumination. The walls were panelled with oak, but bare of decoration. A heavy table occupied the centre of the room. Cabinets along the far wall displayed books, curios, and miscellaneous oddments. To the side of the mantelpiece a glass globe, charged with glowing green plasma, hung by a silver wire from the ceiling. Within huddled the curled skeleton of a weasel, skull peering through high haunches. Murgen stood by the table looking down into the fire, a man of early maturity, well-proportioned but of no particular distinction. Such was his ordinary semblance, in which he felt most comfortable. He acknowledged Shimrod's presence with a glance and casual wave of the hand. "Sit," said Murgen. "I am glad that you are here. In fact, I was about to summon you that you might deal with a moth." Shimrod seated himself by the fire. He looked around the chamber. "I am here, but I see no moth." "It has disappeared," said Murgen. "How was your journey?" "Well enough. I came by way of Castle Sarris and Lyonesse town in company with Prince Dhrun." Murgen settled into a chair beside Shimrod. "Will you eat or drink?" "A goblet of wine might calm my nerves. Your devils are more horrid than ever. You must curb their truculence." Murgen made an indifferent gesture. "They serve their purpose." "Far too well, in my opinion," said Shimrod. "Should one of your honoured guests be late in arrival, do not be offended. It is likely that the devils have torn him to bits." "I entertain seldom," said Murgen. "Still, since you are so definite, I will suggest that Vuss and Voas moderate their vigilance." A silver-haired sylph, bare-legged, drifted into the hall. She carried a tray on which rested a blue glass flask and a pair of goblets, twisted and worked into quaint shapes. She placed the tray on the table, turned Shimrod a quick side glance, and decanted 2 goblets of dark red wine. One of these she offered to Shimrod, the other to Murgen, and drifted from the hall as silently as she had come. For a moment the two drank wine from the blue glass goblets in silence. Shimrod studied the suspended green glowing globe. Black glittery beads in the small skull seemed to return his scrutiny. Shimrod asked, "Is it yet alive?" Murgen looked over his shoulder. The black beads again appeared to shift to meet Murgen's gaze. "The dregs of Tamarello, perhaps, still exist. His tincture, so to speak, or perhaps the verve of the green gas itself is responsible." "Why do you not destroy the globe, gas and all, and be done with it?" Murgen made a sound of amusement. "If I knew all there was to be known, I might do so. Or, on the other hand, I might not do so. Consequently, I delay. I am both wary and chary of disturbing what seems a stasis." "But is it not truly a stasis?" "There is never a stasis."
Shimrod made no comment. Mergin continued,
"I am warned by my instincts. They tell me of movement, furtive and slow. Someone wishes to catch me as I drowse, complacent and bloated with power. The possibility is real. I cannot look in all directions at once."
"But who has the will to work such a strategy?
"Surely not Tamarello." "Perhaps not Tamarello. Who else, then?" "There is a recurrent question which troubles me. At least once each day I ask myself, where is Desmay?"
"She disappeared after creating Carfiliot and Melanthe. That is the general understanding."
Mergin's mouth took on a wry twist. "Was it all so simple? Did Desmay truly entrust her revenge to the likes of Carfiliot and Melanthe? The one a monster, the other an unhappy dreamer."
"Desmay's motives have always been a puzzle," said Shimrod. "Admittedly, I have never studied them in depth." Mergin gazed into the fire.
"From nothing came much. Her malice was kindled by what seems a trivial impulse, Tamarello's rejection of her erotic urge. Why, then, the elaborations? Why did she not simply revenge herself upon Tamarello? Was Melanthe intended to serve as her instrument of vengeance? If so, her plans went awry. Carfiliot ingested the green fume, while Melanthe barely sensed its odor."
"Still, the memory seems to fascinate her," said Shimrod.
"It would seem a most seductive stuff. Tamarello consumed the green pearl. Now he crouches in the globe, and the green suffusion surrounds him to a surfeit. He gives no evidence of joy."
"This in itself might be considered the vengeance of Desmay."
"It seems too paltry. For Desmay, Tamarello represented not only himself, but all his kind. There are no gauges to measure such malice. One can only feel and wonder."
"And cringe."
It is instinctive, perhaps, to note that Desmay, in her creation of Melanthe and Carfiliot, used a demon magic derived from Zabisti. The green gas may itself be Desmay, in a form imposed upon her by the conditions of Zabisti. If so, she is no doubt anxious to resume a more conventional shape."
"Are you suggesting that Desmay and Tamarello are bottled together in the globe?"
"It is only an idle thought. Meanwhile I guard Joald and soothe his monstrous hulk, and ward away whatever might disturb his long, wet rest. When time permits, I study the demon magic of Zabisti, which is slippery and ambiguous. Such are my preoccupations."
"You mentioned that you were about to call me here to swear Smod."
"Quite so. The conduct of a moth has caused me concern."
"An ordinary moth?"
"So it would seem."
"And I am here to deal with this moth?"
"The moth is more significant than you imagine. Yesterday, just before dusk, I came through the door, and as always took note of the globe. I saw that a moth had apparently been attracted by the green light and had settled upon the surface. As I watched, it crawled to where it could look into Tamarello's eyes. I immediately summoned the Sandestin Rilf, who informed me that I saw not a moth, but a Shaibolt from Zabisti."
Shimrod's jaw dropped. "That is bad news."
Mergin nodded. "It means that a strand of communication is open between whatever resides in the globe and someone elsewhere."
"What then?"
"When the moth Shaibolt flew away, Rilf assumed the form of a dragonfly and followed. The moth crossed the mountains and flew down the Vale of Evander to the city Is."
"And then along the beach to Melanthe's villa?"
"Surprisingly, no. The Shaibolt might have become aware of Rilf. At Is it darted down to a flambeau on the square, where it joined 1,000 other moths, all careering around the flame, to Rilf's confusion. He remained on watch, hoping to identify the moth he had followed from Swir Smod. As he waited, considering the swirling myriad, one of the moths dropped to the ground and altered its form to that of a human man. Rilf had no way of knowing whether this was the moth he had been following or a totally different insect. By the laws of probability, as Rilf reckoned them, the moth of his interest remained in the throng. Therefore, Rilf took no special note of the man, although he was still able to provide a detailed description.
"That is all to the good, certainly."
"Just so. The man was of average quality, clad in ordinary garments, wearing a proper hat and shod with the usual sort of shoes. Rilf also noticed that he took himself to the largest of the nearby inns, beneath the sign of the setting sun.
That would be the Sunset Inn on the harbour.
Rilf continued to keep watch on the moths, among whom, according to the probabilities as he calculated them, was the moth he had followed from Swersmod. At midnight the flambeau burned out, and the moths flew off in all directions. Rilf decided that he had done his best, and returned to Swersmod.
"Humph," said Shimrod. "And now I am to try my luck at the Sunset Inn?"
"That is my suggestion."
Shimrod reflected. "It cannot be coincidence that Melanthe is also resident close by Ys."
"That is for you to verify. I have made inquiry, and I learn that we are dealing with the Shybalt Zagzig, who lacks good repute even on Zabisti."
"And when I find him?"
"Your task becomes delicate and even dangerous, since we will wish to question him with meticulous precision. He will ignore your orders and attempt a sly trick of some kind. You must drop this circlet of Suhail over his neck, otherwise he will kill you with a gust from his mouth."
Shimrod dubiously examined the ring of fine wire which Mergen had placed upon the table. "This ring will subdue Zagzig and make him passive?"
"Exactly so. You can then bring him back to Swersmod, where our inquiries can be made at leisure."
"And if he proves obstreperous?" Mergen went to the mantelpiece and returned with a short sword in a scabbard of worn black leather.
"This is the sword Tace. Use it for your protection, though I prefer that you bring Zagzig submissively to Swersmod. Come now into the tire room. We must arrange a guise for you. It is not fitting that you should be identified as Shimrod the magician. If we must violate our own edict, at least let us do it by stealth."
Shimrod rose to his feet. "Remember to counsel Vas and Voas so that they extend me a more civilized welcome upon my return." Mergen brushed aside the complaint.
"First things first. At the moment, Zagzig must be your only concern."
"As you say." 3. The river Evander, where it met the Atlantic Ocean, passed by a city of great antiquity, known to the poets of Wales, Ireland, Dahot, Armorica, and elsewhere, as Ys the Beautiful, and Ys of the 100 Palaces, and Ys of the Ocean, a city so romantic, grand, and rich that all subsequently claimed it for their own. Still and all, Ys was not a city of great ostentation, nor magnificent temples, nor public occasions of any kind. Ys, indeed, was steeped in mysteries old and new. The single concession the folk of Ys made to prideful display were the statues of mythical heroes ranked around the 4 consancts at the back of Central Plaza. The inhabitants, in the language spoken nowhere else, called themselves Ysei, folk of Ys. By tradition they had come to the Elder Isles in 4 companies. Over the course of history the companies had maintained their identities, to become in effect 4 secret societies, with functions and rights more fiercely guarded than life itself. For this reason, and others, the society was controlled by intricate customs and delicate etiquette, subtle beyond the understanding of alien folk. The wealth of Ys and its people was proverbial, and derived from its function as a depot of trade and transshipment between the known world and far places to the south and west. Along the Evander and up the slopes to either side, the Ysei palaces gleamed white through the foliage of the old gardens. 12 arched bridges spanned the river, avenues paved with granite flags followed each bank, with towpaths skirting the shore, that barges laden with fruits, flowers, produce of all kinds, might be conveyed to the folk living at a distance from the central market. The largest structures of Ys were the 4 consancts at the back of the plaza, where the factors of the 4 septs transacted their business. The waterfront was considered a separate community by the folk of Ys. They called it Abri, or place of outlanders. In the harbour district were the shops of small merchants, chandleries, foundries, and forges, shipyards, sailmakers' lofts, rope-walks, warehouses, taverns, and inns.
Of these inns, one of the largest and best was the Sunset Inn, identified by a sign showing a red sun sinking into an ultramarine ocean, with yellow clouds drifting above. In front of the Sunset Inn, tables and benches served the convenience of those who might wish to take food or drink in the open air while observing events in the square. Beside the door, sardines grilled over glowing coals, emitting a delectable odor and attracting customers who might otherwise have passed by unheeding. Late in the afternoon, Shimrod, in the guise of an itinerant man-at-arms, arrived at Ys. He had darkened his skin, and his hair was now black, while a simple cantrap of 18 syllables had altered his features, causing him to appear hard-bitten, crafty, and saturnine. At his side hung the short sword Tace and a dagger, weapons adequate to the image he wished to project. He went directly to the Sunset Inn, where, as it might seem from Rilf's report, Zagzig the Shybalt had gone to keep a rendezvous. As Shimrod approached, the odor of grilling sardines reminded him that he had not eaten since morning. Shimrod passed through the doorway and into the common room, where he halted to take stock of the company. Which of these persons, if any, would be the Shybalt from Zabisti? None sat brooding alone in a corner, none hunched watchfully with hooded eyes over a goblet of wine. Shimrod went to the service counter. Here stood the innkeeper, a person short and plump, with cautious black eyes and a round red face. He nodded his head politely. "Your needs, sir?" "First I want accommodation for a day or so," said Shimrod. "I prefer a quiet chamber and a bed free of vermin. Then I will take my supper." The innkeeper wiped his hands on his apron, meanwhile taking note of Shimrod's well-worn garments. "Such arrangements can be made, and no doubt to your satisfaction. But first a detail. Over the years I have been robbed right and left, up and down, by ruthless scoundrels, until at last my natural generosity became sour, and now I am excessively provident. In short, I wish to see the colour of your money before taking the transaction any farther." Shimrod tossed a silver florin upon the counter. "My stay may be of several days. This coin of good silver should adequately cover my expenses." "It will at least open your account," said the innkeeper. "As it happens, a chamber of the type you require is ready for occupancy. What name shall I write into my general register?" "You may know me as Tace," said Shimrod. "Very well, Sir Tace. The boy will show you to your chamber. Fonsel, at once! Show Sir Tace to the large west chamber." "One moment," said Shimrod. "I wonder if a friend of mine arrived at about this time yesterday, or perhaps a bit later. I am not sure as to what name he might be using." "Several visitors came yesterday," said the innkeeper. "What is your friend's appearance?" "He is of average description. He wears garments, covers his head with a hat, and is shod with shoes." The innkeeper reflected. "I cannot recall this gentleman. Sir Fulk of Thwist came at noon. He is grossly corpulent, and a large wen protrudes from his nose. A certain Janglart arrived during the afternoon, but he is tall and thin as a switch, very pale, and a long white beard hangs from his chin. Mynex, the sheep-dealer, is average in quality, but I have never known him to wear a hat. Always he uses a cylindrical sheepskin casque. No one else took rooms for the night." "No great matter," said Shimrod. It was probable, he thought, that the Shybalt had perched the long night through on a high gable rather than enduring the confinement of a room. "My friend will arrive in due course." Shimrod followed Fonsel upstairs to the chamber, which he found satisfactory. Returning downstairs, he went out to the front of the inn and seated himself at a table, where he took his supper. First a dozen sardines, sizzling and crackling from the grill. Next a platter of broad beans and bacon, with an onion for relish, along with a hunch of new bread and a quart of ale. The sun sank into the sea. Patrons entered and left the inn. None aroused Shimrod's suspicions. The Shybalt might well have done its work and departed, thought Shimrod. His attention must then inevitably focus upon Melanchthon, who lived in a white villa less than a mile up the beach, and who had previously acted at the behest of Tamarello, for reasons never made clear to Shimrod. Apparently he had never been her lover, having preferred her sibling, Fod Carfiliot. The relationship might or might not have pleased Desme, had she been alive and aware. It was, Shimrod reflected, truly a tangled skein of barely plausible possibilities and shocking realities. Melanchthon's role, rather than having been clarified by events, was as ambiguous now as ever, and probably not even known to herself. Who had ever plumbed even the most superficial level of Melanchthon's consciousness? certainly not himself. Twilight descended upon Ys of the ocean. Shimrod rose from his table and set off along the harbour road, which, after leaving the docks, struck off to the north beside the white beach. The town fell behind. Tonight the wind was gone from the sky, and the sea was calm. Listless surf rolled up the beach, creating a dull, soothing sound. Shimrod approached the white villa. A chest-high wall of whitewashed stone enclosed a garden of asphodels, heliotrope, thyme, 3 slim cypresses, and a pair of lemon trees. The villa and its garden were well known to Shimrod. He had seen them first in a dream, which recurred night after night. In these dreams Melanthe had first appeared to him, a dark-haired maiden of heart-wrenching beauty and contradictions beyond number. On this particular evening Melanthe seemed not at home. Shimrod walked through the garden, crossed the little strip of tiled terrace, rapped at the door. He awoke no response, not even from the maid. From within came no glow of lamps or candle. Nothing could be heard but the slow thud of the surf. Shimrod left the villa and returned down the beach to the town square and the Sunset Inn. In the common room he found an inconspicuous table beside the wall and seated himself. One by one Shimrod scrutinized the occupants of the room. In the main they seemed local folk, tradesmen, artisans, a few peasants from the surrounding countryside, a few seamen from ships in the harbour. None were Issei, who kept themselves apart from the ruck of the townspeople. A person sitting solitary a few tables away attracted Shimrod's attention. He appeared stocky of physique, but of middle stature. His garments were ordinary, a peasant's smock of coarse grey weave, loose breeches, buskins with pointed curled-over toes and triangular ankle-tabs. Pulled down upon his shock of brown hair was a narrow, brimmed black hat with a tall, back-sloping crown. His face was bland and still, enlivened only by the glitter and constant shift of his small black eyes. On the table before him rested a full mug of ale, which he had not tasted. His posture was stiff and queer. His chest moved neither in nor out. By these and other signs Shimrod knew that here sat Zagzig, the Shybalt from Zabisti, uncomfortably disguised as a denizen of earth. Shimrod noticed that Zagzig had carelessly failed to divest himself of the moth's middle 2 legs, which jerked and stirred from time to time under the grey blouse. The nape of Zagzig's neck also glistened with moth scale, where he had failed to provide himself a proper integument of human skin. Shimrod decided that, as usual, the simplest of available options was the best. He would wait and watch and discover what eventuated. Fonsel, the serving-boy, passing close to Zagzig with a tray, by chance jostled Zagzig's tall-crowned black hat, knocking it to the table, to reveal not only Zagzig's mat of brown hair, but also a pair of feathery antennae, which Zagzig had forgotten to remove. Fonsel stared with mouth agape, while Zagzig angrily clapped the hat back upon his head. He uttered a terse command. Fonsel grimaced, bobbed his head, and hurried away with only a confused glance back over his shoulder. Zagzig darted glances this way and that to see who might have noticed the incident. Shimrod quickly averted his eyes and pretended an interest in a rack of old blue plates hanging on the wall. Zagzig relaxed and sat as before. 10 minutes passed. The door was pushed ajar. In the doorway stood a tall man in black garments. He was spare, broad-shouldered, taut and precise of movement, with a pallid complexion and black hair cut square across his forehead and tied in a rope at the back of his head. Shimrod studied the newcomer with interest. Here, he thought, was a man of quick and ruthless intelligence. A scar across the gaunt cheek accentuated the menace of his already grim visage. From the evidence of his hair, his pallor, and his manner of contemptuous self-sufficiency, Shimrod assumed the newcomer to be a Ska from Skagein, or the Ska foreshore. Footnote. Ska, the indigenous race of Scandinavia, with traditions and records older by far than those of the Near or Far East. 3,000 years previously, a wave of Aryans or Urgoths had migrated north from the Black Sea steppes into Scandinavia, ultimately expelling the Ska, who descended first upon Ireland, where they were known to myth as the sons of Partholon. Eventually, after defeat by the Danaans, they migrated south into Skagein. End of footnote. The Ska looked around the room. He glanced first at Shimrod, then at Zagzig, then once again around the room, after which he chose a table and seated himself. Fonsel came at a run to inquire his needs, and brought him ale, sardines, and bread, almost before the order had been placed. The ska ate and drank without haste. When he had finished, he sat back in his chair and once again appraised first Shimrod, then Zagzig. Now he placed on the table a ball of dark green serpentine, an inch in diameter, attached to a chain of fine iron links. Shimrod had seen such baubles before. They were caste markers worn by ska patricians. At the sight of the talisman, Zagzig rose to his feet and crossed to the ska's table. Shimrod signalled Fonsel to his own table. Shimrod asked quietly, "Do not turn your head to look, but tell me the name of that tall ska sitting yonder." "I can make no sure assertion," said Fonsel. "I have never seen him before. However, across the room I heard someone in very confidential tones use the name Torqual. If this is the Torqual of evil reputation, he is bold indeed to show his face here, where King Aillas would be grateful to find him and stretch his neck." Shimrod gave the boy a copper penny. "Your remarks are interesting. Bring me now a goblet of good tawny wine." By a sleight of magic, Shimrod augmented the acuity of his hearing, so that the whispers of two young lovers in a far corner were now clearly audible, as were the innkeeper's instructions to Fonsel in regard to the watering of Shimrod's wine. However, the conversation between Zagzig and Torqual had been muted by a magic as sharp as his own, and he could hear nothing of its content. Fonsel served him a goblet of wine with a fine flourish. "Here you are, sir, our noblest vintage." "That is good to hear," said Shimrod. "I am the official inspector of hostelries, by the authority of King Aillas. Still, would you believe it, I am often served poor stuff. 3 days ago in Mainaud, an innkeeper and his potboy conspired to water my wine, which act King Aillas has declared an offence against humanity." "Truly, sir?" quavered Fonsel. "What then?" "The constables took both innkeeper and potboy to the public square and tied them to a post, where they were roundly flogged. They will not soon repeat their offence." Fonsel snatched up the goblet. "Suddenly I see that by mistake I have poured from the wrong flask. One moment, sir, while I put matters right." Fonsel in haste served a fresh goblet of wine, and a moment later the innkeeper himself came to the table, wiping his hands anxiously on his apron. "I trust that all is in order, sir?" "At the moment, yes." "Good. Fonsel is sometimes a bit careless and brings our good name into disrepute. Tonight I will beat him for his mistake." Shimrod uttered a grim laugh. "Sir, leave poor Fonsel be. He thought better of his mischief, and deserves a chance at redemption." The innkeeper bowed. "Sir, I will ponder your advice with care." He hurried back to the counter, and Shimrod resumed his observation of Zagzig, the shybald, and Torqual, the ska. The conversation came to an end. Zagzig tossed a purse upon the table. Torqual loosened the drawstring and peered at the contents. He raised his eyes and treated Zagzig to a stony stare of displeasure. Zagzig returned an indifferent glance, then rose to his feet and prepared to depart the inn. Shimrod, anticipating Zagzig's move, had preceded him and waited in the front yard. The full moon had risen to illuminate the square. The granite flags showed almost as white as bone. Shimrod sidled into the deep shade of the hemlock which grew beside the inn. Zagzig's silhouette appeared in the doorway. Shimrod readied the loop of Suhail wire which he had received from Murgen. Zagzig moved past. Shimrod stepped from the shade and attempted to drop the loop over Zagzig's head. The tall black hat interfered. Zagzig jerked aside. The Suhail wire scraped his face and caused him to whine in shock. He spun around to face Shimrod. "Villain!" hissed Zagzig. "Do you think so to halter me? Your time has come." He opened wide his mouth in order to expel a gust of poison. Shimrod thrust the sword Tace into the aperture. Zagzig uttered a groan and collapsed upon the moonlit pavement, to become a pile of pink sparks and flashes, which Shimrod fastidiously avoided. Presently nothing remained but a grey fluff, so light that it drifted away on a cool air from the sea. Shimrod returned into the common room. A young man dressed in the mode currently popular in Aquitaine had perched himself on a high stool with his lute. Striking chords and melodic passages, he sang ballads celebrating the deeds of lovelorn knights and yearning maidens, all in the mournful cadences imposed upon him by the tuning of his lute. Of Torqual there was no sign. He had departed the common room. Shimrod summoned Fonsel, who sprang to his service on the instant. "Your wishes, sir?" "The person named Torqual. Is he lodged here at the Sunset Inn?" "No, your honour. He left only a moment ago by the side door. May I bring your lordship more wine?" Shimrod made a stately affirmative sign. "Needless to say, I thirst for no water. "That, sir, goes without saying." Shimrod sat for an hour drinking wine and listening to the sad ballads of Aquitaine. At last he became restless and went out into the night, where the moon now floated halfway up the sky. The square was empty. The stone flags glimmered white as before. Shimrod strolled to the harbour and along the esplanade to where it joined the shore road. Here he halted and looked up the beach. After a few minutes he turned away. At this time of night Melanchthon would not be likely to receive him graciously. Shimrod returned to the inn. The Aquitaine jongleur had departed, along with most of the patrons. Torquil was nowhere to be seen. Shimrod went up to his chamber and composed himself to rest. 4. In the morning Shimrod took his breakfast at the front of the inn, where he could look out across the square. He consumed a pear, a bowl of porridge with cream, several rashers of fried bacon, a slice of dark bread with cheese, and pickled plums. The warmth of the sunlight was pleasantly in contrast to cool airs from the sea. Shimrod breakfasted without haste, watchful yet relaxed. Today was market day. A confusion of movement, sound, and colour enlivened the square. Everywhere merchants had set up tables and booths from which they cried out the quality of their wares. Fishmongers held aloft their best fish and beat on iron triangles so that all might turn to look. Among the booths swirled the customers, for the most part housewives and servant girls, chaffering, haggling, weighing, judging, criticizing, occasionally clinking down their coins. Other folk as well moved across the square, a quartet of melancholy priests from the temple of Atlante, mariners and traders from far lands, an occasional Issei factor on his way to inspect a cargo, a baron and his lady down from their Dour mountain keep, herdsmen and crofters from the moors and glens of the Tich Taktich. Shimrod finished his breakfast, but remained at the table eating grapes, wondering how best to proceed with his investigation. Even as Shimrod pondered, he noticed a dark-haired young woman marching across the square, her orange-brown skirt and a rose-pink blouse glowing in the sunlight. Shimrod recognized her for Melanchthon's housemaid. She carried a pair of empty baskets and was evidently on her way to market. Shimrod jumped to his feet and followed the young woman across the square. At a fruit vendor's booth she began to select oranges from the display. Shimrod watched a moment, then approached and touched her elbow. She looked around with a blank expression, failing to recognize Shimrod in his present guise. "Come aside with me a moment," said Shimrod. "I want a few words with you." The maid hesitated and drew away. Shimrod said, "My business is in connection with your mistress. No harm will come to you." Puzzled and reluctant, the maid followed Shimrod a few steps out into the square. "What do you want of me?" Shimrod spoke in what he hoped was a reassuring voice. "I do not remember your name, if indeed I ever knew it." "I am Lillas. Why should you know me? I have no recollection of you." "Some time ago I called upon your mistress. You opened the door for me. Surely you remember." Lillas searched Shimrod's face. "You seem somehow familiar, though in truth I cannot place you exactly. The occasion must have been long ago." "So it was, but you are still in the service of Melanchthon?" "Yes, I have no fault to find with her, at least none that would prompt me to leave her." "She is an easy mistress?" Lillas smiled sadly. "She hardly notices whether I am here or there, whether I am in the house or gone. Still, she would not want me to stand here gossiping about her affairs." Shimrod produced a silver florin. "What you tell me will travel no farther and cannot be considered gossip." Lillas dubiously took the coin. "For a fact I am concerned for the lady. I understand no single phase of her conduct. Often she sits for hours looking out to sea. I go about my work and she pays me no heed, as if I were invisible." "Does she often receive visitors?" "Seldom. Still, just this morning—" Lillas hesitated and looked over her shoulder. Shimrod prompted her. "Who was her visitor this morning?" "He came early, a tall, pale man with a scar on his face. I think he would be a Ska. He knocked at the door. I opened to him. He said, 'Tell your mistress that Torquil is here.' I drew back, and he came into the hall. I went to Lady Melanchthon and gave her the message." "Was she surprised?" "I think she was perplexed and not well pleased, but perhaps not altogether astonished. She hesitated only a moment, then went out into the hall. I followed, but remained behind the curtain where I could watch through the crack. The two stood looking at each other a moment. Then Torquil said, 'I am told that I must obey your commands. What do you know of this arrangement?' The Lady Melanchthon said, I am not sure of anything. Torquall asked, "Did you not expect me?" "An intimation came, but nothing is clear, and I must ponder," said my lady. "Go now. If I find commands for you, I will let you know." At this Torquall seemed amused. "And how will you do this?" "By means of a signal. If I am prompted in this direction, a black urn will appear on the wall by the gate. Should you see the black urn, then you may come again." At this the man Torquall smiled and bowed so that he seemed almost princely. Without another word he turned and left the villa. That is what happened this morning. I am happy to tell you, since Torquall frightens me. Clearly he can bring the Lady Melanchthon only distress. "Your fears are well-founded," said Shimrod. "Still, she may choose not to deal with Torquall." "So it may be." "She is now at home?" "Yes, as usual. She sits looking out to sea." "I will call on her. Perhaps I can set matters straight." Lillis spoke anxiously. "You will not reveal that we have discussed her affairs?" "Certainly not." Lillis went back to the fruit-seller's booth. Shimrod crossed the square to the harbour road. His suspicions had been validated. Melanchthon's involvement in the affair might so far only be passive and might remain so. Still, Melanchthon's only sure trait was her unpredictability. Shimrod looked to the north, toward the white villa. He could find no reason for delay, save his own reluctance to confront Melanchthon. He set off to the north along the beach road, walking with long, deliberate strides, and soon arrived at the white stone wall. No black urn, so he noted, was visible. Shimrod crossed the garden, went to the door. He raised the knocker and let it fall. There was no response. Shimrod knocked a second time, with the same result as before. The villa, so it seemed, was empty of its occupants. Shimrod turned slowly away from the door, then went to stand by the side of the gate. He looked up the road to the north. In the near distance he discovered Melanchthon, approaching without haste. He felt no surprise. So it had been in his dreams. Shimrod waited, with the sunlight glaring down upon the sand of the road. Melanchthon drew near, a slender, dark-haired maiden wearing a white knee-length frock and sandals. With only a brief, impassive stare for Shimrod, she turned through the gate. As she passed, Shimrod sensed the faint odor of violets which always accompanied her. Melanchthon went to the door. Shimrod followed soberly and entered the villa behind her. She went along the hall and into a long room with a wide arched window overlooking the sea. Moving to the window, Melanchthon stood gazing pensively toward the horizon. Shimrod stood in the doorway, looking here and there, appraising the room. Little had changed since his last visit. The walls were washed white. On the tiled floor 3 rugs showed bold patterns of orange, red, black, white, and green. A table, a few heavy chairs, a divan, and a sideboard were the only furnishings. The walls were innocent of decoration. Nowhere in the room were objects to indicate Melanchthon's point of view or to suggest the bent of her personality. The rugs were vivid and vital, and would seem to be imports from the Atlas Mountains. Almost certainly, so Shimrod surmised, they had been purchased and laid down by Lillis, the maid, with Melanchthon taking no particular notice. Melanchthon at last turned to Shimrod and showed him a curious, twisted smile. "Speak, Shimrod. Why are you here?" "You recognize me despite my disguise?" Melanchthon seemed taken aback. "Disguise? I notice no disguise. You are Shimrod, as meek, quixotic, and indecisive as ever." "No doubt," said Shimrod. "So much for my disguise. I cannot conceal my identity. Have you decided upon an identity for Melanchthon?" Melanchthon made an airy gesture. "Such talk is beside the mark. What is your business with me? I doubt that you have come to analyze my character." Shimrod pointed to the divan. "Let us sit. It is dreary work talking on both feet." Melanchthon gave an indifferent shrug and dropped down upon the divan. Shimrod seated himself beside her. "You are as beautiful as ever." "So I am told." "At our last meeting you had developed a taste for poisonous blossoms. Is this inclination still with you?" Melanchthon shook her head. "There are no more such blossoms to be found. I think of them often. They were wonderfully appealing. Do you not agree?" "They were fascinating, if vile," said Shimrod. "I did not find them so. The colors were of great variety, and the scents were unusual." "Still, you must believe me, they represented the aspects of evil, the many flavors of purulence, so to speak." Melanchthon smiled and shook her head. I cannot understand these tedious abstractions, and I doubt if the effort would yield any amusement, since I am easily bored. As a matter of interest, do you know the meaning of the word evil? It seems to mean what you intend it to mean. The word is general. Do you know the difference between, let us say, kindness and cruelty? I have never thought to notice. Why do you ask? Because, for a fact, I have come to study your character. Again? For what reason? I am curious to discover whether you are good or bad. Melanchthon shrugged. That is as if I were to ask whether you were a bird or a fish, and then expect an earnest answer. Shimrod sighed. Just so. How goes your life? I prefer it to oblivion. How do you occupy yourself each day? I watch the sea and the sky. Sometimes I wade in the surf and build roads in the sand. At night I study the stars. You have no friends? No. And what of the future? The future stops at now. As to that I am not so sure, said Shimrod. It is at best a half-truth. What of that? Half a truth is better than none. Do you not agree? Not altogether, said Shimrod. I am a practical man. I try to control the shape of the nows which lie in the offing, instead of submitting to them as they occur. Melanchthon gave an uninterested shrug. You are free to do as you like. Leaning back in the divan, she looked out across the sea. Shimrod finally spoke. Well, then, are you good or bad? I don't know. Shimrod became vexed. Talking with you is like visiting an empty house. Melanchthon considered a moment before responding. Perhaps, she said, you are visiting the wrong house. Or perhaps you are the wrong visitor. Ha ha, said Shimrod. You seem to be telling me that indeed you are capable of thought. I think constantly, day and night. What thoughts do you think? You would not understand them. Do your thoughts bring you pleasure or peace? As always, you ask questions I cannot answer. They seem simple enough. For you, no doubt. As for me, I was brought naked and empty into the world. It was only required that I imitate humanity, not that I should become human. I do not know what sort of creature I am. This is the subject of my reflections. They are complicated. Since I know no human emotions, I have contrived an entire new compendium, which only I can feel. That is very interesting. When do you use these new emotions? I use them continually. Some are heavy, others are light, and are named for clouds. Some are constant, others are fugitive. Sometimes they come to thrill me, and I would like to keep them forever, just as I long to keep the wonderful flowers. But the moods slip away before I can name them and cherish them in my heart. Sometimes, often, they never come back, no matter how I yearn. How do you name these emotions? Tell me. Melanchthon shook her head. The names would mean nothing. I have watched insects, wondering how they name their emotions, and wondering if perhaps they were like mine. I should think not, said Shimrod. Melanchthon spoke on, unheeding. It may be that instead of emotion I feel sensation only, which I think to be emotion. This is how an insect feels the moods of its life. In your new set of emotions, do you have equivalents for good and bad? These are not emotions. You are trying to trick me into talking your language. Very well. I shall answer. I do not know what to think of myself. Since I am not human, I wonder what I am and how my life will go. Shimrod sat back and reflected. At one time you served Tamarello. Why did you do so? That was the behest built into my brain. Now he is pent in a bottle, but still you are asked to serve him. Melanchthon frowned at Shimrod, mouth pursed in disapproval. Why do you say so? Mergen has informed me. And what does he know? Enough to ask stern questions. How do these orders come to you? I have had no exact orders, only impulses and intimations. Who prompts them? Sometimes I think that they are my own contriving. When these moods come on me, I am exalted, and I am fully alive. Someone is rewarding you for your cooperation. You must be careful. Tamarello sits in a glass bottle, nose between his knees. Do you want the same for yourself?"
"It will not happen so."
"Is that how Desmay has instructed you?"
"Please do not utter that name."
"It must be spoken, since it is another word for doom. Your doom, if you allow her to use you as an instrument." Melanchthon rose to her feet and went to the window. Shimrod spoke to her back. "Come with me once again to Trilda. I will purge you entirely of the green stench. We will thwart Desmay the witch. You will be wholly free and wholly alive." Melanchthon turned to face Shimrod.
"I know nothing of any green stench and nothing of Desmay. Go now."
Shimrod rose to his feet. "Today, think upon yourself and how you might want your life to go. I will return at sunset, and perhaps you will come away with me." Melanchthon seemed not to hear. Shimrod left the room and departed the villa. The day passed, hour by hour. Shimrod sat at his table before the inn, watching the sun cross the sky. When it hung its own diameter above the horizon, he set off up the beach. Presently he arrived at the white villa. He went to the front door, and raising the knocker, let it fall. The door opened a crack. Lillis, the maid, looked out at him. "Good evening," said Shimrod. "I want to speak with your mistress." Lillis looked at him, large-eyed.
"She is not here."
"Where is she? Up the beach?"
"She is gone."
"Gone?" Shimrod spoke sharply. "Gone where?"
"As to that, who can say?"
"What has happened to her?"
"An hour ago I answered to a knock at the door. It was Torquil the Ska. He walked past me along the hall and into the parlour. The mistress was sitting on the divan. She jumped to her feet. The two looked at each other for a moment, and I watched from the doorway. He spoke a single word. 'Come!' The mistress made no move, but stood as if irresolute. Torquil stepped forward, took her hand, and led her away down the hall and out the front door. She made no protest. Indeed, she walked like a person in a dream."
Shimrod listened with a weight pressing at the pit of his stomach. Lillis spoke on in a rush.
"There were 2 horses in the road. Torquil lifted my mistress into the saddle of one and mounted the other. They rode away to the north. And now I do not know what to do."
Shimrod found his voice. "Do as usual. You have not been instructed otherwise."
"That is good advice," said Lillis. "Perhaps she will be home in short order."
"Perhaps." Shimrod returned south along the beach road to the Sunset Inn. In the morning he took himself once again to the white villa, but found only Lillis on the premises. "You have had no word from your mistress?"
"No, sir. She is far away. I feel it in my bones."
"So do I." Shimrod reached to the ground for a pebble. He rubbed it between his fingers and handed it to Lillis. "As soon as your mistress returns, take this pebble out of doors, throw it into the air, and say, 'Go to Shimrod.' Do you understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"What will you do?"
"I will throw the pebble into the air and say, 'Go to Shimrod.'"
"That is correct, and here is a silver florin to assist your memory."
"Thank you, sir."
5. Shimrod conveyed himself up over the mountains to the stony flat in front of Swur Smod. Entering the forecourt, he discovered the 2 griffs sitting down to their morning meal, which included 2 great joints of beef, 4 roast fowl, a pair of suckling pigs, 2 trenchers of pickled salmon, a round of white cheese, and several loaves of new bread. At the sight of Shimrod they jumped up from the table in a rage, and ran forward as if to rend him limb from limb. Shimrod held up his hand. "Moderation, if you please. Has not Murgen instructed you to milder manners?" "He approved our vigilance," said Voas. "He advised a trifle more restraint toward persons of patently good character." "You do not fit that description," said Thus. "Hence we must do our duty." "Stop. I am Shimrod, and I am here on legitimate business." "That remains to be seen," said the mottled green Vuss. With one claw he scratched a line across the stone pavement. "First we must be convinced of your bona fides, which we will look into as soon as we dine." "We have been hoodwinked before," said Voas. "Never again. Step 1 inch past that line, and we will devour you for an appetizer." Shimrod performed a small spell. "I would prefer to pass by your investigation at once, but no doubt you are anxious to join your guests." "Guests?" demanded Voas. "What guests are these?" Shimrod pointed. The Griffs turned to discover a troop of 8 baboons wearing red trousers and round hats, making free with their repast. Some stood at one side of the table, others opposite, while 3 stood on the table itself. Thus and Voas roared in full outrage and ran to chase off the baboons, but they were not so easily discouraged, and hopped with agility here and there, walking in the pickled salmon and throwing food at the Griffs. Shimrod took advantage of the disturbance to cross the forecourt, and so arrived at the tall iron door. He was admitted, and made his way to the great hall. As before, a fire blazed in the fireplace. The glass globe hanging from the ceiling glowed sullen green. Mergin was not in evidence. Shimrod seated himself beside the fire and waited. After a moment he turned his head and glanced up at the suspended globe. 2 black eyes glittered at him through the green murk. Shimrod turned his gaze back to the fire. Mergin entered the room and joined Shimrod at the table. "You seem a bit dispirited," said Mergin. "How went events at Ys?" "Well enough in certain respects." Shimrod told of what had transpired at the Sunset Inn and at Melanthi's villa. "I learned little that we did not already suspect, except the fact of Torqual's involvement." "It is important, and signifies a conspiracy. Remember, he first came to Melanthi to learn her commands." "But on the second occasion he ignored her commands and forced her to his will. It is perhaps cynical to note that he did not need to force very hard." Shimrod stared into the fire. "What do you know of Torqual?" "Not a great deal. He was born a Ska nobleman who became a renegade, and is now an outlaw living by plunder, blood, and terror. His ambitions may well extend farther." "Why do you say that?" "Is that not implied by his conduct? King Casmir wants him to incite revolt among the Ulfish barons. Torqual takes Casmir's money and goes his own way, with no real advantage to Casmir. If Aillas loses control of the mountains, Torqual will hope to become the ruler. And who knows what then? North and South Ulfland? Godelia? East to Hot?" "Luckily it is an unlikely prospect." Mergin stared into the fire. "Torqual is a man without mercy. It would be a pleasure to hang him in a bottle alongside Tamarello. Alas, I cannot violate my own law, unless he gives me cause. This cause may well be forthcoming." "How so?" "The propulsion to this affair, so I tell myself, can only be Desmay. Where has she taken herself? She is either using some unexpected semblance, or hiding where she cannot be discovered. Her hopes flourish and fester. She has revenged herself sweetly upon Tamarello, but not upon the race of men. She is not yet sated." "Perhaps she lives passive inside Melanthi, waiting and watching." Mergin shook his head. "She would be constricted and far too vulnerable, since I would know at once. On the other hand, Melanthi, or a construct just like her, may be the vessel Desmay ultimately plans to fill." "Tragic that a thing so beautiful must be put to such humiliating uses," said Shimrod. He sat back in his chair. "Still, it is nothing to me." "Just so," said Mergin. "Now, for a space, I must put this matter aside. Other affairs press at my attention. The star Akernar is rife with odd activity, especially in the far outer tracts. Meanwhile, Joald stirs in the depths. I must discover if a linkage exists." "In that case, what of me?" Mergin rubbed his chin. "I will set out a monitor. If Torqual uses magic, we will interfere. If he is only a bandit, no matter how cruel, King Aillas and his armies must take him in charge." "I would favor more direct action." "No doubt. Still, our goal is minimal involvement. The edict is a fragile force. If we are discovered in violation, its inhibition may dissolve into smoke." "One last word. Your devils are as horrid as ever. They might well frighten a timid person. You must definitely teach them a more polite etiquette." "I will see to it." Chapter 6. 1. At the end of summer, with the smell of autumn in the air, the royal family departed Sarras for Castle Haedion. There was no unanimity of feeling regarding the event. King Casmir left the informal style of life at Sarras with reluctance. Queen Solace, on the other hand, could hardly wait to put the rustic deficiencies of Sarras behind her. Cassander cared little one way or the other. Boon companions, flirtatious maidens, merry entertainments were as accessible at Haedion as at Sarras, perhaps more so. Princess Madouc, like King Casmir, departed Sarras with reluctance. She hinted to Lady Desdea not once but several times that conditions at Sarras suited her well, and that she would prefer not to return to Haedion at all. Lady Desdea paid no heed, and Madouc's desires came to naught. Willy-nilly, sullen and bored, Madouc was instructed into the royal carriage for the long ride back to Lyonesse town. In a brave, if hollow voice, Madouc stated her intention to ride Teifer instead. She pointed out that everyone's convenience would thereby be served. Those riding in the carriage would enjoy more space, while Teifer would benefit from the exercise. Lady Desdea heard the proposal with eyebrows high in cold amazement. "That is impossible, of course. It would be considered conduct most boisterous, the act of a hoyden. The folk of the countryside would stare in wonder, those who did not laugh outright, to see you trotting so proudly through the dust."
"I had no plans to ride in the dust. I would just as lief ride in the van ahead of the dust."
"And what a sight you would be leading the cavalcade on your intrepid steed Teifer. I am surprised that you do not choose to wear mail and carry a banner on high like a prodrome of old."
"I had nothing like this in mind. I only—"
Lady Desdea held up her hand. "Say no more. For once you must conduct yourself with dignity, and ride properly with Her Majesty. Your maidens will be allowed to sit beside you in the carriage for your amusement."
"That is why I want to ride Teifer."
"Impossible." So went the arrangements. Despite Madouc's dissatisfaction, the carriage departed Sarras, with Madouc sitting across from Queen Solace, with Devonette and Clodis on the seat to her left. In due course the party arrived at Castle Haedion, and the ordinary routines of life were resumed. Madouc was housed as before in her old chambers, though suddenly they had become cramped and constricted, or so it seemed.
"Odd," thought Madouc. "In a single summer I have aged an entire era, and of course I have become far wiser. I wonder—" She put her hands to her chest to feel two small pads of softness she had not previously noticed. She felt them again. They were definite. Said Madouc. "I hope I do not grow to look like Clodis." The autumn passed, and then the winter. For Madouc the most noteworthy event was the retirement of Lady Desdea on the plea of backache, nervous cramp, and general malaise. Spiteful tongues whispered that Madouc's perverse antics and general intractability had at last conquered Lady Desdea and had made her ill. Indeed, during the late winter, Lady Desdea turned lemon-yellow, began to swell in the middle, and presently died of the dropsy. Her successor was a noblewoman, younger and more flexible, Lady Lavelle, third daughter to the Duke of Wyskjog. Lady Lavelle, having taken note of past attempts to educate the obstreperous princess, changed tactics and dealt casually with Madouc. She took for granted, at least ostensibly, that Madouc, keen to her own advantage, would wish to learn the tricks, ploys, and stratagems which would allow her to negotiate court protocol with the least inconvenience. Of course, as a prerequisite, Madouc must learn the conventions which she would be learning to avoid. So, despite herself and half aware of Lady Lavelle's tactics, Madouc assimilated a smattering of court procedure and certain pretty little skills of genteel coquetry. A series of storms brought howling winds and driving rains to Lyonesse town, and Madouc was pent inside Haedion. After a month the storm abated, and the town was washed in a sudden flood of pale sunlight. After such long confinement, Madouc felt impelled to go out and wander in the open air. With no better destination at hand, she decided to revisit the hidden garden where Suldrun had pined away her life. Assuring herself that she went unseen, Madouc hastened up the cloistered walk, through the tunnel in Zoltra Brightstar's wall, then the rotting old portal. Madouc stepped into the garden. At the top of the vale she stopped to look and listen. She saw no living creature and heard no sound save the far-muffled rush of the surf. Odd, thought Madouc. In the wan winter sunlight the garden seemed less melancholy than as she remembered it.
Madouc wandered down the trail to the beach. The surf, driven by the storms, reared high to crash heavily down upon the shingle. Madouc turned away to look up the vale. Suldrun's conduct seemed more incomprehensible than ever. According to Cassander, she could not bring herself to face the dangers and hardships of life on the road. But what then? For a clever person determined to survive, the dangers could be minimized and perhaps avoided. But Suldrun, timid and apathetic, had preferred to languish in the hidden garden, and so, at last, she had died. As for me, Madouc told herself, I would have been over the fence in a trice. After that I would pretend to be a boy, and also a leper. I would feign sores on my face, to disgust anyone who came near me, and those who were not disgusted I would stab with a knife. Had I been Suldrun, I would be alive today. Madouc soberly started up the path. There were lessons to be learned from those tragic events of the past. First, Suldrun had hoped for King Casmir's mercy, which had not been forthcoming. The significance was clear. A princess of Lyonesse must marry as Casmir desired, or else incur his merciless displeasure. Madouc grimaced. The correspondence between Suldrun's case and her own was much too close for comfort. Still, displeasure or not, King Casmir must be persuaded not to involve her in his schemes of empire. Madouc left the garden and returned down the way to the castle. Out over the Lear a bank of black clouds was approaching fast, and even as Madouc approached the castle a damp gust of wind struck at her, whipping the skirt around her legs. The day grew dark, and the new storm arrived with thunder, lightning, and rain. Madouc wondered if winter would ever end. A week passed, and another, and at last the sun drove shafts of light down through the clouds. The next day dawned sparkling clear. King Casmir, himself oppressed by the bad weather, decided to take the air with Queen Solace, and in the process show themselves to the folk of Lyonesse town. He ordered out the ceremonial carriage, which presently pulled up in front of the castle. The royal family took their places, King Casmir and Queen Solace facing forward, Prince Cassander and Princess Madouc stiffly opposite. The procession set off, a herald holding high the royal arms, consisting of a black tree of life on a white field, with a dozen scarlet pomegranates hanging from the branches. Next rode 3 men-at-arms in chain corselets and iron helmets, holding halberds high, followed by the open carriage with its royal cargo. Another 3 men-at-arms, riding abreast, brought up the rear. The procession moved down the Sphère Arcte, slowly, so that the townspeople might rush out to stare and point and raise an occasional cheer. At the foot of the Sphère Arcte, the procession turned to the right and continued around the Chail to the site of the new cathedral. Here the carriage halted and the royal party alighted, so that they might inspect the progress of construction. Almost at once they were approached by Father Umfred. The meeting was not accidental. Father Umfred and Queen Solace had calculated at length how best to engage King Casmir's interest in the cathedral. Father Umfred, in pursuance of their plans, now bustled importantly forward and proposed a tour of the half-finished construction. King Casmir gave him a curt response. "I can see well enough from here." "As your Majesty desires. Still, the full scope of Solus Sanctissima might be more pleasurably apparent upon closer view." King Casmir glanced across the site. "Your sect is not numerous. The structure is far too large for its purpose." "We earnestly believe to the contrary," said Father Umfred cheerfully. "In any event, is not magnificence and grandeur more suitable for the Solus Sanctissima than some makeshift little chapel of sticks and mud?" "I am impressed by neither one nor the other," said King Casmir. "I have heard that in Rome and Ravenna the churches are crammed so full with gold ornaments and jewelled gewgaws that they lack space for aught else. Be assured that never a penny from the royal exchequer of Lyonesse will be spent on such bedizenry." Father Umfred forced a laugh. "Your Majesty, I submit that the cathedral will enrich the city, rather than the reverse. By this same token a splendid cathedral will do the same, only faster." Father Umfred gave a delicate cough. "You must remember that at Rome and Ravenna the gold came not from those who built the cathedrals, but those who came to worship." "Ha!" King Casmir was interested, despite his prejudices. "And how is this miracle accomplished?" "There is no mystery. The worshippers hope to attract the favorable attention of divinity by making a financial contribution. Father Umfred turned out his hands. "Who knows? The belief may be well-founded. No one has proved otherwise. One thing is certain. Every pilgrim arriving at Lyonesse town will depart enriched in spirit, though poorer in worldly goods." King Casmir appraised the unfinished cathedral as if with a new vision. "How do you hope to attract wealthy and munificent pilgrims?" "Some will come to worship and to participate in the rites. Others will sit in the hush of the great nave for hours, as if steeping themselves in a holy suffusion. Others will come to marvel at our relics, to feel the awe of their presence. These relics are of signal importance and attract pilgrims from far and wide with great efficacy." "Relics? What relics are these? To my knowledge we have none." "It is an interesting subject," said Father Umfred. "Relics are of many sorts and might be classified into several categories. The first and most precious are those directly associated with the Lord Jesus Christ. In the second rank, and very excellent, we find objects associated with one or another of the holy apostles. In the third rank, often most precious and most rare, are relics from antiquity. For instance, the stone with which David slew Goliath, or one of Shadrach's sandals with scorch marks on the sole. In the fourth rank, and still very fine, are objects associated with one or another of the saints. There are also what I shall call incidental relics, interesting because of association rather than holy essence. For instance, a claw of the bear which devoured Saint Candolphus, or a bangle from the arm of the prostitute Jesus defended before the temple, or a desiccated ear from one of the Gadarene swine. Unfortunately, many of the best and most wonderful relics have vanished, or were never collected. On the other hand, articles of guaranteed quality sometimes appear and are even offered for sale. One must take care, of course, when making such purchases." King Casmir pulled at his beard. "How can you know that any of the relics are genuine?" Father Umfred pursed his lips. "If a false item were placed in sanctified surroundings, a divine lightning bolt would strike down to destroy the factitious article, and also the perpetrator of the hoax, or so I have been told. Further, the debased heretic would languish forever in the deepest pits of hell. This is well known, and is our safeguard and our surety." "Does this divine lightning bolt descend often?" "I have no knowledge as to the number of such cases." "So how do you propose to acquire your relics?" "By various means. Some will come as gifts. We will dispatch agents to seek out others. The most cherished relic of all is the Holy Grail, which the Saviour used at his Last Supper, and which also was used by Joseph of Arimathea to catch the blood from the divine wounds. Later he brought it to Glastonbury Abbey in Britain. Thence it was taken to a sacred island on Loch Corrib in Ireland. Thence it was brought to the Elder Isles to preserve it safe from the pagans, but its present whereabouts is unknown." "That is an interesting tale," said King Casmir. "You would be well advised to seek this Grail for your display." "We can only hope and dream. If the Grail came into our possession, we would instantly become the proudest church of Christendom." Queen Solace could not control a small cry of excitement. She turned her great moist eyes upon King Casmir. "My lord, is it not clear? We must have the best and most excellent relics. Nothing else will suffice." King Casmir gave a stony shrug. "Do as you like, so long as you make no draft upon the royal exchequer. That is my unswerving resolve." "But is it not clear? Any small sums paid out now will be returned 100 times over, and all will go for the greater glory of our wonderful cathedral." "Precisely so," Father Umfred used his richest tones. "As always, dear lady, you have uttered the wise and incisive comment." "Let us go back to the carriage," said King Casmir. "I have seen all I care to see, and heard rather more. 2. The months of the year went their way, and winter became spring. The period was enlivened by a variety of events. Prince Cassander became involved in an untidy scandal and was sent off to Fort Mail, close under the Blalock border, to cool his heels and to reflect upon his misdeeds. From South Ulfland came news of Torquil. He had led out his band on a foray against the isolated and apparently undefended Fram Keep, only to encounter an ambush laid by troops of the Ulfish army. In the skirmish Torquil lost the greater part of his band, and was lucky to have escaped with his life. Another event, of moment to Madouc herself, was the betrothal of her agreeable and apparently casual preceptress, Lady Lavelle. Preparations for the wedding to Sir Garstang of Toinbo Hall necessitated her departure from Hadion and return to Pridart Place.
Madouc's new preceptress was Lady Voss, spinster daughter to Casmir's second cousin, Lord Vix of Wildmay Foretower, near Sloot's Scheme. Unkind rumour suggested that Lady Voss had been fathered by a vagabond Goth during one of Lord Vix's absences from Wildmay Foretower. Whatever the truth of the case, Lady Voss in no way resembled her 3 younger sisters, who were slender, dark of hair, gentle of disposition, and sufficiently well-favoured to attract husbands for themselves. Lady Voss, in contrast, was tall, iron-grey of hair, heavy of bone, with a square, granitic face, grey eyes staring from under iron-grey eyebrows, and a disposition deficient in those easy, casual qualities which had commended Lady Lavelle to Madouc. 3 days after the departure of Lady Lavelle, Queen Solace summoned Madouc to her chambers. "Step forward, Madouc. This is Lady Voss, who is to assume the duties which I fear were somewhat scamped by Lady Lavelle. Your instruction will henceforth be supervised by Lady Voss." Madouc glanced sidelong at Lady Voss.
"Please, Your Majesty, I feel that such supervision is no longer needed."
"I would be happy if it were so. In any case, Lady Voss will ensure that you are proficient in the proper categories. Like myself, she will be satisfied only with excellence, and you must dedicate all your energies to this end." Lady Voss said, "Lady Lavelle, so I am told, was lax in her standards, and failed to drive home the exactitude of each lesson. The victim of such laxity, sadly enough, is Princess Madouc, who fell into the habit of frittering away her time." Queen Solace said, "I am pleased to hear these words of dedication. Madouc has never taken kindly to precision or discipline. I am sure, Lady Voss, that you will remedy this lack." "I will do my best." Lady Voss turned to Madouc. "Princess, I demand no miracles. You need only do your best." "Just so," said Queen Solace. "Madouc, do you understand this new principle?" Madouc said bravely, "Let me ask this. Am I the royal princess?" "Well, yes, of course." "In that case, Lady Voss must obey my royal commands and teach me what I wish to learn." "Ha, ha!" said Queen Solace. "Your arguments are valid to a certain point, but you are still too inexperienced to know what is best for you. Lady Voss is most wise in this regard, and will direct your education."
"But, Your Highness, if you please, this might be the wrong education. Must I learn to be like Lady Voss?"
Lady Voss spoke in a measured voice. "You will learn what I choose to teach. You will learn it well, and you will be the better for it." Queen Solace waved her hand. "That is all, Madouc. You may go. There is no more to be said on the subject." Almost at once Madouc's conduct gave Lady Voss cause for complaint. "I intend to waste neither time nor soft words with you. Let us have an understanding. Either obey my instructions exactly and without quibble, or I shall go on the instant to Queen Solace and ask her permission to beat you properly."
"That would be incorrect conduct," Madouc pointed out.
"It would happen in private, and no one would know, save you and me. Further, no one would care, save you and me. I advise you, beware. The privilege may well be allowed to me, and I would welcome it, since your contumacity is as offensive as your smirking insolence." Madouc spoke primly.
"These remarks are outrageous, and I forbid you to enter my presence again until you apologize. Also, I demand that you bathe more often. Since you smell of goat, or something similar, you are dismissed for the day." Lady Voss stared at Madouc with a slack jaw. She turned on her heel and departed the room. An hour later Madouc was summoned to the chambers of Queen Solace, where she went slack-footed and heavy with foreboding. She found Queen Solace sitting in an upholstered chair while Ermengarde brushed her hair. To one side stood Father Umfred, reading from a book of Psalms. To the other side, silent and still on a bench, sat Lady Voss. Queen Solace spoke in a peevish voice. "Madouc, I am displeased with you. Lady Voss has described your insolence and your insubordination. Both would seem to be studied and deliberate. What have you to say for yourself?" "Lady Voss is not a nice person." Queen Solace gave an incredulous laugh. "Even were your opinion correct, what is the consequence, so long as she does her duty?" Madouc essayed a cheerful rejoinder. "It is she who is guilty of insolence to me, a royal princess. She must apologize at this moment, or I will order her treated to a good whisking. Father Umfred may wield the whisk for all of me, so long as he strikes strong, often, and true to the mark." "Tchah!" cried Lady Voss in shock. "What nonsense the child does prattle! Is she mad?" Father Umfred could not restrain a fruity chuckle. Lady Voss turned him an icy grey glance, and Father Umfred abruptly fell silent. Queen Solace spoke sternly. "Madouc, your wild talk has amazed us all. Remember, Lady Voss acts in my stead. When you disobey her, you disobey me. Apparently you will not allow your hair to be properly coiffed, nor will you abandon those rude garments which you are wearing at this instant. Faugh! They are suitable for a peasant boy, but not a dainty royal princess." "Agreed," said Lady Voss. "She is no longer a young child, but a budding maiden, and now must observe the proprieties." Madouc blew out her cheeks. "I do not like my hair pulled up so high that my eyes bulge. As for my clothes, I wear what is sensible. Why wear a fine gown to the stables only to drag the hem in manure?" Queen Solace spoke sharply. "In that case, you must avoid the stables. Do you see me roistering about among the horses, or Lady Voss sitting familiarly by the dung-heap? Of course not. We observe the gentilities of rank and place. As for your hair, Lady Voss correctly wants to coif it in a fashionable style, and teach you courtly demeanour, so that the young gallants will not think you a freak when they meet you at a ball or a charade." "They will not think me a freak, because I will not be present, either at ball or charade." Queen Solace stared fixedly at Madouc. "You will be on hand if you are so instructed. Soon there will be serious talk of betrothal, and you must appear to advantage. Always remember, you are Princess Madouc of Lyonesse, and so you must seem." "Precisely so," said Madouc. "I am Princess Madouc, of high rank and authority. I have ordered a whisking for Lady Voss. Let us see to it at this very moment." "Yes," said Queen Solace grimly, "I shall see to it. Ermengarde, from the besom pluck me 5 long withes. Let them be both stout and supple." Ermengarde hastened to obey. "Yes, these will do nicely," said Queen Solace. "Now then, let us proceed to the whisking. Madouc, come hither." "What for?" Queen Solace swished the whisk back and forth. "I am not keen for this sort of thing. It sets me in a sweat. Still, a task worth doing is worth doing well. Come hither, and remove your lower garments." Madouc spoke in quavering tones. "I would feel foolish doing as you suggest. It is far more sensible to stand as far as possible from you and your whisk." "Do you defy me?" bellowed Queen Solace. She heaved herself to her feet. "I shall put this whisk to good use." Throwing back her robe with a sweep of her heavy white arm, Solace marched forward. Father Umfred, book of Psalms dangling from his fingers, stood beaming. Lady Voss sat straight and stern. Madouc looked right and left in despair. Once again injustice seemed ascendant, with everyone eager to crush her pride. Madouc licked her lips, worked her fingers, and uttered a soft hiss. Queen Solace stood limp-kneed and quivering, mouth agape, arms shaking, fingers twitching, so that the whisk dropped away, while her teeth chattered like pebbles shaken in a box. Father Umfred, still wearing his benign smile, uttered a gurgling squeak. Then, chattering like an angry squirrel, he hunched low, stamping and kicking as if performing a Celtic jig. Ermengarde and Lady Voss, both off to the side, were jarred and shaken, but evinced only a desultory chattering and grinding of the teeth. Madouc placidly turned and started from the room, only to encounter the bulk of King Casmir. He halted in the doorway. "What is amiss?"
Why is everyone so wild and so strange?"
Father Umford spoke plaintively. "Sire, Princess Madouc has learned witch tricks. She knows a sleight to set us into a fit of confusion, so that our teeth rattle and our brains reel like spinning hoops."
Queen Solace spoke in a plangent croak.
"Father Umford states the truth. Madouc hisses or sings a whistling song. I was too unnerved to notice, and instantly our bones turned to jelly, and all our teeth rang and clattered and resounded again and again."
King Casmir looked down at Madouc.
"What is the truth of this?"
Madouc said pensively, "I believe that Queen Solace took bad advice and started to beat me, then was deterred by her own true kindness. It was Lady Voss for whom I ordered the whisking. I hope that you will see to it now."
"A farrago of nonsense," blurted Lady Voss. "This mad little imp hissed, and we were all forced to chatter and jump."
"Well then, Madouc," demanded King Casmir.
"It is nothing of consequence." Madouc tried to edge around Casmir's bulk so that she might gain to the door. "Sire, excuse me, if you please."
"I do not so please. Certainly not until matters are clarified for my understanding. What is this hissing that you do?"
"It is a small knack, your Highness, no more."
"A small knack, then," cried Queen Solace. "My teeth still womble and pulse. If you recall, Lady Desdea complained of similar events at Sarras."
Casmir frowned down at Madouc.
"Where did you learn this trick?"
Madouc said bravely, "Sire, best for everyone's comfort if we regard the matter as my personal secret."
Casmir looked down in astonishment. "Impudence again? Condescension from a fox and fluff of a girl? Ermengarde, bring me the whisk."
Madouc tried to dodge and dart through the doorway, but King Casmir seized her and bent her over his leg. When she tried to hiss, he clapped his hand to her mouth, then thrust a kerchief between her teeth. Taking the whisk from Ermengarde, he struck 6 majestic strokes, so that the withs whistled through the air. King Casmir released his grip. Madouc slowly righted herself, tears of humiliation and rage coursing down her cheeks. King Casmir asked in a heavily sardonic voice,
"And what do you think of that, Miss Slyboots?"
Madouc stood holding both hands to her smarting haunches. "I think that I will ask my mother for some new tricks." Casmir opened his mouth, then suddenly became still. After a tense moment he said,
"Your mother is dead."
Madouc in her fury thought only to detach herself in utter totality from both Casmir and Solace. "My mother was not Suldrun, and you know this full well."
"What are you saying?" roared Casmir, standing back. "Is this more impudence?"
Madouc sniffed and decided to say no more. Casmir blustered on.
"If I say your mother is dead, she is dead. Do you want another beating?"
"My mother is the fairy Twisk," said Madouc. "Beat me as you like, it changes nothing. As for my father, he remains a mystery, and I still lack a pedigree."
"Ha!" said Casmir, thinking over this and that. "Quite so. A pedigree is something everyone should have."
"I am happy that you agree, since one of these days I intend to search out my own."
"Unnecessary," declared Casmir bluffly. "You are Princess Madouc, and your pedigree or its lack need never be called into question."
"A fine long pedigree is better than its lack."
"Just so."
Casmir looked around the chamber to find all eyes fixed upon him. He signalled to Madouc.
"Come."
King Casmir led the way to his private sitting-room. He pointed to a sofa.
"Be seated."
Madouc perched herself gingerly upon the cushions, to the best possible easement of her pain, watching King Casmir warily all the while. King Casmir paced up the length of the room, then back. Madouc's parentage was irrelevant, so long as no one knew the facts. Princess Madouc could be used to cement a valuable alliance. Madouc, the changeling waif, lacked all value in this regard. Casmir stopped short in his tracks.
"You suspect, then, that Suldrun was not your mother?"
"My mother is Twisk. She is alive, and she is a fairy."
"I will be frank," said Casmir. "Indeed, we knew you for a changeling, but you were so bonny a baby that we could not put you aside. We took you to our hearts as Princess Madouc. That is how it is today. You enjoy all the privileges of true royalty, and, of course, the obligations as well."
Casmir's voice changed a degree or two in timbre, and he watched Madouc covertly.
"Unless, of course, Suldrun's true-born son came forward to claim his birthright. What do you know of him?"
Madouc wriggled to lessen the throbbing of her scantily padded buttocks. "I asked about my pedigree, but to no avail."
"You did not learn the fate of your counterpart, the changeling who would be Suldrun's son and just your own age?"
With great effort, Madouc quelled a gleeful laugh. A year in the fairy she meant time far longer in the outside world, perhaps 7 years, or 8, or 9. No exact correspondence could be made. Casmir had no inkling of the case. "He is nothing to me," said Madouc. "Perhaps he still haunts the Sidhe. He may well be dead. The forest of Tantravallis is a perilous place." King Casmir asked sharply, "Why are you smiling?" "It is a wince of pain," said Madouc. "Do you not remember? You struck me 6 vicious blows. I remember well." With narrowed eyes, King Casmir asked, "And what do you mean by that?" Madouc looked up, blue eyes innocent. "I use no special meaning other than the words themselves. Is that not the way you talk?" King Casmir frowned. "Now then, let us not maunder and gloom over past grievances. Many happy times lie ahead. To be a princess of Lyonesse is an excellent thing." "I hope that you will explain this to Lady Voss, so that she will obey my orders, or better return to Wildmay Foretowers." King Casmir cleared his throat. "As to that, who knows? Queen Solace perhaps has a preference. Aha, then, harumph! Naturally we cannot flaunt our secrets far and wide, for the vulgar interest. Away would fly your chances for a grand marriage. Therefore we will bury these facts deep in obscurity. I will speak to Ermelgard, the priest, and Lady Voss. They will not gossip. And as always, you are the charming Princess Madouc, full and whole, whom we all love so well." "I feel sick," said Madouc. "I think I will go now." She rose to her feet and went to the door. Here she paused to look back over her shoulder, to find King Casmir watching her with a brooding expression, legs apart, arms behind his heavy torso. Madouc said softly, "Please do not forget. I want no more of Lady Voss. She has proved herself a disgrace and a failure." King Casmir only grunted, a sound signifying almost anything. Madouc turned and left the room. 3. Spring became summer, but this year there would be no removal to Sarras. The decision had been dictated by affairs of state, King Casmir having become involved in a dangerous game which must be controlled with precision and finesse. The game had been initiated by a sudden turmoil in the kingdom of Blalock. Casmir hoped to manipulate events to his advantage, so blandly that neither King Audrey nor King Aillas could reasonably make protest. The troubles in Blalock stemmed from a debility suffered by King Milo. After long dedication to the joys of tankard, tun, and beaker, he had at last succumbed to swollen joints, gout, and bloat of the liver, and now lay in the dark, apparently moribund, speaking only in grunts. For nourishment, the doctors allowed him only raw egg beaten into buttermilk and an occasional oyster, but the regimen seemed to have little beneficial effect. Of King Milo's 3 sons, only the youngest, Prince Brazant, had survived, and was now heir apparent to the throne. Brazant lacked force of character, and for a variety of reasons was unpopular with many of the grandees. Others, loyal to King Milo and the House of Valeu, gave Brazant lukewarm support. As King Milo continued to decline, the factions became ever more definite in their postures, and there was ominous talk of civil strife. King Milo's authority dwindled by the day, in step with his health, and dukes of the outer provinces ruled their fiefs like independent monarchs. From these troubled circumstances, King Casmir hoped to work profit for himself. He contrived a series of small but irking provocations between his own border barons and those dissident dukes whose lands were convenient for the exercise. Every day some small new foray was made into Blalock from the remote corners of Lyonesse. Sooner or later, so Casmir hoped, one or another of the hot-headed Blalock dukes, jealous of his prerogatives, would be prompted into a retaliation, whereupon Casmir, on the pretext of maintaining order, keeping the peace, and supporting the rule of King Milo, could dispatch an overwhelming force from the nearby Fort Mail and gain control over Blalock. Then, responding to the prayers of those factions opposed to Prince Brazant, King Casmir would graciously accede to assuming the crown of Blalock, thereby joining Blalock to Lyonesse, and neither King Audrey of D'Haut nor King Aillas of Troysenet could accuse him of extraordinary conduct. Days passed, and weeks, with King Casmir playing a most delicate and cautious game. The dissident dukes of Blalock, while infuriated by the raids from Lyonesse, sensed the dangers of reprisal and bided their time. At Twisamy, Prince Brazant, recently wed to a young princess from the kingdom of Bor in South Wales, detached himself from his matrimonial duties long enough to notice that all was not well across the land. Noblemen loyal to King Milo inveighed upon him, until at last he sent off dispatches to King Audrey and King Aillas, alerting them to the peculiar rash of forays, raids, and provocations current along the Lyonesse border. King Audrey's response was couched in general terms. He suggested that King Milo and Prince Dhrun might have misinterpreted a few untoward but probably insignificant incidents. He counseled Prince Dhrun to discretion. "Above all, we must be suspicious of sudden guesses or presumptions. Jumps into the dark is my own style of expressing the case. These sudden acts are often bootless and perfervid. Every falling acorn should not send us forth to complain that the sky is falling. This principle of strong and even statesmanship is my personal preference, and I endorse it to you in the hope that you may find it equally useful. In any case, be assured of our benevolent good wishes." King Aillas responded differently. He sailed from Domrece with a flotilla of 9 warships on what he announced to be naval maneuvers. As if on sudden impulse, he paid an unscheduled visit to Lyonesse town aboard the Sangranada, a galleass of 3 masts. With the Sangranada standing offshore, Aillas sent a boat into the harbour with a dispatch for King Casmir, requesting permission to enter the harbour. His visit, he stated, since it was fortuitous, would be informal and devoid of ceremony. Still, he hoped to exchange views with King Casmir on matters of mutual interest. Permission to enter the harbour was at once forthcoming. The Sangranada eased through the harbour entrance and was warped alongside the dock. The remainder of the flotilla lay offshore, anchoring in the open roadstead. With a small entourage, Aillas and Dhrun disembarked from the Sangranada. King Casmir awaited them in his state carriage. The group rode up the Spher Arched to Castle Hadion. Along the way, Casmir expressed concern for the ships anchored out along the roadstead. "So long as the wind is light and offshore, or from the west, there is no danger. But should the wind shift, your ships must instantly put to sea." "Our stay will be short for that reason," said Aillas. "Still, the weather should hold for a day or 2. "It is a pity you must leave so soon," said Casmir politely. "Perhaps there will be time to arrange a tournament of jousting. You and Prince Dhrun might even care to participate." "Not I," said Aillas. "The sport consists of taking hard knocks and bruises, then falling from one's horse. I have no taste for it." "And Dhrun?" "I am far more apt with the diabolo." "As you like," said King Casmir. "Our entertainment, then, will be quite informal." "That suits me very well," said Aillas. As always, when he spoke with King Casmir, he marvelled at his own capacity for dissimulation, since in all the world there was no one he hated more than Casmir. "Still, since the winds have kindly blown us to your shores, we might spend a profitable hour or 2 discussing the way of the world." King Casmir assented. "So it shall be." Aillas and Dhrun were conducted to chambers in the East Tower, where they bathed, changed their garments, then went to dine with the royal family. For the occasion, Casmir chose to use the Green Hall, so called for the panels of green-stained willow, and the great rug, grey-green with a scattering of red flowers. Aillas and Dhrun, arriving in the Green Hall, found the royal family already on hand. No other guests were present. The dinner evidently was to be completely informal. King Casmir stood by the fireplace, cracking walnuts, eating the meats, and hurling the shells into the fire. Sullus sat placidly nearby, statuesque as always, her coils of blonde hair confined in a net of pearls. Madouc stood to the side, staring into the fire, her expression remote and her thoughts apparently far away. She had allowed herself to be dressed in a dark blue frock with a white frill at the neck. A white ribbon bound her hair, so that the copper auburn curls lay in ordered locks, framing her face to advantage. Dame Itari, who supervised Madouc's wardrobe — Madouc would not allow Lady Voss into her chambers — had reported to Queen Sullus, "For once she has allowed herself to seem something other than a wild thing." Lady Voss, who stood nearby, grunted. "Her moods are unfathomable." "I refuse to speculate," said Queen Sullus with a sniff. "Thank you, Dame Itari. You may go." Dame Itari bowed and left the chamber. Queen Sullus went on to say, "What with her highly dubious background, this, of course, we are not allowed to discuss, her volatility should come as no surprise." "The situation is extraordinary," said Lady Voss heavily. "Still, the king's orders are clear, and it is not for me to doubt their wisdom." "There is no mystery involved," said Queen Sullus. "We hope to marry her to advantage. Meanwhile, we must bear with her quirks."
Sitting in the green hall, Queen Solace gave Madouc a covert appraisal. She would never be a real beauty, thought Solace, though admittedly she exerted a certain jaunty appeal. There was simply not enough of her in the places where it mattered, nor was there any promise that such endowments would ever be hers. A pity, thought Solace comfortably. Ripeness and amplitude were the first and most essential ingredients of true comeliness. Men like to grasp something substantial when in a mood to do so. This was Queen Solace's experience. Upon the arrival of Aillas and Dhrun, the party took their places at the table, King Casmir at one end, King Aillas opposite, Queen Solace to one side, Dhrun and Madouc to the other. The dinner, as Casmir had promised, was a relatively simple repast: salmon poached in wine, a peasant stew of woodcock, onions, and barley, boiled sheep's head with parsley and currants, ducks roasted with a stuffing of olives and turnips, a haunch of venison served with red sauce, a dessert of cheeses, pickled tongue, pears, and apples. Madouc sat pensively, taking only a fragment of fowl, a swallow of wine, and a few grapes from the centrepiece. To Dhrun's attempts at conversation, Madouc responded without spontaneity, so that Dhrun became puzzled. Unless, he speculated, this might be her ordinary conduct in the presence of the king and queen. The meal came to its conclusion. For a period the party sat sipping that sweet soft wine known as Fiala Rosa, served in the squat traditional goblets of purple glass, twisted and warped into engaging shapes so that no two were alike. At last King Casmir signalled his intention to retire. The party rose from their chairs, bade each other good night, and went off to their respective chambers. In the morning Aillas and Dhrun breakfasted at leisure in a small sunny morning parlour adjoining their chambers. Presently Sir Mungo, the High Seneschal, appeared with the message that King Casmir would be pleased to confer with King Aillas at his convenience, immediately if he felt so inclined. Aillas acquiesced to the proposal, and Sir Mungo conducted him to the king's sitting-room, where Casmir rose to meet him. "Will you sit?" asked Casmir. He indicated a chair. Aillas bowed and seated himself. Casmir settled into a similar chair nearby. At Casmir's sign, Sir Mungo retired. "This is not only a pleasant occasion," said Aillas, "it also allows us an opportunity to exchange views. We are not often in communication." Casmir assented. "Yet the world remains in its place. Our deficiency has caused no grand cataclysm." "Still, the world changes, and one year is never like the next. With communication between us and coordination of our policies, we would at the very least avoid the risk of surprising one another." King Casmir gave an affable wave of the hand. "It is a persuasive idea, if over-elaborate. Life in Lyonesse moves at a humdrum pace." "Just so. It is amazing how some small or humdrum episode, trivial in itself, can cause an important event." King Casmir asked cautiously, "Are you referring to any specific event?" "Nothing in particular. Last month I learned that King Sigismundo the Goth intended to land a war party on the north shore of Weisrod, where he would take up lands and defy King Audrey. He was deterred only because his advisers assured him that he would instantly be engaged by the full might of Troysenet, as well as the Dot armies, and would face certain disaster. Sigismundo drew back, and is now considering an expedition against the kingdom of Haresum." Casmir thoughtfully stroked his beard. "I heard nothing of this." "Odd," said Aillas. "Your agents are notoriously efficient." "You are not alone in fearing surprises," said Casmir with a sour smile. "Extraordinary that you should say so. Last night my mind was active, and I lay awake formulating plans by the dozen. One of these I wish to submit to you. In effect, and to use your words, it would remove the component of fear from surprises." Casmir asked skeptically, "What sort of proposal might this be?" "I suggest quick consultation in the event of emergency, such as a Gothic incursion, or any other breach of the peace, with an eye to coordinated response." Said Casmir. "Your scheme might well be cumbersome." Aillas gave a polite laugh. "I hope that I have not exaggerated the scope of my ideas. They are not much different from the goals which I established last year. The Elder Isles are at peace. We must ensure, you and I, that this peace persists. Last year my envoys offered defensive alliances to every realm of the Elder Isles. Both King Kestrel of Pomperol and King Milo of Blalock accepted our guarantees. We will therefore defend them against attack. King Milo, so I am told, is ill, and also must contend with his disloyal dukes. For this reason the flotilla now at anchor in the roadstead will immediately make sail for Blalock.
in order to indicate our confidence in King Milo and give pause to his enemies. I will show no mercy to anyone who tries to subvert his rule or its orderly transition. Blalock must remain independent." Casmir for a space had no comment to make. Then he said, "Such solitary excursions might be misunderstood." "I am concerned on just this account. Hence I would be happy to gain your endorsement for the program, in which case there would be no mistakes, and King Milo's enemies would be defeated out of hand." King Casmir smiled a quizzical smile. "They might argue that their cause is just." "More likely they hope to curry favor with some speculative new regime, which could only result in trouble. There is no need for any but a legitimate succession to the throne." "Unfortunately, Prince Dhrun is something of a weak reed, and is not everywhere popular. Hence the disturbances inside Blalock." "Prince Dhrun is adequate to the needs of Blalock, which are not demanding. Naturally, we would prefer King Milo's full recovery." "His prospects are poor. Now he takes only a single quail egg poached in buttermilk for his meal. But are we not straying from the subject? What is your proposal?" "I will point out the obvious, that our two realms are the most powerful of the Elder Isles. I propose that we issue a joint protocol guaranteeing territorial integrity everywhere throughout the Elder Isles. The effects of such a doctrine would be profound." King Casmir's face had become a stony mask. "Your goals do you credit, but certain of your assumptions may be unrealistic." "I make only one assumption of any importance," said Aillas. "I assume that you are as dedicated to peace as I am. There is no other possibility save the reverse, that you are not dedicated to peace, which is of course absurd." King Casmir showed a small sardonic smile. "All very well, but would not your doctrine be considered somewhat vague, or even naive?" "I think not," said Aillas. "The central idea is clear enough. A potential aggressor would be deterred for fear of certain defeat, along with punishment and an end to his dynasty." "I will certainly give your proposal careful consideration," said King Casmir woodenly. "I expect no more," said Aillas. 4. While Aillas expounded his implausible schemes to King Casmir, Dhrun and Madouc went out upon the front terrace and stood leaning against the balustrade. Below them was the quadrangle known as the King's Parade, and beyond all of Lyonesse town. Today, despite Lady Voss's disapproval, Madouc wore her ordinary garments, a knee-length frock of oatmeal-coloured nubble cloth, belted at the waist. A band of plaited blue cord bound her curls, with a tassel dangling beside her left ear. She wore sandals on her bare feet. Dhrun found the tassel intriguing, and was moved to comment, "You wear that tassel with remarkable flair." Madouc pretended indifference and made a flippant gesture. "It is nothing much, a caprice, no more." "It is a distinctly jaunty caprice, with more than a hint of fairy panache. Your mother Twisk might well wear that tassel with pride." Madouc gave her head a doubtful shake. "When I saw her, she wore neither tassels nor ties, and her hair floated like a blue fog." Madouc considered a moment. "Of course I am not well acquainted with fairy fashions. There is not much fairy stuff left in me." Dhrun inspected her from head to toe. "I would not be too sure on that account." Madouc shrugged. "Remember, I never lived among the fairies. I have eaten no fairy bread, nor drunk fairy wine. The fairy stuff—" "It is called soma. It is true that the soma drains away, leaving only human dross behind." Madouc looked reflectively out over the town. "All taken with all, I do not like to think of myself as human dross." "Of course not. Never would I consider you such." "I am pleased to hear your good opinion," said Madouc modestly. "You knew it before," said Dhrun. "Also, if I may say so, I am relieved to see you in good spirits. Last night you were almost morose. I wondered if you were bored with the company." "Was my mood so apparent?" "You seemed at the very least subdued." "Still, I was not bored." "Why were you unhappy?" Once again Madouc looked out over the vista. "Must I explain the truth?" "I will take my chances," said Dhrun. "I can only hope that your remarks are not too corrosive. Tell me the truth." "I am the one who takes chances," said Madouc, "but I am reckless, and I know no better. The truth is this. I was so pleased to see you that I became sick and miserable." "Remarkable," said Dhrun. "And when I leave, sorrow will cause you to sing and dance for sheer merriment."
Madouc said dolefully. "You are laughing at me?" "No, not really." "Then why are you smiling?"
"I think there is more fairy stuff in you than you suspect." Madouc gave a thoughtful nod, as if Dhrun had addressed certain of her own suspicions.
"You lived long at Thripsy She. You yourself should be charged with fairy stuff."
"Sometimes I fear as much. A human child too long at the She becomes addled and moonstruck. Thereafter he is good for nothing but to play wild music on the pipes. When he starts up a jig, the folk can never leave off dancing. They must hop and skip till their shoes wear out."
Madouc gave Dhrun a wondering examination. "You do not seem moonstruck to me, though I am no proper judge. By chance, do you play the pipes?"
Dhrun nodded. "For a time I piped tunes for a troupe of dancing cats. That was long ago. It would not be considered dignified now."
"When you played, did people dance without restraint? If so, I would like you to play, as if by casual impulse, for the King and Queen, and Lady Voss. Sir Mungo also might be helped by a few capers, and also Zerling the executioner."
"I did not bring my pipes," said Dhrun. "The fairy waft is draining away, and my temperament has become somewhat dull. Perhaps I am not moonstruck after all."
"Do you often think of the She?"
"Occasionally, but the memories are blurred, as if I were recalling a dream."
"Do you remember my mother, Twisk?"
"Not well. In fact, not at all. I remember King Throbius and Queen Bossum, and also an imp named Falael, who was jealous of me. I remember festivals in the moonlight and sitting in the grass making flower chains."
"Would you like to visit the She again?"
Dhrun gave his head an emphatic shake. "They would think I had come for favours and play me a dozen wicked tricks."
"The She is not far away?"
"It is north of Little Saffield on Old Street. A lane leads to Tawn Timble and Glimwoad, and on into the forest, and so to Thripsy She on Madling Meadow."
"It should not be too hard to find."
Dhrun spoke in surprise. "Surely you are not planning to visit the She yourself?" Madouc gave an evasive response.
"I have no immediate plans."
"I would advise against any plans whatever, indefinite or otherwise. The roads are dangerous. The forest is strange. Fairies are not to be trusted."
Madouc seemed unconcerned. "My mother would protect me from harm."
"Do not be too sure. If she were cross and the day had gone badly, she might give you a badger's face or a long blue nose for no reason whatever."
Madouc said positively, "My mother would never harm her own dear daughter."
"Why would you want to go in the first place? They would not receive you nicely."
"I care nothing for that. I want only to learn news of my father, and what might be his name and his estate, and where he now lives, perhaps at some fine castle overlooking the sea."
"What does your mother say to this?"
"She pretends to remember nothing. I believe that she has not told me everything she knows."
Dhrun was dubious. "Why should she hide the information, unless your father was a scapegrace and a vagabond of whom she is ashamed?"
Said Madouc. "I had not thought of that. But it is hardly likely. Or so I hope."
From the castle came King Casmir and Aillas, both showing faces of conventional impassivity. Aillas spoke to Dhrun. "The wind seems to be shifting toward the south, and we had best gain sea room before conditions worsen." "It is a pity we must go so soon," said Dhrun. "True. Still, that is the way of it. I have invited King Casmir, along with Queen Solace and the Princess, to spend a week with us at Watershade later this summer." "That would be a pleasant occasion," said Dhrun. "Watershade would be at its best. I hope that your Majesty will decide to visit us. It is not too irksome a trip." "It would be my great pleasure, if the press of affairs permits," said King Casmir. "I see that the carriage awaits. I will make my farewells here and now."
"That is quite in order," said Aillas. "Good-bye, Madouc." He kissed her cheek. "Good-bye. I am sorry that you are going so soon."
Dhrun bent to kiss Madouc's cheek and said,
"Good-bye. We will see you again before long, perhaps at Watershade." "I hope so."
Dhrun turned away and followed Aillas down the stone steps to the road where the carriage awaited them. 5. King Casmir stood by the window of his private parlour, legs apart, hands clasped behind his back. The Troyes flotilla had departed and was gone beyond the eastern headlands. The Lear stretched blank and wide before him. Casmir muttered soft words under his breath and turned away from the window. Hands still clasped behind his back, Casmir paced back and forth across the room, slow step after slow step, head bent forward so that his beard brushed his chest. Queen Solace entered the parlour. She halted and stood watching King Casmir's ponderous travels. Casmir darted her an ice-blue glance sidewise from under his eyebrows and continued to pace in silence. With nostrils haughtily pinched, Queen Solace marched across the room to the couch and seated herself. King Casmir at last halted. He spoke as much to himself as to Solace. "It cannot be brushed aside. Once again my progress is checked and my great effort thwarted, by the same agency and for the same reasons. The facts are blunt. I must accept them."
"Indeed?" asked Solace. "What are these ugly facts which cause you such distress?"
"They concern my plans for Blalock," grumbled Casmir. "I cannot intervene without bringing Aillas and his choice warships down around my ears. Thereupon that fat jackal Audrey would be sure to turn on me, and I cannot withstand so many blows from so many directions."
"Perhaps you should adopt a different plan," said Queen Solace brightly. "Or you might make do with no plan at all."
"Ha!" barked Casmir. "So it might seem. King Aillas talks softly and with great politeness. He has the uncomfortable skill of calling one a false-hearted blackguard, a liar, a cheat, and a villain, but making it seem a fulsome compliment."
Queen Solace shook her head in bewilderment. "I am surprised.
I thought King Aillas and Prince Dhrun had come to pay a courtesy call. That was not his only reason, I assure you of that."
Queen Solace sighed. "King Aillas has achieved his own great successes. Why cannot he be more tolerant of your hopes and dreams? There must be an element of jealousy at work."
Casmir nodded curtly. "There is no love lost between us, that is fact. Still, he only acts as he must. He knows my ultimate goal as well as I know it myself."
"But it is a glorious goal," bleated Queen Solace, "to unite the Elder Isles once again as of old. That is a noble dream. It would surely give impetus to our holy faith. Think, one day Father Umfred might be Archbishop over all the Elder Isles."
King Casmir spoke in disgust. "Once again you have been listening to that clabber-faced priest. He has cozened you into your cathedral. Let that suffice."
Queen Solace raised her moist gaze to the ceiling. She spoke in long-suffering tones. "No matter what else, please realize that my prayers are dedicated to your success. You must surely win in the end."
"I wish it were so easy." King Casmir flung himself heavily into a chair. "All is not lost. I am checked in Blalock, but there are always two ways around the barn."
"Your meaning escapes me."
"I will give new instructions to my agents. There will be no more disorder. When King Milo dies, Brezant will be king. We will give him Madouc in marriage, and by this means join our houses."
Queen Solace made an objection. "Brezant is already wed. He married Glodwyn of Bor."
"She was frail, young, and sickly, and she died in childbirth. Brezant is notably uxorious, and he will be quite ready for new nuptials."
Queen Solace said mournfully, "Poor little Glodwyn. She was barely more than a child. It is said she never gave over her homesickness."
Casmir shrugged. "Still and all, it might well work to our advantage. King Milo is as good as dead. Brezant is a bit dull, a factor favourable to our cause. We must make occasion for his visit."
Solace said doubtfully, "Brezant is not altogether gallant, nor is he handsome or even dashing. His penchant for young maidens is notorious."
"Bah! Old or young, what of that? The business is all cut from the same cloth. Kings are above small-minded scandal."
Queen Solace sniffed. "And queens as well, no doubt." Casmir, staring thoughtfully across the room, ignored the remark.
"One matter further," said Solace. "I refer to Madouc. She is difficult in matters of this sort." "She will obey, because she must," said Casmir. "It is I who am king, not Madouc."
"Aha! But it is Madouc who is Madouc."
"We cannot make bread without flour. Scrawny, red-headed little whelp she may be. Still, she must yield to my command."
"She is not ugly," said Queen Solace. "Her time has come, and she is developing. Slowly, of course, and with little to show for the effort. She will never boast a fashionable figure, such as mine."
"It will be enough to affect Brezant."
He slapped his hands decisively on the arms of the chair.
"I am prepared to act with expedition."
"Your policy is no doubt wise," said Queen Solace. "Still—"
"Still what?"
"Nothing of consequence." King Casmir acted without delay. 3 couriers rode off from Hadion into the evening, the first to Fort Mail, ordering a return to routine conditions, the second to a high-placed agent in Twissamy, the third to King Milo, wishing him health, deploring the ruffians who flouted royal authority, and inviting King Milo and Prince Brisant to Hadion for a gala visit. Or Prince Brisant alone, if King Milo's health made such a visit impractical. A few days later the couriers returned. From Fort Mail and the agent in Twissamy came simple acknowledgments that his orders had been received and would be acted upon. From King Milo came a dispatch of greater interest. King Milo thanked King Casmir for his kindly wishes and fraternal support. Next he announced his return to jovial good health, and described how the change had come about. In a passage of some length he described the circumstances. It seemed that one day, just prior to his dinner, a sudden desperate spasm came upon him. Instead of his usual regimen, 1 quail egg and half a gill of buttermilk, he commanded a joint of roast beef with horseradish and suet pudding, a suckling pig sizzling on the spit surrounded by roast cinnamon apples, a pot of pigeon stew, and 3 gallons of good red wine. For his supper he took a more moderate repast of 4 roast fowl, a pork and onion pie, a salmon, and a number of sausages, along with sufficient wine to assist in digestion. After a night's sound sleep he breakfasted on fried flounder, 3 dozen oysters, a raisin cake, a cassoulet of broad beans and ham for a savoury, and a tankard or 2 of a particularly fine white wine. It was this return to a sound and wholesome diet, declared King Milo, which had renewed his strength. He now felt as good as new, if not better. Therefore, wrote King Milo, he and the recently bereaved Prince Brisant would be delighted to accept King Casmir's invitation. Neither he nor Brisant would be reluctant to discuss the topic at which King Casmir had hinted. He endorsed King Casmir's suggestion that an era of friendlier relations between their 2 realms was about to be initiated. Madouc learned of the projected visit from several sources, but it remained for Devinet to explain the occasion in detail. "You will find Prince Brisant very attentive," said Devinet airily. "He may wish to take you somewhere alone, perhaps to his rooms, for a game of sly or fiddle-de-doodle. In this case you must be on your guard. Brisant is partial to young maidens. He may even suggest a marriage contract. In any case you should not succumb to his blandishments, since some men become bored with easy conquests." Madouc said stiffly, "You need not fear on that account. I am interested neither in Prince Brisant nor his blandishments." Devinet paid no heed. "Think of it. Is it not exciting? Some day you might be Queen Madouc of Blalock." "I think not." Devinet spoke reasonably. "I agree that Brisant is not the most comely of men. Indeed, he is fleshy and squat, with a round belly and a big nose. Still, what of that? He is a royal prince, and you are to be envied. Or so I suppose." "You are talking sheer foolishness. I have not the slightest interest in Prince Brisant, nor he in me." "Do not be too sure of that. You are much like his previous spouse. She was a young princess from Wales, a little wisp of a thing, naive and innocent." Clodis joined the conversation with eager zest. "They say that she cried constantly from both homesickness and distress. I believe that eventually she went out of her mind, poor thing. Prince Brisant was troubled not at all, and bedded with her nightly, until at last she died in childbirth." "It is a sad story," said Madouc. "Exactly. The little princess is dead, and Prince Brisant is heartsick. You must do your best to console him." "He will surely want to kiss you," said Clodis with a giggle. "If so, you must kiss him nicely in return. That is the way one wins a husband. Am I not right, Devinet?" "That is one of the ways, certainly." Madouc spoke with disdain. "Sometimes I marvel at the ideas which seep through your minds." "Ah, well," sighed Devinet, "it is less disgraceful to think than to do." "Although not so much fun," added Clodis. "Either of you or both are welcome to Prince Brisant," said Madouc. "He will surely find you more interesting than I." Later in the day King Casmir met Madouc in the gallery. He was about to pass her by, eyes averted, in his usual style. Instead he stopped in his tracks. "Madouc, I want a word with you." "Yes, your Highness." "Come with me." King Casmir led the way into a nearby council chamber, with Madouc lagging reluctantly 6 paces behind. Casmir, smiling the smallest of grim smiles, waited by the door until Madouc entered, then closed the door and went to stand by the table. "Sit!" Madouc seated herself primly in a chair across the table from Casmir. "I must now instruct you," said Casmir ponderously. "Listen with care and heed me well. Certain events of importance are in the offing. King Milo of Blalock will presently be our guest, in company with Queen Caudebil and Prince Brezant. I intend to propose a contract of betrothal between you and Prince Brezant. The marriage will be joined at an appropriate time, possibly in 3 years. It will be an important marriage, in that it will consolidate a strong alliance with Blalock to counter Pomperol's tendency toward Dahort. These are affairs of state which you will not understand, but you must believe that they are of the highest priority."
Madouc tried to think of something to say which would delicately convey her feelings and yet not enrage King Casmir. Several times she started to speak, then thought better of her remarks and closed her mouth. At last she said, rather lamely, "Prince Brezant may not favor such a match."
"I suspect otherwise. King Milo has already expressed interest in the arrangement. Almost certainly an announcement will be made during the royal visit. It is a good match for you, and you may consider yourself lucky. Now then, attend. Lady Voss will instruct you in the proprieties which must be observed. I expect total decorum from you on this occasion. You may not indulge in any of your famous vapours or tantrums, at risk of my extreme displeasure. Is this quite clear?"
Madouc answered in a tremulous voice, "Yes, Your Highness, I understand your words." She drew a deep breath. "But they fly wide of the mark. It is best that you should know this now." King Casmir started to speak, using a dangerous voice, but Madouc was quick to anticipate him. "In ordinary matters I would hope to obey you, but remember, my marriage is far more important to me than it is to you." King Casmir bent slowly forward. Over the years, dozens of frightened wretches had seen such an expression on his face before being dragged away to torment in the dungeons under the Payne Hadder. Casmir spoke from deep in his throat.
"So you think to thwart my volition?"
Madouc spoke more carefully than ever. "There are circumstances, Your Highness, which make the plan impossible."
"What circumstances are these?"
"First, I despise Prince Brezant. If he is so anxious to marry, let him betroth himself to Lady Voss or Clodis. Second, if you will recall, I am born of halfling mother and an unknown father. I know nothing of my pedigree. For practical purposes it is lacking. For this reason my maidens call me bastard, which I cannot deny. If King Milo knew of this, he would consider the betrothal a mockery and an insult to his house." King Casmir blinked and stood silent. Madouc rose to her feet and stood demurely leaning on the table. "Therefore, Your Highness, the betrothal is not possible. You must make other plans, which do not include me."
"Bah!" muttered Casmir. "All these circumstances are small fish in a big pan. Neither Milo nor Brezant need know of them. After all, who would tell them?"
"The task would fall to me," said Madouc. "It would be my duty."
"That is sheer blather."
Madouc hurried on, her tongue almost tripping over itself. "Not so, Your Highness. I merely used the faith and candour I have learned from your noble example. Decent respect for the honour of both royal houses would compel me to admit my condition, no matter what the consequences."
King Casmir spoke out harshly. "It means nothing. I assure you of this. To talk of honour is frivol and foolishness. If it is a pedigree you need, the heralds will contrive something suitable, and I will fix it upon you by ordinance."
Madouc smilingly shook her head. "Bad cheese stinks, no matter how thin it is sliced. Such a pedigree would be a laughable deceit. Folk would call you a black-hearted monster, as false as a stoat, ready for any lie or duplicity. Everyone would sneer and joke. I would be doubly ridiculed and doubly demeaned for allowing such a brazen falsity. They would further call you a—"
Casmir made a brusque gesture. "Stop! That is enough."
Madouc said meekly, "I was only explaining why my true and very own pedigree is essential to me." King Casmir's patience was wearing thin.
"This is folly and quite beside the point. I do not propose to be thwarted by such paltriness. Now then,"
Madouc cried out plaintively, "the facts cannot be denied, Your Highness. I lack all pedigree."
"Then construct yourself a pedigree, or find one that you deem proper, and it shall be fixed upon you by fiat. Only be quick. Ask Spargoy, the chief herald, for help."
"I would prefer the help of someone else."
"Whomever you like, fact or fancy, it is all one. I am indifferent to your whims. Only be quick."
"Just so, Your Majesty. I will do as you command."
Casmir's attention was caught by a bland overtone in Madouc's response. Why had she become so docile? "In the meantime, I will initiate discussions in regard to the betrothal. This must proceed." Madouc gave a poignant little cry of protest.
"Your Highness, have I not just explained that this cannot be?"
Casmir's torso seemed to swell. Madouc moved a slow step around the table to put its maximum diameter between her and King Casmir.
She cried out, "Nothing has changed, Your Highness. I will search everywhere for my pedigree, but even should I discover the King of Byzantium for my sire, Prince Brizant remains as obnoxious as ever. If he speaks a single word to me, I shall declare myself an orphan bastard, whom King Casmir wishes to foist off on him. If he is not deterred, I will show him the imp-spring tinkle-toe, so that he leaps 6 feet into the air."
King Casmir's cheeks had become pink, and his eyes bulged blue from his face. He took 3 strides around the table in order that he might seize Madouc and beat her well. Madouc warily darted off an equal distance around the table. Casmir lumbered in pursuit, but Madouc ran nimbly to keep the table always between them. Casmir at last halted, breathing hard both from passion and exertion. Madouc said breathlessly,
"You must excuse me for evading you, Your Highness, but I do not care to be beaten again."
"I will call the footmen," said Casmir. "They will take you to a dark room, and I will beat you at my leisure, and perhaps do else to you. No one defies me and escapes unscathed." He took a slow step around the table, staring fixedly at Madouc as if trying to fascinate her into immobility. Madouc sidled aside and spoke tremulously.
"I beg you not to do such things, Your Highness. You will notice that I have not used my fairy magic upon you, which would be disrespectful. I command not only the Sisselway and the tinkle-toe, but also—"
Madouc groped for inspiration, which was not slow in coming.
"an irksome spell called Insects Arrayance, to be used only on persons who threaten me."
"Oh?" asked King Casmir in a gentle voice. "Tell me of this spell." And he took a slow step around the table. Madouc hurriedly skipped aside.
"When I am compelled to afflict some vile cur of a villain, insects swarm upon him from all directions. By day and by night they come, high and low, down from the sky, up from the soil."
"That is an unnerving prospect."
"True, Your Highness. Please do not creep around the table, as you frighten me, and I might blurt out the arrayance by mistake."
"Indeed. Tell me more of this marvelous spell."
"First come the fleas. They jump through the vile cur's golden beard, also his hair. They swarm in his rich garments till he tears his skin for scratching."
"Irksome. Stand quietly and tell me more." King Casmir made a sudden movement. Madouc jumped around the table and spoke in desperate haste.
"When he sleeps, large spiders crawl across his face. Weevils burrow into his skin and drop from his nose. He finds beetles in his soup and roaches in his porridge. Blowflies crawl into his mouth and lay eggs in his ears. When he walks out, he is beleaguered by gnats and moths and darting grasshoppers. Wasps and bumblebees sting him at random."
King Casmir stood scowling. "And you control this awful spell?"
"Oh, yes, indeed. There is worse to come. Should the villain fall to the ground, he is instantly overcome by a seethe of ants. Naturally, I would use this spell only to protect myself."
"Of course." King Casmir smiled a small, hard smile. "But do you truly command a spell of such power? I suspect not."
"In all candor, I have forgotten 1 or 2 of the syllables," said Madouc bravely. "However, they come readily enough from my mother's tongue. I can call her at need, and she will transform my enemies into toads, moles, or salamanders, as I dictate. And this you must believe, since it is truth."
King Casmir stared at Madouc a long moment. He made an abrupt gesture signifying a dozen emotions. "Go! Remove yourself from my sight!" Madouc performed a dainty little curtsy.
"I am grateful for your Majesty's kind clemency."
She slipped gingerly past Casmir, then with a sly glance back over her shoulder ran quickly from the room. 6. King Casmir walked with a slow and ponderous tread along the gallery, up the stairs, and after a moment's pause along the corridor to the Queen's sitting-room. The footman standing at attention thrust the door wide. King Casmir marched into the room. Discovering Queen Solace in earnest colloquy with Father Umfred, King Casmir stopped short and stood glowering. Queen and priest turned to look at him, their voices instantly hushed. Father Umfred performed a smiling bow. Casmir, ignoring the salute, marched across the room to the window, where he stood in morose contemplation of the vista. After a respectful pause, Queen Solace and Father Umfred resumed their conversation. At first in muted tones, so as not to intrude upon King Casmir's cogitations, then, as he seemed neither to heed nor to hear, in their ordinary voices. As usual, they discussed the new cathedral. The two were agreed that all appurtenances and furnishings should be of the richest and most superb quality. Only the best could be considered suitable. The focus of all, one might say the inspirational node, is the altar, declared Father Umfred. It is where all eyes look, and the source from which rings out the holy word. We must ensure that it equals or transcends any other of Christendom. "I am of like mind," said Queen Solace. "How fortunate we are! It is an opportunity vouchsafed to very few." "Exactly so, dear lady." Father Umfred turned a side glance toward the bulky figure at the window, but King Casmir seemed absorbed in his own thoughts. "I have prepared certain drawings. Unfortunately, I neglected to bring them with me." Queen Solace gave a cry of disappointment. "Describe them, if you will. I would be interested to hear." Father Umfred bowed. "I envision an altar of rare wood, supported by fluted columns of pink Cappadocian marble. To either side candelabra of 7 sconces shall stand, stately and tall, like transfigured luciferous angels. Such will be their effect. Eventually they shall be wrought of pure gold. For the nonce we will use articles of gold leaf on plaster." "We will do what needs to be done." Below the altar is stationed the pyx, on a table of fine wood carved with a frieze depicting the 12 archangels. The pyx shall be a vessel of silver, inlaid with carbuncles, lapis, and jade. It shall rest on a cloth embroidered with sacred signs, in simulation of that holy cloth known as the tasthapes. Behind the altar, the wall will be divided into 12 panels, each enamelled in designs of pure colour to represent a scene of portent, for the joy of the beholder and the glory of the faith. Queen Solace spoke fervently. "I can see it now, as if in a vision. The concept moves me deeply." Father Umfred, after another quick glance toward the window, said, "My dear lady, you are obviously sensitive to spiritual influences, and far beyond the ordinary. But let us consider how best to order our holy relics. The question is this: should we provide a particular reliquarium, let us say to the side of the vestibule, or perhaps a more general display in one of the transepts? Or both, should we acquire several of these sacred objects?" Queen Solace said wistfully, "As of now, with nothing to display, we can make no serious plans." Father Umfred made a gesture of reproach. "Have faith, dear lady. It has sustained you in the past. These objects exist, and we will procure them." "But can you be certain of this?" "With faith and perseverance we will find them, wherever they may be. Some remain to be discovered. Others have been cherished and lost, and need finding again. I cite you the cross of St. Elric, who was cooked and eaten by the ogre Mager, 1 limb at a time. To fortify himself during the ordeal, he fashioned a crucifix from his 2 discarded tibia. This crucifix was at one time a treasure of St. Bac's monastery at Dunkruiger. Where is it now? Who knows?" "Then how would we find it?" "Through careful and dedicated search. I cite also the talisman of St. Aldine, who worked to convert Fogastus, troll of Black Mera Tarn. Her efforts were extended. Indeed, she bore Fogastus 4 implings, each with a round bloodstone in the place of a 3rd eye." Footnote: St. Aldine's children were Ignaldus, Draith, Aleia, and Basile. Each survived to pursue his or her destiny. The chronicles relating to these events may some day be made public. End of footnote. The 4 stones were detached and set into a talisman, now immured somewhere among the crypts at Wanish Isle. This is also an object of mighty force. Still, it could be succoured by a person staunch and intrepid. In Galicia, on the Pico Alto, is a monastery founded by the heretic Bishop Sangeblas. The monks preserve in their crypts one of the nails which pinned the feet of our Saviour. I could cite other such relics. Those which are not lost are revered and guarded with care. They might be difficult to obtain." Queen Solace spoke decisively. "No good thing comes without hardship. That is the lesson of life." "How true," intoned Father Umfred. "Your Highness has succinctly clarified a whole heron's nest of untidy ambiguities." Queen Solace asked, "Was there not some talk of the Grail? I refer to that sacred utensil used by the Saviour at his Last Supper, and with which Joseph of Arimathea caught blood from the divine wounds. What are the tidings of this sanctified vessel?" Father Umfred pursed his lips. "The reports are not exact. We know that it was brought to Glastonbury Abbey by Joseph of Arimathea, then carried to Ireland and housed in a chapel on the islet Inchagoil in Loch Corrib. Thence it was brought to the Elder Isles by St. Poroig, through fear of the pagans. And now it is deemed to be in secret custody, a mysterious place to be dared only by the most gallant or the most foolhardy." King Casmir had been listening to the conversation with half an ear. Now he turned to stand with his back to the window, his face showing cynical amusement. Queen Solace turned him an inquiring look, but King Casmir seemed to have nothing to say. She turned back to Father Umfred. "If only we could assemble a brotherhood of noble paladins, devoted to the service of their queen, I would send them forth on a quest of glory, with all honour for him who succeeded in the enterprise. It is an excellent scheme, your Highness. It fires the imagination. And then, should we secure the Grail, I would feel that my life's effort had been well spent. It is undoubtedly the finest relic of all. Surely we must obtain it for our own. The glory of our cathedral would resound across all Christendom. Quite true, my dear lady. The vessel is a very good relic, very fine indeed. Pilgrims would come from afar to marvel, to pray, to bless the saintly queen who ordained the great church." King Casmir could tolerate no more. He took a step forward. "I have heard enough foolish prattle." He jerked his thumb toward the priest. "Go! I wish to speak with the queen." "Just so, your Highness." Father Umfred gathered up his gown and took his portly figure briskly from the parlour. He turned aside at once into a dressing-room adjacent to the parlour. After a quick look over his shoulder, he stepped into a closet and removed a small plug in the wall, which allowed him to hear all that went on. Casmir's voice came from near at hand. "The facts, and they cannot be disputed. Madouc is a changeling. Her mother a fairy, her father is some nameless rogue of the forest. She flatly refuses a connection with Brezant, and I see no practical way to enforce my wishes." Solace spoke with emotion. "That is insolence at the extreme. You have already invited King Milo and his queen, and Prince Brezant as well, to Hadeon." "Unfortunately true. It will do no harm to entertain them. Still, it is a vexation." "I am indignant. The little hussy should not be allowed her victory." King Casmir grimaced and shrugged. "Were she of ordinary blood, she would be grieving at this very moment. But her mother is a fairy, and I dare not test her spells. That is simple practicality." Queen Solace spoke hopefully. "If she were baptized and instructed in holy matters—" King Casmir cut her short. "We tried that before. The scheme is inept." "I suppose that you are right. Still, but no matter." Casmir pounded his fist into the palm of his hand. "I am cursed with problems. They swarm at me in a plague, each more dismal than the others, save only for the most carking of all, which gnaws at me night and day." "Which problem is that?" "Can you not imagine? It is the mystery of Suldrun's child." Queen Solace gave Casmir an uncomprehending stare. "Is it such a desperate problem? I have long put the matter from my head. Do you not remember the case? Suldrun's firstborn son was taken, and we were given a bratling." "Of course I remember. What of that?" "The mystery remains. Who is the other child? He is the subject of Persilien's rote. Still I know neither his name nor where he bides." Footnote. The rote of Persilien went thus. "Suldrun's son shall undertake, before his life is gone, to sit his right and proper place at Caerbra an Meadan. If so he sits and so he thrives, then he shall make his own, the Table Round, to Casmir's woe, and Evendig the throne." End of footnote. He will sit rightfully at Caerbra an Meadan and rule from Evendig. That is Priscillian's prophecy. The rout by now may have waned. Such predictions never wane until they are fulfilled, or somehow circumvented. If I knew the child's name, I could work some sort of ploy and safeguard the realm. There are no clues to the case? None. He was born a boy, and now he will be the same age as Madouc. That is all I know. I would pay dearly to learn the rest. The time is long past, said Solace. There is no one now to remember. Why not solicit a new and better rote? Casmir gave a sad, sick chortle. It is not so easy to befuddle the Norns. He went to sit on the couch. Now, despite all, I must entertain King Milo. He will be expecting a betrothal. How shall I explain that Madouc scorns his moon-calf of a son? Queen Solace gave a throaty exclamation. I have the answer. Madouc can still serve to advantage, perhaps even better than before. How so? You heard us discuss our need for holy relics. Let us proclaim that whoever goes forth on a quest and returns with an authenticated relic, then he can expect a rich reward. Should he bring back the Holy Grail itself, he can demand a great boon from the king, even to the hand of the Princess Madouc herself. Casmir started to ridicule the idea, then closed his mouth. There was, so he reflected, nothing inherently wrong with the proposal. If pilgrims brought gold, if relics brought pilgrims, if Madouc, even indirectly, brought relics, then the concept was sound. Casmir rose to his feet. I have no objections to the plan. Queen Solace said dubiously, We may only be postponing the problem. How so? Assume that some gallant knight brought hither the Holy Grail, and asked the boon of the Princess Madouc's hand in marriage, and the boon was granted. But Madouc proved intractable, as well she might. What then? I will give away the little shrew. She may choose either matrimony or servitude. It is all one to me. The problem at this point leaves our hands. Solace clapped her hands together. So are solved all our problems. Not all of them. Casmir rose to his feet and departed the chamber. The next day, on the landing of the great staircase, King Casmir was accosted by Father Umfred. Your Highness, I beg the favour of a few words with you on a matter of importance. Casmir looked the priest up and down. What is it now? Father Umfred glanced to right and left to make sure that they would not be overheard. Sire, during my tenure at Hadeon as spiritual counsellor to Her Majesty, and what with my other duties, I have become privy to many events of greater or lesser importance. Such is the nature of my position. Casmir gave a sour grunt. As to this, I have no doubt. You know more about my affairs than I do myself. Father Umfred laughed politely. Recently I have been given to understand that you are interested in Suldrun's firstborn child. King Casmir said sharply, What of it? I might be able to discover the name of this child and his present domicile. How would you do this? I cannot be sure at this exact moment, but there is more to the case than the information alone. Aha! You want something. I will not deny it. My great ambition is the archbishopric of the Lyonesse diocese. If I were to convert the King of Lyonesse to Christianity, there would be strong argument for my elevation to this post at the next Synod of Cardinals at Rome. Casmir scowled. In short, if I become a Christian, you will tell me the name of Suldrun's child. Father Umfred nodded and smiled. In its ultimate essence, that is the case. Casmir spoke in a voice ominously flat. You are a sly devil. Have you ever been stretched on the rack? No, your Highness. You are bold to the edge of insouciance. Were it not that Queen Solace would never again give me peace, you would tell your tale without conditions, amidst gasps and squeals. Father Umfred showed a sickly smile. I intend no boldness, and certainly no disrespect. Indeed, I hope that your Highness might take pleasure in my offer. Again, you are lucky that Queen Solace is your sponsor. What is involved in conversion? Simple baptism, and you must recite a few words of the litany. It is no great thing. King Casmir considered, then spoke in a harsh voice. Nothing will be changed by so much as an iota. Do not presume upon your success. You will control none of the church moneys. All funds must be paid into and out of the royal exchequer, with not a farthing for the popes of Rome."
Father Umfred bleated a protest. "Your Highness, this makes for unwieldy administration."
"It also makes for honest archbishops. Further, I will tolerate no swarms of itinerant monks coming like flies on the waft of carrion to feast and make merry on public funds. Such vagabonds will be whipped and seized into servitude, that they may do useful work."
"Your Highness," cried Father Umfred aghast, "some of these wandering priests are holy men of the first rank. They carry the gospel to wild places of the world."
"Let them wander on without pausing, to Tormus, or Scorn, or High Tartary, so long as I never see the bulge of their paunches nor the shine of their pates."
Father Umfred heaved a sigh. "I am forced to agree. We will do what we can."
"Rejoice, priest," said Casmir grimly. "Today your luck is good. You have gained your bargain and eased your fat limbs away from the rack. Tell me now your information."
"It must be verified," said Father Umfred smoothly. "I shall have it ready tomorrow, after the ceremony." King Casmir turned and strode off to his chambers.
The following day at noon Casmir repaired to the Queen's small chapel. He stood silent while Father Umfred sprinkled him with holy water and recited phrases in unctuous Latin. Next, to Father Umfred's prompting, he mumbled a paternoster and a few phrases of litany. Thereupon Father Umfred seized up a cross and advanced upon Casmir, the cross held high. "Down upon your knees, brother Casmir, in humility and the full transports of your joy, kiss the cross and dedicate your life to worshipful deeds and the glory of the church."
King Casmir spoke evenly.
"Priest, guard your tongue. I brook no fools in my presence."
He looked around the chapel and made a peremptory gesture to those who had attended the ceremony.
"Leave us."
The chapel was empty except for Casmir, the priest, and Queen Solace, whom Casmir now addressed.
"My dear Queen, it might be well if, for the nonce, you also took yourself apart."
Queen Solace vented a large sniff. Rigid with resentful dignity, she marched from the chapel. King Casmir turned to the priest.
"Now then, tell me what you know. If it is either false or foolish, you will languish long in the dark."
"Your Highness, here is the truth. Long ago a young prince was washed up the beach, half drowned, at the foot of Suldrun's garden. His name was Aillas, who is now king of Troysenet and elsewhere. Suldrun bore him a son, he who was taken to the forest of Tantravallis for safety. There the son, whose name was Dhrun, was changed by the fairies for Madouc. Aillas was consigned to the oubliette, but escaped by some means beyond my knowledge. Now he hates you passionately. His son, Prince Dhrun, holds you in no more affection." Casmir listened slack-jawed. The information was far more surprising than he had expected. He muttered, "How is this possible? The son should be of an age with Madouc." "The child Dhrun bided a year in the fairy She, as reckoned in human time, but this year equalled 7 years or more of halfling time. So is resolved the paradox." Casmir made a series of soft grunting sounds.
"Do you have proof of what you say?"
"I have no proof." Casmir did not press the point. There were facts in his possession which had long puzzled him. Why, for instance, had Ihermi, Suldrun's one-time servitor, been spirited away to Troysenet with all her family and there endowed with a rich estate? Even more baffling was a fact which had caused 1,000 marvelling conjectures. How could Aillas be so near in age to his son Dhrun? Now all was explained. The facts were just and true. Casmir said in a heavy voice, "Speak nothing of this into any ears whatever. It must be known only to me." "Your Highness has spoken, and I will obey."
"Go."
Father Umfred hurried importantly from the chapel. Casmir stood gazing unseeingly toward the cross on the wall, which meant no more to him now than yesterday. He spoke to himself, "Aillas hates me well." Then, in a voice even more soft, "And it is Dhrun who will sit at Cair Bra an Meadan before his death. So be it.
He shall so sit, and he will rule from the throne Evendig, if it is only to send a page-boy off for a kerchief. But so, before his death, shall he sit, and so shall he rule. 7. Evening came to Hadion Castle. King Casmir, sitting alone in the great hall of the old tower, took an austere supper of cold beef and ale. Upon finishing his meal, he swung about to sit gazing into the fire. He sent his memory back across the years. Images fleeted and flickered. Suldrun as a golden-haired child, Suldrun as he had last seen her, woebegone but still defiant. Presently he glimpsed the haggard youth he had dropped with such bleak fury into the oubliette. Time blurred the drawn white face, but now it wore the semblance of a young Aillas. So it had been. How Aillas must hate him! What yearnings for sweet revenge must control the mind of Aillas! Casmir gave a soft, dismal grunt. Recent events must now be considered from a new perspective. Aillas, by assuming sovereignty over North and South Ulfland, had thwarted Casmir in his goals, and had only just done so again in connection with Blalock. What artful dissimulation Aillas and Dhrun had used during their visit! How blandly they had urged pacts of peace, all the while despising him and conspiring for his doom. Casmir pulled himself up in his chair. It was now time for counterblows, harsh and definite, though still controlled, as always, by prudence. Casmir was not one to indulge in rash acts which might react against his own best interests. At the same time, he must discover a method by which the prophecy of Persilion could be voided and its meaning vitiated. Casmir sat ruminating, weighing his options and reckoning the value of each. Clearly, if Aillas were dead, Casmir's interests must be advanced. In such a case, Dhrun would become king. At this juncture, so Casmir reasoned, a colloquy at Avalon could easily be arranged, on one pretext or another. Dhrun would be seated at Cairbre on Meadan and somehow persuaded to issue an order from the throne Evendig. The rest would be routine, a movement in the shadows, a glint of steel, a sad cry, a body on the floor, and Casmir would pursue his goals free of fear and almost unopposed. The plan was straightforward and logical, and needed only implementation. First, the death of Aillas must be effectuated, but within the constraints of prudence. Assassination of a king was always chancy, and a bungled attempt usually left a clear trail to the instigator, which would not be advantageous. A name entered Casmir's mind as if by its own force. Torqual. Casmir pondered at some length. Torqual's qualifications were superb, but he was not easily controlled. In fact, he was not to be controlled at all. Torqual often seemed as much enemy as ally, and barely troubled to maintain a cynical pretense of cooperation. With regret, Casmir put aside the name Torqual. Almost immediately another name entered his mind, and this time Casmir leaned back in his seat, nodding thoughtfully to himself, and feeling no misgivings whatever. The name was Sir Cory of Phalanges, and it referred to a man more or less of Torqual's stripe. Footnote. Note, the honorific Sir is here used to designate persons born to noble estate, without reference to their place in the exactly graduated hierarchy. The contemporary language uses a multiplicity of titles and honorifics to specify each subtle distinction. These would be impractical to render in the present chronicle. Hence, Sir Cory is designated by the same honorific as his father, the landed baron Sir Clawnay, and his brother Sir Kemwyd, even though their absolute ranks are greatly at variance. End of footnote. Sir Cory's willing cooperation, however, could be taken for granted, since he now crouched deep in a dungeon under the Pane Hadder, awaiting the stroke of Zurling's axe. By acceding to King Casmir's wishes, Sir Cory, so it seemed, had everything to gain and nothing to lose. Casmir signalled to the footman who stood by the door. "Fetch me Sir Earls." Sir Earls, Chancellor of State and one of Casmir's most trusted advisers, shortly entered the hall. A small, sharp-eyed, sharp-featured person of middle age, with fine silver hair and pale ivory skin. Casmir had no great liking for the fastidious Sir Earls. However, Sir Earls served him with punctilious efficiency, and Casmir ignored all else. Casmir indicated a chair. Sir Earls, after a stiff bow, seated himself. Casmir asked, "What do you know of Sir Cory, who rests in the Pane Hadder?" Sir Earls spoke with instant facility, as if he had expected the question. Corey is second son to Sir Claunet of Phalonges, now dead. The first son, Sir Kemwyd, took the estate, which is to the north of Western Province, in the Troach, close under the Ulf border. Corey could not adapt to the plight of the second son, and tried to murder Sir Kemwyd. During the night a dog howled. Sir Kemwyd was wakeful, and the deed was aborted. Corey became a fugitive, then an outlaw. He ranged the Troach, and conducted ambushes along Old Street. He was captured by Duke Ambril, who would have hanged him out of hand had not Corey identified himself as one of your Majesty's secret agents. Ambril stayed his hand and sent Corey here for your own disposition. He is said to be a person of good address, if a black-hearted scoundrel, ripe for Zerling's axe. That is the sum of my knowledge."
"Perhaps Sir Corey used a premonition after all," said Casmir. "Have him brought here at once."
"As your Majesty commands." Sir Earl's voice was carefully toneless. He left the hall. In due course a pair of jailers brought Corey of Phalonges into the hall, with chains at his wrists and a rope around his neck. Casmir inspected Corey with cool interest. Corey was of middle stature, strong and agile, with a stocky torso, long sinewy arms and legs. His complexion was sallow, his hair dark, his features heavy and hard. He wore the garments in which he had been captured, originally of good quality. They were now torn and bedraggled, and stank abominably of the dungeon. Nevertheless, he returned King Casmir's inspection with incurious composure, alive and alert, but resigned to his fate. The jailers tied one end of the rope to a table leg, so that Corey might not spring unexpectedly upon King Casmir. Then, at Casmir's nod, they retired from the hall. Casmir spoke in an even voice.
"You informed Duke Ambril that you worked in my secret service."
Corey gave a nod of the head. "So I did, Your Highness."
"Was not that a bold remark to make?"
"Under the circumstances, I prefer to think it an inspiration of the moment. It illuminates my resourceful intelligence and indicates my desire to put myself and my skills at your service." Casmir smiled his cold smile.
"You had not previously made these ambitions clear."
"True, sire. I have postponed the act too long, and now you discover me in shackles, to my shame."
"Shame for your crimes, or shame for your failure?"
"I can only say, sire, that I am not accustomed to failure."
"Ha! That at least is a quality which I admire. Now then, as to employment in my service. It may be a game you shall play in earnest."
"Willingly, sire, since the work would seem to reprieve me from dungeon and axe."
"That is the case," said Casmir. "You are evidently both clever and unscrupulous. These are qualities which I often find valuable. If you succeed in the work I am about to propose, you shall not only have earned your amnesty, but also a substantial reward."
Sir Corey bowed. "Your Majesty, without hesitation I commit myself to your mission." Casmir nodded.
"Let us be clear at the outset. If you betray me, I will hunt you down with all my resources and bring you back to the Painhadder."
Again Sir Corey bowed. "Sire, as a realist, I would expect nothing else. Tell me only what I must do."
"The deed is simple enough. You must kill King Aillas of Troysenet, Dasenet, and the Ulflands. He is now at sea with his navy, but you will presently find him at Dundarric in South Ulfland. I must not be implicated in the work."
Corey compressed his lips, and his eyes glittered in the torchlight. "It is a delicate task, but not beyond my skill."
"That is all for tonight. Tomorrow we will speak again. Guards!" The jailers entered the room. "Take Sir Corey back to the Painhadder. Allow him to bathe, provide him fresh garments, feed him as he chooses, and house him securely on the first level." "As you wish, sire. Come along, dog's body." Corey spoke haughtily. "Henceforth address me as Sir Corey, or beware my displeasure." The jailer gave a sharp tug on the rope. "Whatever your name, be quick about it. We are not as clement as His Majesty."
Late in the afternoon of the next day, King Casmir once again interviewed Sir Corey, this time in the room of size above the armory. Sir Corey was now dressed decently and came unshackled. King Casmir sat at his usual place, with the beechwood flagon and the beechwood wine-cup ready at hand. He motioned Sir Corey to a bench.
"I have made certain arrangements," said Sir Casmir. "On the table is a purse containing 20 florins of silver. Fit yourself out as a merchant of medicinal ointments, with a horse, a pack-animal, and suitable stock in trade. Fare north along the Sver Arct to Dazzleby,
Proceed to Knowlesby 7, then north along the Ulf Passway. You will negotiate the gates of Cerberus and Caw Bocach, the fortress. Continue 6 miles beyond to a wayside inn showing the sign of the Dancing Pig. There you will find 4 men awaiting you, blackguards as deep-dyed as yourself, if not worse. They were destined to join Torqual's band, but first they will assist you in your endeavour. You shall use them as you think best. Casmir looked at a list, then spoke with distaste. This is an unusual group. Each would seem to exceed all the others combined for sheer villainy. First I cite you Ismael the Hun, from the woods of Tartary. Next is Keegan the Celt, who is as thin as a ferret and no less avid for blood. Next, Esti the Sweet, with curling golden hair and a limpid smile. He is Roman and claims kinship with the house of Ovid the poet. He carries a frail bow like a toy, and shoots arrows which seem little more than slivers, but he can put out a man's eye at a far distance. Last is Galgus the Black, who carries 4 knives at his belt. Such are your paladins. They would seem rather creatures out of a nightmare, said Corey. Will they do my bidding? Casmir smiled. So I hope. They fear Torqual, certainly. He may be the only man alive who daunts them. For this reason you must act in Torqual's name. There is a secondary benefit. When you are successful, as I hope, Torqual will be blamed for the deed, and not I. How will Torqual regard this project? He will make no objection. I reiterate, my name must never be used. Is all clear to you? Except as to a single point. Am I required to work under Torqual's orders? Only if it eases your task. Corey pulled thoughtfully at his long chin. He asked, May I speak with full candor? So far we have done little else. Speak. I have heard rumors that your secret agents seldom survive to enjoy the fruits of their toil. How am I guaranteed that I will live to enjoy my success? I can answer only in these terms, said Casmir. If you have served me capably once, I may well desire that you serve me again, which you will not be able to do if you are dead. Secondly, if you distrust the arrangements, you have the option of returning to the Painhander. Corey smiled and rose to his feet. Your arguments are cogent,